Testing. Okay, amateur Audible creation, Mistborn Part 2. Whew. Whew. Whew, whew, whew. Whew, whew, whew. This keeps getting messed up. Oh my god. Alright, Part 2 going away. Where's Audacity? The Audacity. Testing. Alright, testing. I don't have the right mic. Testing. Okay. I just have to make sure. I have like 3 mics surrounding me. 4. I have 4 mics surrounding me. Okay. So I went over a little bit of what I heard yesterday. Good news is it's not too quiet. That was a common feedback I got in chat. It wasn't too quiet on the Audacity clip. But my pace does change a lot, which Kudo pointed out. So I'm gonna have to redo parts of part 1 and slow down. This one I'm gonna focus on going way slower. Yeah. Yep. I go too fast. Way too fast. I was just trying to get through it. And I think doing a whole part a day might be too much. It could be. Let me see. That was 9 chapters. Oh, this is 10 chapters. Super easy. Okay. I don't know how many words that is, though. We will find out. Alright. We will. Oh, wait. I have to put that thing. Sorry. Okay. Here we go. Part 2. Oh god, my hair, guys. It's gonna tell me when it's like this. Alright. We are recording. Part 2. Going away. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. When I wake up, a thunderstorm is raging between my temples. I try to swallow, but my mouth is too dry. There's an odd bitter taste there, a foreign taste to me. My hand reaches for my lips but can't get there. My hands are tied, attached to something above my head. I try to pull them down, but it's pointless. I've never been this sore in my life. Every movement I make, no matter where or how slow, hurts. It's too dark to see much, but I can tell It's too dark to see much, but I can tell I'm not outside anymore. I can't sing it. Oh my god. I have to take a break today. I can just hear like it's gonna be such a low quality because I have so much noise on this chair and I move around a lot. It's gonna be a very squeaky Audible. I'm pretty sure it's not gonna clear the quality test, but we're gonna try. We're gonna try. They do quality test it, and I don't think it's gonna get. We're gonna see though. Okay. Giggling's out. No more giggling. We're done with the giggling. Super serious. Author mode activated. Now. Every movement I make, no matter where or how slow, hurts. It's too dark to see much, but I can tell I'm not outside anymore. The air is different. It's musty and there's no wind. Reddish, uneven rock make up a wall that goes as far as I can see. It goes up over my head to the opposite side like a cave would. Cave. I'm in a blasted cave. And then it finally hits me. I've been taken prisoner. I start to scream, which feels like I'm ripping my sore throat wide open with the new sense of pain I feel. I don't stop. Let me go. I have to go help my friends. Please, help me. I hear footsteps. They're getting louder with each step. A mostly naked man appears before me. A lightly colored cloth wrapped around his legs reminds me of the cloth diapers they put on babies at the Bard. It's a strong contrast to his burnt ember skin. He's carrying a wooden dish and nothing else. Please help me. My friends need me. They're dying. My throat scratches with every syllable. He doesn't answer. They're dying. He unties the tie holding my hands to the wall, but doesn't untie the rope that binds my hands together. He hands the dish he's holding out to me. Water, I hope. I take it without hesitation. Bringing it to my mouth, I take a small sip. The water crunching in my dry mouth is unlike any pleasure that I've ever... Why? I can't read. I hate this book so much. The water crunching my dry mouth is unlike any pleasure that I've ever experienced. It brings a stabbing pain to my... I can't do it if I laugh through it. I think... Oh, God, this was so many years ago. It's just so bad. The water crunching my dry mouth is unlike any pleasure that I've ever experienced. It brings a stabbing pain to my empty stomach, but I finish a small amount left inside despite it. The man takes the bowl, tying me to the wall again, but not as tightly, and walks away and says nothing. My hand goes to my mouth to inspect the weird taste in it. There's a dried crust of something around my lips. I pick at it to reveal a purple... There's a dried crust of something around my lips. I pick at it to reveal a purple paste with seeds of some kind. Did they poison me? Why would they give me water just to kill me? Why would they have me tied up if they meant me no harm? I start yanking and pulling on my robe, twisting and picking. Nothing. Everything I try does nothing but tire my sore body even further. Eventually, I fall asleep again. This time to wake up to something untying me. Someone untying me. I look up to the person in front of me. It's a middle-aged looking man with the same dark skin and long dark hair as the other. In his hair there's a single black beaded braid that catches my eye. His muscular chest is bare, with undecipherable markings all over it. His bottom half is covered by pants made of a light brown airy material, secured by a leather belt with a pouch and a long knife on it. My eyes don't leave the knife. Oh my God, I'm going too fast again. I have just My eyes don't leave the knife. I need that knife. He unties the rope from the wall, but not my hands. He pulls the now loose end in the direction he came from. I don't get up fast enough, so he starts dragging me over the rocky road. Ice cream. Fuck. I don't get up fast enough, so he starts dragging me over the rough, rocky floor. Okay, give me a minute, I'll walk. He stops and looks at me. Can you understand me? He ignores the question and continues to pull on the rope. I manage to get up in time and follow him blindly. The cave narrows as we go. After multiple turns, he brings me to a great opening nearly the size of the leisure pod. The area is full of people, all with the same black hair and tan skin, varying in tone. They are covered in pants and airy dresses of all variety of rich shades of browns, reds, and purples. Exquisite strings of beat... Ha! Okay, I feel like there's frog in my throat. Exquisite strings of beading wrap around people's necks and line their hair. tribal looking tattoos and scarring mark some of their skins. I think almost comically that these people are the most beautiful people I've ever seen. I can vaguely see the reflection of daylight at the opposite end of me. Looking around the room, if I had to guess, I'd say there are about 300 people in here. All their eyes are watching me carefully. They look almost afraid. Hold on. Hi, Trigger set. What's up, Evelyn? The book hates you too. It does. So we have many years of love and hate. This fucking book. I'm gonna be done with it after this. And then we're gonna start mapping. Let me see. So once I can put this to rest, how's it going, guys? We're actually we're gonna map our next book. We're gonna start. Where the fuck is it? Zikabot It's app. I don't like it very much, but I did a lot of work on it. I keep losing. I can't map with paper anymore, guys. Like the good old days. Because I lose paper and I damage paper a lot. It's not the right one. Oh my god. So we're gonna map our next book. It's very cool. It is something I'm really excited about. It's a young adult post-apocalyptic. It's very different. How do I share my screen? Display capture. Oh, that's not really okay. But so this is what I have so far for the next book. It's called The Naturals. It was going to be The Vaxxed, but it's like it came off as way too anti-vaccine, so there's some political issues. But this one's going to alternate between perspectives. William was born in the 60s. He's a draft-dodging Vietnam kid who wants to just go to school and leave home. And Tippy, who is far, 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 far into the future. She's a experimenting chemist, gardener, rooftop canopy. It's crazy. She's fun. I'm excited to write her. I'm gonna have trouble writing William though, because I've never written anything that alternates narratives. So writing this dude's gonna be something. It's gonna be a challenge. Anyways, let's get back to it. We're avoiding our stuff here. Sorry. I maybe shouldn't do this. Okay, well, very organized. Yeah, I like to keep them all organized. I like to have sheets. There's a character sheet, setting sheet for each sheet, and then chapters, and then also research sheets. And what's nice is you can put as much information in those little boxes you want, and you just have one box for, like, I had to research a lot for Huntington's disease, because her mom dies of that, but she doesn't know what's Huntington's. I had to learn a lot about that. So I have like one square for Huntington's, one square for the Vietnam draft in the 60s, one square for, basement chemistry setups. I'm sure I'm flagged in many lists, government watch lists from the things I've Googled, by the way. Just letting you guys know. Okay, let's get back to this. I hope you guys are having a great day. No snow camouflage. This is my favorite dress ever. Oh my gosh. It's like I'm breaking the button though. This is my favorite dress. I love this dress, guys. I'm so excited. I think I've lost weight because I got too fat for it for a while. But actually the button is kind of popping. And it popped. Okay. Alright. Let's keep going. Where's Audacity? Derp, derp, derp. This is where the book gets exciting. So I'm gonna try not to, or more fast-paced. I hope it gets exciting. In my head it gets exciting. Okay, I'm ready. Just kidding, now I'm ready. All their eyes are watching me carefully. They look almost afraid. I can hear quiet murmuring, but nothing I can discern. The man brings me to the very center of the room where the rock floor touches the rock ceiling in a thin line. Attached to it, in the middle, is a metal loop which he tries Attached to it, in the middle, is a metal loop where he ties me to. I look at his knife. Well, if there ever was a time for that, I sure missed it. As soon as the man backs up from me, people pack in, making a large circle around me. Up walks an older man with thick white hair, held down by an elaborately beaded headpiece. His bare chest has the most markings out of everyone I can see. In his hand is a large wooden staff, a bear's head carved at the top of it. He stomps it under the ground 3 times. The sound magnifies as it echoes off the cave walls. The room falls silent, a lump forming in my throat. "Cadet Tayatuk!" The man's voice is intimidating as he yells. I want to try asking questions, but by the severity of everyone's intense gaze, I know better than to try. "Nama Batuk! Joturnik Badu Turta!" The room's still quiet. A young woman, not much older than myself, steps out from the visible circle The room's still quiet. A young woman, not much older than myself, steps out from the invisible circular line. Pumping her fist into the air, she shouts, "Basha Tayatuk!" I jump as others give an angry, loud grunt of a shout back while they pump their fists into the air. I don't know if it's the sip of water or odd fruit paste that was in my mouth, but my mind is clear enough to be frightened by this. "Basha Tayatuk?" the old man calls out to his people. It's the same set of words the woman stated, but formed back into a question. The room is quiet. Eyes have moved from me to the old man as he scans their faces. Slamming his wooden staff into the ground, his voice somehow doubles in his authoritative tone. "Kuladi Basha Tuk!" And with that, hundreds of fists pump into the air, simultaneously shouting, "Basha Tayatuk!" back to their leader. The old man unties me and leads me back to the way we came. People back up as I walk near them, as if I had smallpox. He brings me to the spot I woke up in, tying me back up so I can't maneuver enough to untie myself. Some sort of decision was just made, and I have the distinct feeling I should be terrified by it. "Please let me go," I beg. "I have to go to my friends. They need me," I plead. My voice breaks and tears would come if there were... My voice breaks and tears would come if there was enough water to me to produce... My voice breaks and tears would come if there was enough water in me to produce them. "Please, they'll die," I sob. On my knees now, he bends down, aligning his eyes to the same level as me. On my knees now, he bends down, aligning his eyes to the same level as mine, and with not a single drop of emotion in his voice. "You die tomorrow," he says. I slump back down, as if his words had physically assaulted me. I'm surprised by the shock I feel despite having already suspected this. "Why?" I feebly call out, but my voice breaks halfway through, and he's already disappeared around the corner. Leaning my body awkwardly against the wall, I'm forced to uncomfortably hunch forward. Die tomorrow. What an odd feeling to know when you're going to die. It might be my emotional wall, or maybe I'm just more delirious. It might be my emotional wall, or maybe I'm still more delirious than I realize. Either way, I don't feel scared. It's delirium, I settle. I lay my body down on the floor, feeling the overpowering fatigue come on again. I look down to my hands to see one last time if I can see any weak spots in my restraints. There's nothing I can do. Looking down to my hands, I'm reminded of what I've been trying so hard to shove away. Remembering the incident reminds me of the look in Mom's eyes just before. I feel as though the wind's knocked out of me from the impact my wall takes. I try to control my ragged breathing as a fresh wave of lightheadedness washes over me. This time, it's my mind betraying my body. I focus back on my hands, trying to summon the energy to make them glow. Feeling none of it, though. Maybe it was a fluke. Maybe I burnt it all up already. I try thinking of different things, retracing words I used that night, but nothing works. I eventually give up and curl myself up the best I can with my limited mobility, forcing myself to think of pleasant things for my last night. I try to adjust my oh my god, that's so redundant. I hate this book. It's fuck. Oh, this is the Just gonna rant a little bit. This is the good thing about me reading this. I'm seeing all the consistent mistakes that I made. It's gonna help me not do it again. It's so fucking hard to read it. Rant over. Okay. Sorry. I am tending my wounds now. Just went for a run and it went all good until at the last corner it felt hard. Ooh, I hope you're okay. Ouch, yeah. Thanks, I'm sorry. Hope that gets better soon. Okay, here we go. Forcing myself to think of pleasant things for my last night, I try to adjust my body. My mind dances around memories of pen and forcing myself to think of pleasant things. I don't think I can do it today, guys. I need a break. It's too still. Okay, no. Somebody slap me. It's fine. I should have smoked before I started this. That's a problem. Alright. I won't burp this time. Keep the burp in the final version. It'd be so funny if it passed through. Okay. Nah! Here we go. My mind dances around memories of Fen and I sneaking out together. Me teaching Meg how to tie different knots and letting her sleep in my bunk with me on stormy nights. I remember Mom's hum and the touch of her combing through my hair while I lay my head in her lap. I hold on to the memory so tightly I feel as though I can actually feel her warmth. I let myself drift off, basking myself in the memory. I said I wasn't gonna edit anything. I'm just gonna let it be as shitty as it's gonna be. But yeah, okay. I let myself drift off, basking myself in the thought. A large, rough hand wakes me from the biggest fish I ever caught. I'm mad at it before I'm terrified by it. Is this it? Oh, blasted hell, this is it. I won't be any trouble at all. You don't have to kill me, please. My friends are out there. They're dying. He covers my mouth with his hand. Shh. A deep voice hushes me. I nod my cooperation I nod my cooperation into his hand as a strange sensation hits me. There's something about him. I can sense him. Feel him without touching him like I could with. I shove the word away. The feeling is nothing like before, though. It's as if the air around him is different, electrified. Some alarm deep within my mind is signaling that I should be profoundly afraid of this man for reasons that have nothing to do with my impending execution. Like he's somehow a natural predator of mine. An equally intense feeling I can't identify accompanies it, igniting something throughout me. The combination is impossibly thrilling. He leans over me and starts untying me from the wall. What is that intoxicating smell? I've smelled it before, but can't place where it's from. It's as if it's entering my body and hijacking my brain, rousing every nerve ending and at least. Oh my god! Settle down. Oh my god, I was excited when I wrote this. It's as if it's in an. Oy. 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 When you edit, you can actually save all the funny sounds. You make a soundboard. There might be, oh god. I might, because I'm going to clip it. I could just start a file of random, just throw it in there. Probably be easy to collect them. Okay. This is where we fall in love. We start falling in love hard. It's going to be juicy. In my mind, it's juicier than in the book. Just know that. Whatever I'm reading is juicier in here. Okay. Better. This is better. It's all around better. Okay. Here we go. From the top. He leans over me and starts untying me from the wall. What is that intoxicating smell? I've smelled it before, but can't place where it's from. It's as if it's entering my body and hijacking my brain, rousing every nerve ending as it leaves behind dizzy exhilaration in its wake. Nobody should smell this good. I repress the urge to start sniffing him, and he unties me. I repress the urge to start sniffing him as he unties me. I can't see his face, but I can see his outline. He's tall, and like the other man, he has a knife about as big as my forearm tucked to his side. He leaves my wrists tied and wraps the other end of the rope around his fist so that there's plenty of slack for me to move around a bit. He starts to walk me toward the great room. Remembering my missed opportunity, I try to think of the exact placement of his knife. Before anyone else joins us, I whip myself around and lunge for his knife with both hands. Before anyone else joins us, I whip myself around and lunge for it with both hands. The angle I aim for is spot on, but he reacts too fast. He yanks the rope at an upward angle, thwarting my dive with ease. Without my arms available, the sudden tug makes me lose my balance. My body crashes into his hard, bared chest. With both hands on my shoulders, he holds me there, staring down at me while the air around him and expression seem to change simultaneously. The tingle that surges through me at the contact of our bodies takes me by surprise. Oh my god. The tingle that surges through me. Can't say that with a straight face. This is the bad place for writers. The tingle that surges through me at the contact of our bodies takes me by surprise and makes my legs feel weak. My heart starts to beat faster. My breathing gets heavier. As he silently holds me there, I wonder if he feels it too. We stay like this for a moment. Don't. The whisper in my ear sends goosebumps down my legs. Concentrate, Lou. This man is likely about to kill you, I admonish myself. He lets go of my shoulders and tightens my slack before he continues to pull me toward the open space I was in earlier. The massive area is empty now. No sign of the reflected light that was there earlier. The massive area is empty now. No sign of the The massive area is empty now. No sign of the reflected light that was there before. We make it to a large hole in the cave wall that leads outside. It's too dark to see much, but I hear running water nearby. I can just barely make out vague structural shapes all around me, some taller than the very top of agriculture. He starts to move faster, pulling me harder. I try to watch where I'm going, but I keep stumbling on the uneven ground. He somehow seems to anticipate every inch of it without ever looking down. Where is he taking me? Probably away from their home. Why drag something you're gonna... Probably away from their home. Why drag something you're going to kill when you can walk it? He said don't. Maybe he can understand me. Please don't do this. I won't. He whips around faster than you'd think a person can. Grabbing a fistful of my hair, he holds me steady as he brings his mouth next to my ear, his warm cheek touching mine. His voice is a barely audible whisper now, but his tone is 100 times more menacing than it was in the cave. If you make another sound, I will kill you right now, he warns. He releases his tight grip on my hair and continues to pull me. I shut up. We go on like this silently in the dark for a long while. My still weak legs are starting to shake from fear, making it even harder to navigate my steps. I fall a lot, causing him to impatiently and painfully pull me up every few hundred steps or so. We go up and down rocks, following a thin path, eventually coming to the beach. With the reflection of the moon, I can see much better out here. I pause, frantically scanning up and down the water line for Elizabeth. There's nothing. No sign of them. They must have drifted off. I'm pulled out of my anguish by a sharp tug on my rope. In the direction we're going, I can see a line of huge trees spanning as far as I can see. I'm starting to lose my strength, and I think he can tell. His pace slows down, and he doesn't tug as... His pace slows down, and he doesn't tug anymore. We make it into the trees, and it's even harder to walk. Rocks, sticks, and other plant debris cover the forest floor, sensory overloading my sensitive bare feet. Plants poke out of the ground all over the place, tickling my skin as I walk past. I try to hold my hands out to touch them. The change in slack on the rope causes him to turn his attention to me. He gives me a gentle tug and my arms are forced forward. My body doesn't react the way it should, and I have to count on the tight slack to right myself before falling. Have I been drugged? The sound of running water redirects my attention as we approach a shallow stream. I find myself feeling entranced by tiny flickers of moonlight that dance across it. A Meg and Finn pang hit the wall as I think of how much they would love this. My wall does its job, though, and I move on to admiring the water. I'm not sure if it'll be long now, and I want to drink up every view I can before I go. Distracted, I stop watching where I put my feet. I step on something sharp that lodges itself into the arch of my foot. A small yelp of pain escapes my mouth as I fall. I quickly cover... Fuck! I don't want to do that. I'm gonna be done with it. It's a terrible... Oh, it's written so bad. A small yelp of pain escapes my mouth as I fall. I quickly cover the noise and tense my body to prepare for his promise. Instead of getting out his knife or a large rock or something, he kneels down beside me. His hand wraps around my ankle just as the same current has... His hand wraps around my ankle just as the same current as before passes up my leg. His hand stills, and I can't be sure, but I think I see a hint of change in his eyes. It's there only a second before they harden again. He lifts my foot in one swift motion, causing me to roll onto my back, reminding me of forgotten injuries. Bent over next to the water, I can see him better now. He has tan skin like the others, but his head is shaved, setting him apart from any of them I've seen. Short, dark stubble covers both his head and strong jawline. The overall curvature of his face is impossibly appealing, as if he was sculpted by perfection itself. Feeling utterly ashamed that my mind can go there right now, I want to ignore it, but I can't. He is, without a doubt, the single, most ruggedly beautiful thing I have ever seen. Ridiculously so. I suppose, though, if someone should have to kill me, why not have it done by someone who will give me this for a last view? He pulls out the item that is lodged in my foot in one quick pull. Fuck. Why am I so redundant? 5 years ago, 6 years ago. I don't know when I wrote this. He pulls out the item that is lodged in my foot in one quick tug. I feel a thin, warm line of blood drip down my leg as he holds my foot up. Dropping the rope, he starts to do something to his feet, blocking my view with his hands. He takes my foot and places a flat piece of hardened leather to the bottom of it. He wraps a soft leather strap that's been sewn to each head. He wraps a soft leather strap that's been sewn to each side of the leather around my ankle, creating an X that reminds me of my obi. He leans over toward the water and collects some moss growing on the side of a rock. Gathering it into a sizable wad, he places it in between my foot and the leather. Maybe he's not going to kill me. Why would he dress my wound if he was? A weighted amount of stress I wasn't aware I was carrying leaves my body at the lack of answer I have for that question. After securing both stiff pieces to the bottom of my feet, he pulls the rope up forward. Forcing me to stand. It's awkward to walk on the lump of moss, but it holds pressure on my wound. A wave of lightheadedness hits me hard. I only make it a few steps before I start to sway. Despite planting my feet firmly on the ground, the forest floor rises up to my left. Saying something unhappily under his breath, he reaches behind me and catches me before I fall. With one arm wrapped around my waist. With one arm wrapped around my waist, he gently lowers me into a sitting position next to the stream. He takes both of his hands and makes a bowl that he scoops water into his mouth with. The sight makes me painfully aware of my overly dry mouth. He unties my wrist, and I crawl over so that my face is directly over the stream. I begin shoveling handful after handful of cold water into my mouth. A sharp stinging pain erupts in my gut as the rush of fluid assaults my empty stomach. All the water is heaved right back up into the stream within a few agonizing seconds. The stomach acid, along with the water passing over my sore throat, amplifies the discomfort. Rolling onto my back, I try to catch my breath. When the sharp pangs settle, I roll onto my stomach and take another single small sip. I lay down on my back and wait. The ground feels moist on the back of my arms and legs, but it's a smell that's taken my attention. What is that? Turning my head, I lift a handful of dirt to my nose. Yep, that's it. How could dirt smell so wonderful? The recycled stuff on the bar smells nothing like this. Or maybe it does and it's just lost in the ocean breeze. I drop the dirt and do my best to sit up for another sip. I look over to the man, who propped himself up against a tree a few feet away. His eyes are on me, grimacing, I think. Feeling a flash of heat come to my cheeks from his stare, I do my best to hide it. I've never been much of a blusher, but I can tell without looking that my cheeks are beet red right now. Can I talk now? I whisper as quietly as I can, while still having him hear me. No, he says, without showing the same courtesy. I guess I don't believe him because it doesn't stop the next question that comes out of my mouth. Why are you taking me? His stern expression doesn't change. Take another drink, he says, ignoring my question. I do as he tells me, taking a little bigger one now. He holds out a handful of small, irregularly shaped berries. He holds out a handful of small, irregularly shaped red berries to me. He holds out a small Okay. He holds out a handful of small red berries to me. A kind I've never seen before. Not even in any of the textbooks in the Bard. Eat, he says. As if on cue, my stomach grumbles. I take one from his hand and pop it into my mouth. I burst it open with my tongue, and a bittersweet explosion takes place. I squint and shiver at the same time. I think I hear the faintest start of a laugh, but his face betrays nothing when I look. He takes my hand, pulling it toward him. He puts the rest of the berries in my hand. I can't handle how bad this is written. This is making me crazy. Oh, that's sweet, Evelyn. Thank you. Hello, Wholesome Tigers. How are you? That, or is that silly burps that distract me from the pain? Yeah, I hope I don't burp again. I have to reread it when I burp. 90s Doomer. No, I don't have an ASMR channel. Sometimes I used to do like relaxation reading, which I put like the ASMR tag for, because I would whisper it. Like we used to do every Wednesday. I would whisper read a book, like before bedtime. Like I'd be like, I lay down as far from him as the slack of the rope will allow. He stays propped up against the tree and continues to look at me, adding to my unease. Deciding I feel safe enough to, I close my eyes. As soon as I do, I can feel the three of them approaching my wall. Like that. Not quite. Okay, I exaggerated a bit there. It's not exactly like that. We used to do that. I might do that again. Yeah. I could do that like every other Wednesday night. We might bring that back. I hope you're having a good day. I see you here. Enjoying it. Hey, Auntie, what's up? It's good to see you. Happy hump day. Alright. I put another in my mouth, swallowing it whole this time, followed by another sip of water. What's going to happen to me? I ask. Rest here and we walk. He slips the rope back around my wrist, bringing me over to the spot under the tree he just sat. There he sits, wrapping the loose end around his fist over and over again. Rest, he says. He raises his eyebrows at me when I just stand there. The gesture makes me feel self-conscious, an emotion I'm not at all familiar with. I lay down as far from him as the slack of the rope will allow. He stays propped up against the tree and continues to look at me, adding to my unease. Deciding I feel safe enough to, I close my eyes. As soon as I do, I can feel the three of them approaching my wall. Not like the hard blows I'm used to, but like a dense fog trying to creep up and around my wall, checking for cracks, threatening my very much needed sanity. I take in a deep breath and catch the smell again. The smell of him. As if I can feel it releasing, relaxing hormones into my body. I focus on it, letting it soothe and distract me. Still afraid of the fog's return, I open my eyes and sit up despite my protesting head. I take my first real look around surveying everything I can see and smell. Oh, and the sounds. I hadn't noticed until now, but I'm surrounded by a multitude of different sounds. Chirps, rustling, long, beautiful, drawn-out calls, none of which I can identify, but they come together to create this otherworldly symphony that I cannot want. Oh my god! God! Who can read that? Oh, I'm so giggly today. This one's hard. It's harder today. And suddenly clap. I'm sorry. It's a very useful tool. I'll try not to clap so loud or close to the mic. It's useful though. Okay. Here we go. Best yellow bitch ever. ASMR and suddenly clap. I'm gonna put that. I'm gonna put that in the description, like right after like this, in a post-apocalyptic world, and ASMR and suddenly clap if you like the Audible. If you want Audible for the Kindle version. I'm sorry. Oh, I've got the giggles so bad today. Okay. Focus. Okay. This is an impossible. Fuck. How can I read it and it like, oh my god. Oh, whoops. I'm going the wrong way. Okay. God, this is a hard sentence. Alright. We're gonna do it! Chirps, wrestling, long, beautiful, drawn-out calls, none of which I can identify, but they come together to create this otherworldly symphony that I never want to stop. How did I miss all this before? I realize we are completely surrounded by camouflaged life. Feeling slightly unsettled by this, I turn to the man whose eyes still carefully watch me. He appears to be completely unafraid, which makes me feel safer. Eyes locked on me, he stands up, pulling up on the rope until I'm standing too. He unties my wrist and points to the water so that I take another sip before he ties me back up. Sorry to swallow a bunch of spit. Is this really necessary? I'm not from around here. I promise I'm not a flight risk, I say, holding my tied wrists up. He says nothing. We keep walking along the stream. I feel a little better than I did before, but I'm still glad he's kept with a slower pace. We stop for more sips and rest a few times before I start to see the slightest bit of pink in the bottom of the sky. So, what's your name? I ask. He unsurprisingly doesn't answer. It's just a name. I'd probably feel better being kidnapped by someone who had one, I could guess, I say as I trail behind him. Koa, he says, annoyed before I can come up with an... Koa, he says, annoyed before I can come up with any answers. What? Koa, he says, annoyed. Koa? What a strange name. I've never heard anything like that before. My name's Lou, I say. He stops suddenly and turns to face me. Lou. I nod, frightened a little by his sudden interest. What a strange name, he says. I don't know why, but it makes me feel defensive. Your name's strange, I childishly reply, feeling embarrassed as soon as I do. Where do you come from, strange Lou? I know it is not here, he asks. His face is close to mine, waiting for my response. Staring down at me, he makes me feel nervous. For the first time in my life, I'm worried about what I say. For the first time in my life, I'm worried about what I say. More precisely, I'm worried about what he thinks of what I say. And then I'm just mad at myself for being so stupid. It's a terribly annoying feeling. From far away? The way the last word goes high-pitched reminds me of Meg trying to explain how she sleepwalked into my bed in the middle of the night. The sneaky memory slips the wall, and a pressure hits my chest. I squint and it takes a minute, but I shove it down. I squint and it takes a minute, but I shove it down and away. When I look up, I see him watching me. "Are we done with the walking?" I asked, sharper than I meant to. His eyes are softer than they were before, but my question turns them back to their stern state. He silently turns away, and I follow, grateful for the break from his powerful gaze. It's starting to get light now, and I can make out more and more of my surroundings. We walk up a rocky incline, and I'm glad my feet are covered. He suddenly turns, leaving the open path, and heads up. Fuck. Yeah. He suddenly turns, leaving the open path, and heads us into the dense forest. I hesitate only a second before he gives the rope a tug. Thorny plants and twigs scrape at my bare legs and arms, irritating the injuries I got from falling down the cliff at the beach. Putting my face down, I try to protect my eyes. A moment later, I bump right into his motionless back. There. He points to a big mound of earth. "There what?" I ask. He pulls me around the other side of the mound where I see an opening. This is a shelter, I realize. A hut made from nature. Covered by branches, it must have been there for a very long time, judging by how much life is growing out of it. I hear a rustling come from inside the hut, from something big. Instinctively jumping back, my hands go up defensively. I'm embarrassed when I see Koa watching me, looking amused. I can see him better now. I'm struck again by how attractive he really is. I notice now his eyes are a greenish hazel, not the brown I thought, with specks of gold and a deep green outer ring. They're annoyingly hard to look away from. More rustling from the hut breaks my stare, and I turn my attention to the opening. Just then I see a mop of dirty, honey-blonde hair full of twigs and leaves emerge. Speechless, my heart sinks. Holding my hand out, I swing it in front of me back and forth, trying to wipe away the mirage. I end up whacking Meg right in the face. "Hey!" That was probably too loud. "Hey!" she complains, holding her palm to it. Gasping for breath I didn't know I was holding, I grab hold of her. Placing my tied hands over her head, I hug her hardly into me. She hugs me back as she cries and laughs into my shoulder. "How?" I ask, looking from Koa and back down to Meg. "How did you—" Then, when this nightmare couldn't have turned more, standing fully upright and alive, Fen steps out of the opening just behind her. And that was chapter 10. Okay, that was chapter 10. Now we're going to do chapter 11. They're alive! Shaka! So surprising. Okay. I just wish this round would make it into the final cut. Nope, you gotta clip those and then submit them to the editor. I don't know. Oh my god. Okay. Here we go. Chapter 11, this is called Forgetting. So each chapter begins with the chapter title, like so like chapter 11 is called Forgetting, and it's always like Fen takes the seat, you know, and I tried to do it. Oh, that needs work. Yeah. Cloudy and gloomy. So it's also the first few words are the chapter title. So we did chapter 10, When I Wake Up. Now we're gonna do chapter 11, Forgetting. Yeah. No, it's gotta be edited before. Yeah. An editor is gonna read it. and then Audible will accept or deny. So either way, I'm kind of expecting it to be denied, only because my mic is cheap mic and I'm gonna have a lot of background noise, which I'm gonna try to, well, I'm not gonna be doing the editing probably. Hopefully the editor can work with it or not, but if not, I'm just doing this because I've been asked many times to do this. And then a guy, like, he asked like 3 years ago to do an Audible. He wrote me a message, he wrote me a letter to do an Audible because he's blind and he wants to read my book. And I'm like, yeah, I will do that. I can do that. And I didn't do it. And then he messaged again like a month ago. So even if it's just to like have a audio thing, like file that I can send to that one guy, it's fine. I'm not gonna feel guilty anymore. Okay. We'll see. But yes, it will, you should be able to, anyways, there's a list, I should have a link for this though. There's a list of guidelines that you have to meet for, to submit your Audible. After it's edited, you submit it, and then they can approve or deny. That's a lot of work for them. Yeah, in Audacity, you can do noise reduction. Yeah, Audacity has all sorts of, stuff, which I have, the settings on. So it didn't sound like it picked up too much. I'm expecting the worst. The worst case scenario, which I tend to do. No burping. Yeah, I think that one might get flagged. Just write it in as a character. It's a dialogue. Okay. Rewrite. Wait, we're not recording. Where's Audacity? Okay. Chapter 11. Forgetting my tied hands. That's something. Should I be saying the title and then, but I'm just repeating the same words? No, we're going to keep it consistent already on chapter 11. Okay. Chapter 11. Forgetting my tied hands are around Meg. I trip over a groove in the ground and pull us both down. 2 electric hands catch me. Oh my god. Calm down, Lou. Calm down, girl. Okay. I'm so excited for a couple of parts. Like, it's so steamy. Like, it's like, and then the book 2 is even worse. Like, it's pushing young adult boundaries. Like, it almost shouldn't be considered a young adult, especially the next one. The one after this gets raunchy, like, and very violent. Like, there's like animal fighting rings, there's people drilling into skulls, human experimentation, like eugenic stuff, and there's an orgy. That one's really fun. Okay. Just gonna take this one from the top. Chapter 11. Forgetting my tied hands are around Meg. I trip over a groove in the ground and pull us both down. 2 electric hands catch my sides before we can fall. Get off her! Fen yells, lunging toward Koa with a balled up. Get off her! Fen yells, lunging toward Koa with balled up fists. With one hand, Koa gently pulls Meg and I back to our feet. His other hand goes right to Fen's throat, holding him in place slightly elevated. Fen's face goes red as he tries to gasp for air. Stop! Stop it! Let him go! I raise my hands over Meg's face and free myself before I slam into Koa's side as hard as I can. I bounce off him onto the ground. Unaffected by my assault, he lets Fen go with a shove that sends Fen to the ground opposite me. Meg comes to my side and tries to help me up. I'm too heavy for her, and the impact from the ground is brought forth and I'm too heavy for her. Fuck. Got some giggles. I'm too heavy for her, and the impact from the ground is brought forth. Oh, it's so hard to do when I have the giggles. I didn't have the giggles yesterday. Oh, giggles. We're in this book. No burping. On the next one. In the next book, yeah, the sequel to this one. It's a lot darker. This one gets pretty adulty. There's a couple scenes where they get hot and heavy. There's there's a couple graphic parts, like violently. Nothing too crazy in this one. It really gets crazy the next one. Okay. Let me go get more coffee. I'll stop Googling maybe. I'll be right back. One of these. Okay. Giggles are done. Rabbit. You saw a rabbit? What? Oh, my Easter one? Oh, yeah. I have so many sources. This is ridiculous. Okay, let's pull up Audacity. Come back. Here we go. I bounce off him onto the ground. Unaffected by my assault, he lets Fen go with a shove that sends Fen to the ground opposite me. Meg comes to my side and tries to help me up. I'm too heavy for her, and the impact from the ground has brought forth a new wave of dizziness. I'm too heavy for her, and the impact from the ground has brought forth a new wave of dizziness. Not bothering to disguise his annoyance, Koa pulls me to my feet using the rope in one swift motion, confirming my suspicion of having rope burns. He turns his back to me to face Fen. Next time, he points the tip of his knife into Fen's chest. Meg's trembling as she clenches onto my arm. This pisses me off. As if he can tell, Koa turns... Fuck! As if he can tell, Koa turns toward me expectantly. What do you want with us? I asked, not letting my anger go as she doesn't What do you want with us? I ask, not letting my anger go so he doesn't intimidate me with his gaze. Rest, he commands. Having something to protect this time, I won't settle. No, not until you tell us what you plan to do with us. He ignores me and places his knife back. Fuck. He ignores me and places his knife back into his... He ignores me and places his knife back into its holster. Don't have to burp again. Trying to break it up. I'm gonna break everything. Okay. He ignores me and places his knife back into its holster. I give Meg a nudge in Fen's direction. Looking at me confused, I nod to him. Giving her another nudge gets her to walk around Koa. She gives him ample space on her way to Fen and the hut opening. She's terrified of him. And that's when it hits me. I, possibly very foolishly so, am not. No, I say matter of fact. He turns his attention to me and raises his eyebrows. No, I say as a matter of fact. He turns his attention to me and raises his eyebrows. "No what?" he asks. "No, I won't rest, and no, I won't walk. You need us for something. You're hiding us from the others, or you wouldn't have reacted the way you did. You're hiding a... Fuck! No, I won't rest, and no, I won't walk. You need us for something. You're hiding us from the others, or you wouldn't have reacted the way to me making... No, I won't rest, and no, I won't talk." Fuck. The more I try, the harder it gets. "No, I won't rest, and no, I won't walk. You need us for something. You're hiding us from the others, or you wouldn't have reacted the way to... No, I won't rest, and no, I won't walk. You need us for something. You're hiding us from the others, or you wouldn't have reacted the way to me making... Why is it so hard? No, I won't rest, and no, I won't walk. You need us for something. You're hiding us from the others, or you wouldn't have reacted that way to me making noise. I won't let you take my friends blindly. I'll kick and scream and fight. Don't underestimate my ability to do so. Threatening me with your big stupid knife won't work on me. Fuck! Threatening you with your big stupid knife won't work either. I pointedly looked down to the shoes he strapped to my feet. With 3 long strides, he's inches from my face. Fen rushes to stand, but Koa takes his knife out. Without taking his eyes from me, Koa points the knife back at Fen, holding him down with a threat. Making my heartbeat quicken, he lowers his face. He lowers his face right in front of mine. I breathe through my mouth, not wanting to smell his breath or experience the heady effect it has on me. "Just tell me," I say, frustrated by my lack of options. It's possible we'd much less... It's possible we'd be much less What the fuck? I hate this book. Just tell me, I say, frustrated by my lack of options. It's possible we'd be much less difficult if we weren't so scared, I say, staring him square in the eyes, refusing to let his attempt at intimidation appear successful. Should we be scared? I ask. Do I scare you? He asks, looking more dangerous than he ever has. I answer without needing to think it over. No, I lie. I am sincerely frightened by him now. No. Hold on. Oh my god! I'm sincerely frightened by him. Okay, sorry. Am I still recording? Okay, good. I paused it. Hi, Koda, what's up? Clap, clap, clap your hands. Take it back now. Real slow. Dude, I started to say, I got you. I know what song that is. Okay. What's up, Kudo? I hope you're having a good day. This is not going well. This is terrible. I answer without needing to think it over. No. I lie because now I realize that I am sincerely frightened by him. It's not that I fear him hurting us. For some inexplicable reason, I know he won't. It's the intoxicating effect he has on me that's terrifying. I can promise you that you should be, he whispers. Now rest. We have a long way to go tomorrow. He adds loud enough for the others to hear before propping himself against a large tree, 20 feet from the opening of the hut. Meg, Fenn, and I settle down in the hut. The sun is making its way up, making the soft gray flowers that wind around the inside of the shelter visible. What happened to you guys, Meg? What happened to you guys? Meg, you didn't look like you could even move, and Fenn... I can't finish. Sitting next to him, touching my thigh to his, I lay my head on his shoulder. He wraps an arm around me, pulling me into him. He leans his face into... Pause. Hold on, I'm gonna reread that. Thank you. Oh my god, the egg and ice rating with a party of 14. What's up, guys? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you. Thanks for the follow, Chad Beta. Thank you for the follow, Gospel EXE. Hi, I'm not familiar with your stream. Let me see. Let me check you out. This is low-key stalk you real quick. Just a little bit. Thank you. Thank you so much for that raid. What were you streaming? I'm curious now. Oh, I clicked it 3 times. Oh, are you over? Mildly stalking you, just chatting. Okay. Oh, writing Wednesday. Cool, you're writing. Very nice. What do you like to write? I'm always excited to meet new writers. That writing tag is awesome. I hope you're having a great day. Welcome aboard. We're creating a very low quality Audible of my book Mistborn that I wrote a long time ago, and I need to finish the sequel. So we're gonna do this, and I forgot a lot of details about it. So we gotta wrap up the sequel. So we're doing an Audible. We're using Audacity, which is a completely free tool you can use if anyone's interested in creating their own Audible. Yeah. Okay. But I ignore chat, just so you guys know. I'm ignoring chat in between chapters, and it's just me reading and clapping a lot. We love read a lot. Okay, cool. It's a low quality one, but what a moment for read. We're doing some writing sprints today. No read aloud today. Okay, very cool. Welcome, guys. I usually play chess. Well, no, I'm a variety streamer. I play games and chess. Once in a while, we'll do reading. We are going to be creating or taking over our map of another young adult post-apocalyptic. I'm really excited for that. I don't have that up anymore, but that will be our next writing project that we're going to do on stream. Otherwise, I play lots of writing. I write romance in a variety of different genres. Very cool. Very, very cool. We're all over the place, but today was young adult urban fantasy sci-fi. Cool. I'm doing young adult post-apocalyptic sci-fi. So that sounds cool. Dystopian. Chess. Yeah, do you play chess? I hope Egg will one day to their own Audible recordings. This is so cool to see. Okay. Oh, heck yes. You play chess. Nice. We should play sometime. I stream probably the most chess out of my streams. But I stream Tuesday through Friday, like 10 a.m. Chicago time. I know how to play, but I'm not a chess player. That's okay. If you know how to play, you're a player. There's no... If you know how the pieces move. That's a start. I would love to see you play. I won't lie that I picked it back up after becoming obsessed with Queen's Gambit. It's funny. There's been a big boom. There's been a big chess boom since that show. It's funny. All right, let's get back to this terrible writing. This is torture. I don't know if you've read, if you've done your own Audible, like if you write big projects, but imagine reading something you wrote 5 years ago and you've written so much sense and it's just really bad, and then you have to read it out loud. So there's gonna be a lot of frustration. Okay, I'm going to go back to it. Thank you for the raid. And I have the worst case of giggles today, so I keep having to pause because I keep giggling at what I wrote. It's so bad. Alright. Serious face is on. Alright. Do I scare you? He asks, looking more dangerous than he ever has. I answer without needing to think it over. No. I lie because now I realize that I am sincerely frightened by him. It's not that I fear him hurting us. For some inexplicable reason, I know he won't. It's the intoxicating effect he can... It's the intoxicating effect he has on me that's terrifying. I can promise you that you should be, he whispers. Now rest. We have a long way to go tomorrow. He adds loud enough for the others to hear before propping himself against the large tree 20 feet from the opening of the hut. Meg, Fen, and I settle down in the hut. The sun is making its way up, making the soft gray flowers that wind around the inside of the shelter visible. What happened to you guys? Meg, you didn't look like you could even move, and Fen... I can't finish. Sitting next to him, touching my thigh to his, I lay my head on his shoulder. He wraps an arm around me, pulling me into him. He leans his face into me, resting his cheek on my hair. I thought you... His voice catches, so I interrupt. I know, I say. He kisses the braid running across the top of my head. How did you recover so fast? I ask. It wasn't fast. He didn't even start walking around again until just yesterday, Meg says. It only took one night? I ask. 1 night? Lou, you've been gone for nearly 4 days, she whispers. I look to Koa, who's watching us intently. I must have slept the whole time. I woke up tied up in a cave. Koa freed me and brought me here, I say, leaving out the death sentence part for Meg's sake. How did you guys get here? I ask. How did you guys get here? I ask Fen. He's apparently too busy glaring at Koa to answer, so I look to Meg. A long while after you left, he just showed up. He walked into the water and started pulling Elizabeth along the shoreline. I thought honest to goodness he was my imagination, so I just laid my head back down to sleep. I kinda remember him dragging us on this raft thingy. And then we were here, she says. He left us water and these awful berries. She hands me a lumpy purple berry covered in blue seeds. I bring my nose to the tiny fruit. It smells just like the paste from the cave. They're awful, she whispers, wrinkling up her little nose. He wouldn't answer any other questions. I didn't even know until now that he had... He wouldn't answer any other questions. I didn't even know what... Fuck. No, it starts like giggles. Don't start. He wouldn't answer any of our questions. I didn't even know it... Once I started so hard. He wouldn't answer any of our questions. I didn't even know until now he could talk. She leans in and lowers her voice so only we can hear. There's something about him, Lou. Something different. It kind of scares me a little, she whispers. I register movement from outside and look to see Koa has turned his attention to us. It's called being big and armed, Meg. He's just a person. A barbaric wild, says Fen. I don't state my disagreeing with him about the man being just a person. I don't want to scare Meg. Can you believe this place? It's just like Fen's stories, but real. The excitement in Meg's eyes make me... Can you believe this place? It's just like... It's so difficult. I know the feeling for sure. The feeling when you're like reading your old stuff and like I don't know how many writing courses or books or stories or whatever you've done since then, and you're like, wow, this is horrible, and you just want to change everything constantly. I can't look. It's a horrible feeling. Holy bananas. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you. The clap cuts, love it. Yeah, that shows me where I need to clip. That's for editing. Okay. Clap cuts. Exactly. Alright. Let's see what happens. Can you believe this place? It's just like Fenn's stories, but real. The excitement in Meg's eyes makes me smile. We're being held captive, Meg. Have you forgotten this animal won't let us leave? Says Fen sourly. Looking down to the foreign leather strapped to my feet, he spits out. Looking down to the foreign leather strapped to my feet, he spits out of the hut. Something he only does when he's mad. His name is Koa. I don't know why I say this, but it earns me a glare of my own. Well, I don't know about you, but I don't think I can do much escaping without some rest. My relaxed tone is unappreciated by Fen. I'll take first watch, he says. I don't say how useless I think it is. Instead, I slip the rope off my wrist and bury it the best I can, without drawing attention to myself. I fluff up. Okay. I fluff up some leaves to make a pillow as Meg crawls beside me and snuggles herself against my side. Turning toward her, I take a thick strand of her hair and drape it over my eyes to block out the sun. This makes her giggle, and with that lovely sound swimming around in my head, I instantly drift off to much-needed sleep. When I wake up, Meg is still sleeping. I look over to Fen, propped up against the hut wall in a sitting position with his head slumped forward. I look over to Fen, propped up against the hut. I look over to Fen, propped up against the hut wall in a sitting position, with his head slumped up for. Why is this? Why do I have to write things? Well, who wrote this? It's so hard to read. I look over to Fen, propped up against the hut wall in a sitting position, with his head slumped forward. He gently snores with his body pointed in Koa's direction, or at least his last known position. He's nowhere to be seen. As quietly as I can manage, I leave the hut. Stretching my arms up, my back cracks, and all my aches finish waking me up. To my great relief, my mind feels much clearer. With the sun directly above us now, the forest is a completely new sight to drink in. It's noisier now, too. Birds with different pitches and singing patterns fill the air. The soft sound of water rolling over rocks underneath it all. I'm surrounded by lush greenery of all shapes and sizes, dotted with patches of bold colored berries and flowers. I look up at the mesmerizing patterns in the sky. Small pieces of sunlight fall through geometric shapes, creating the most beautiful artwork I've ever seen. I feel like I'm in a dream. A far too vibrant and sense-flooding dream, but a dream nonetheless. I turn slowly, scanning up and down, trying to take in as much as possible. My eyes land on pieces of koa that aren't blocked by foliage. I'm surprised to see he's sitting beside the stream with his back to me, way too far to hear us. Wondering if now would be our time to escape. I take one step toward him. He instantly directs his full attention to me and watches me carefully as I approach. The intensity makes me feel nervous, so I focus on where I'm putting my feet instead of him. With each step closer I get, the feeling he produces intensifies. It's everything I have to keep the excitement it brings off my face. He's sitting on a log, chewing on a dark, wrinkled strip the size of the hilt of his knife. I'm careful to keep my eyes on the water, as I sit a few feet from him. I'm relieved he doesn't say anything about the rope. My wrists are sore. Avoiding his eye contact doesn't last long. I look up and yes, he's still looking at me with those eyes. Those hazel eyes I know I should be guarded against. I won't let you hurt my friends, I say, not sure if I've ever meant anything more. I believe you, he says simply. He extends the mystery food out to me, not breaking eye contact. Entranced, it takes me a minute to break from his gaze. Taking the piece from him, I bring it to my nose. The smell is completely unfamiliar, but it makes my mouth water. I'm grateful when he turns his attention to the water. Examining the wrinkled strip, I stick the tip of my tongue to Examining the wrinkled strip, I stick the tip of my tongue to it for a taste. I can't taste much beyond salt, so I pop the whole piece into my mouth. I'm unable to bite through, instead I'm forced to chew, and it's like my mouth can't stop. I just keep chewing and chewing. I'm vaguely aware of my eyes closing as my mouth continues to water. Salty, savory sensation. So hard to say. Say that 10 times fast, guys. Salty, savory sensations blissfully fill every mind. Hold on, I need a minute. Go guys. Salty, savory sensations blissfully fill everybody. Super easy. Oh, there you go. Oh my god, there. Yeah, you nailed it, Marco. Well done. Macro, not Mark. Mark. Okay, can I call you Mark? Okay. Alright. I'm getting hungry. Okay. There we go. Salty, savory sensations blissfully fill every bite. I've never in my life tasted anything so good. Not even cranberry pie. Something registers on my wall, but I easily ignore it and refocus on my taste buds. With all the extra saliva in my too full mouth, a bit of spit slips past my lips and drips down my chin. I open my eyes to see Koa watching me, with a touch of amusement at the corner of it. His eyes. I can't. Oh, I said I wasn't gonna edit. I said I wasn't gonna do it. I hate how I'm so redundant. Like, that's the biggest problem with this writing. I'm still recording shit. With all the extra saliva in my too full mouth, a bit of spit slips past my lips and drips down my chin. I look up to see Koa watching me with a touch of amusement at the corner of his eyes. Wiping my chin, I ignore the wave of heat that hits my cheeks and continue to work on the meat. Little bites help, he says. I scoop some water with my hands and splash the hot spots on my face. I've never seen a face get so red, he says with an actual smile. Turning my gaze to his perfect face brings worrisome fluttering into my stomach, and the lightheadedness I thought I got rid of comes back. What the blasted hell is wrong with me? I wonder. This man is very much a danger to me, I admit. Staring down at the log he sits on, I focus on a cluster of crimson-caped mushrooms growing on the side of it. There's thousands of tiny clear bubbles growing and popping over and over again on each of them. The way it consistently changes, how it catches the light makes it sparkle. I'm grateful for an easy distraction as I try to question him. What's going to happen to us? My voice is soft as I keep my eyes on the mushrooms. We will walk. Not sure what worked this time. I keep my eyes on the mushrooms, not wanting to spook whatever's happening here. Why do you need us? He hesitates but goes on. There are people there. Different people than my own. They are said to be very dangerous. They kill on sight, he says. That still doesn't answer why you need us. I look up and now he's the one looking down. I need you because you look like them. Look like me? Could it be? Is it possible my father, my real dad, is somewhere out here still? I feel that funny, immeasurable thing labeled hope twinkling in my chest. Maybe this could be my father's people. Maybe he's there, maybe he has family there. The twinkling of hope seems to get brighter, only to be dulled a second later as I revisit. only to be dulled a second later as I revisit Koa's words. Kill on sight plays back in my mind. You want us to go to a group of people known to kill on sight? I ask. You will be safe. They won't kill who they think is their own, he says, displeased as he stares into the running water. Why do you need to get there so bad? I ask, but he doesn't answer. And then what? I ask, irritated by this plan I know nothing about. That's not for you to worry about, he flatly replies. I decide what I worry about, I retort. I let myself roll this around a bit in my mind. These could indeed be my father's people. Maybe they will accept us and we can settle with them. Fuck. It was a loud noise. Planet Chess Club! In the house! How you doing, Planet Chess Club? Looks like Audacity to me. Yeah, it is. Do you use it? I'm doing well. I'm not reading well. I'm not reading good stuff. But I feel fine. I think I smoked. I shouldn't have smoked before. I keep getting the giggles. I read a funny line and I just keep giggling. It's really bad. It's a problem today. I didn't have that problem yesterday. But they're gonna get all sexy too, and I'm gonna get all giggly. Reading it out loud is so horrible. It is its own torture. Okay. Why do I hear... Oh, it's because I have your stream open. Okay. Alright, we're gonna get back to work. It's good to see you. Yeah, it helps me relax before reading aloud. What does? Smoking? I'm about to go smoke real quick, actually. Let me go take a puff and go pee real quick. I'll be right back. You can tell an audio guy because he can tell from just the waveform. Ha, that's awesome. Fun. Just club. Never read the sexy stuff on stream though. You've never read the sexy stuff on stream? I'm gonna read through the whole thing. It's young adult, but it definitely pushes the boundary of young adult a little bit here. I think I get a little maybe. I mean, it's all fine. It's totally fine. I'll be back. Hey, okay, what's up? How's it going? Whew! Okay, let's do this. Right. Okay. Ready? Where's Audacity? The Audacity. The term garage break has caught on around our communities. Garage break? Okay. Nice. I just took a garage bathroom break. It's good to know. Okay. Let's take it from this point. I don't know where I left off. I decide what I worry about, I retort. I let myself roll this around a bit in my mind. These could indeed be my father's people. Maybe they will accept us and we can settle with them. Maybe they'll help us find a way back to the bard to let the others know. I decide him taking us isn't a bad thing. What else do we have to go on? And with his intentions to keep us alive, he's probably our best bet of surviving this enigmatic place. When do we leave? I ask. Soon, he says, pushing himself up to stand. I do the same, much less gracefully. Fuck. This fucking writing! I hate this book! Let's do it. Soon, he says, pushing himself up to stand. I do the same, with much less grace. I follow him to just outside the hut where Meg and Fen are still asleep. He kneels beside it and starts to dig with his hands. I lean over him and try to get a better look at what he's doing. He stops, turning his head to look at me, like an annoyed parent would who is patiently waiting for the child to explain themselves. I turn, trying to hide the flash of red I can feel coming across my cheeks. Blasted hell, this has got to stop. I step out of sight behind him. Fen emerges from the tent looking ashamed that he fell asleep. He steps protectively in between Koa and me. I wrap my arm around his shoulders and lean my head on his other. It's a silent thank you for caring, even if I do find it unnecessary. His eyes don't leave Koa. Whatever he was digging for, he seems to have found, pulling out a large sack along with what looks to be a bow that consists of a large bent piece of carved wood with its ends tied together by a long string. The pack is big enough to cover his whole back. He sets it down, looking at us. Looking irritated, his eyes go over the hand I have on Fen's shoulder. As if trying to prove something, Fen wraps his arm around my waist possessively. Fen wraps his arm around my waist possessively. Koa ignores Fen's glare and looks only at me. Wake the little one. We leave now, he says. Chapter 12. Okay. I'm on break 2. Enjoy your break, planet. In my winter garage right now, aka bathroom. Yes, exactly. My winter garage. Yeah. I'm lucky the garage is everywhere. That's nice. Mine is sometimes. It depends. Damn, I'm glad I decided to read here. I am too, Mark. Oh, Mark. Appreciate it. The great universal garage, writing chest, garage breaks, muck kind of crew. Nice. It's good to have you on the Planet Chess. If you guys want to follow an awesome chess streamer, Planet Chess Club. It's pretty sweet. Girls, what's the bathroom here? It's fucking cold right now. Where do you live? I'm in Minnesota. So I assume you're got some snow. Yeah, we decided to try and keep the smell down in this place, so we stick to certain spots. I have a vape too, so it doesn't smell that much. It's not so smelly. I can I've walked through in stores doing it and people don't notice. It's funny. Okay. Burp. Okay, let's get some exciting shit happening. Chapter 12. When she's up, I take Meg to get a drink before the three of us follow Koa upstream. We end up falling back, walking a good 20 feet behind him. Surprisingly, Koa doesn't turn to check that we're still there a single time. I've got a plan, Fen whispers to me. We take shifts. He has to sleep eventually. When he does, I'll go for the knife and... I have very good hearing, cuts in Koa. Turning away to hide my traitorous smirk, I pretend to be interested in a bright red prickly bush on my right. I know where he's taking us, I say, matching Fen's quiet tone unnecessarily. Fen waits for me to go on. He knows of people. People he said that look like us. Whatever that means. He's going to bring us there. He needs us because they don't like people who don't look like them, apparently. I inform him. So you trust what he's saying? Have you gone completely mental? His hushed voice rises. I wait for Koa to turn around, but he doesn't. What do you propose we do instead, Fen? How will we get food or shelter? How will we protect ourselves? We have no weapons. Who knows what's out here? I say too quiet for Meg to hear. You've read every plant foraging book on the Bard. I know you have. We can stick to the stuff you recognize. We're surrounded by food. He points to a tree with a big multicolored ball. With big multicolored balls hanging from it, resembling colorfully dyed coconuts. That may be, but I don't recognize anything, I say. I don't believe you. You probably have every single book on that thing memorized, he counters. It's not that I can't remember them. It's just that I have yet to run into a single plant from any of them. Everything's different. I have no idea what anything is. I keep going before he can interrupt. This could be a place we could settle, or at least get help getting back to the Bard. He looks at me if I just said something incredibly stupid. Why the heck would you ever want to go back to that water prison? Wow. Why the heck would you ever want to go back to that water prison? He spits out. Are you kidding? I stop, and Koa stops nearly simultaneously without turning back. We have to go back. We have to let everyone know about this. That there's more. That they're not stuck there. We have to go back, Fen. He doesn't reply, so I keep walking. Koa starts back up after I take my first step. This is a good thing, Fen. We don't have what we need to survive. We have no idea where we're going. We need him, I say. I can tell he doesn't like it, but he doesn't respond. After a few hours, we walk into a forest with trees thicker than my compartment was. At the Bard. The sun has disappeared behind the forest, and the air has become chilly. We follow Koa as he turns away from the stream and begins to walk directly toward the largest tree in sight. The thing is truly massive. That's what she said. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have smoked. It would take me a lengthy time just to walk around the base of it. It's so huge. Oh my god. I can't. I'm like a 12-year-old boy. Okay. That's what she said. Okay. You have to say that after that. Okay, wait. The thing is truly massive. It would take me a lengthy time just to walk around the base of it. It's so huge. He sets his pack on the ground and begins to clear away the thick debris that's covering the trunk. Oh my god. Now when you think of it as a penis, that's all I can think of. Take me a lengthy time. Like, okay. I totally ruined it for myself. The thing is truly massive. If I did this for, like, our Wednesday reading nights where I do, like, the ASMR reading, the thing is truly massive. It would take me a lengthy time just to walk around the base of it. It's so huge. He sets his pack on the ground and begins to clear away the thick debris that's covering the trunk. Pulling away the ivy underneath, he reveals the creases of a rounded door. Okay. Okay. Serious pants are on. But once you think of it, that's like, it's so hard. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. We're just gonna go right through it. We follow Koa as he turns away from the stream and begins to walk directly toward the largest tree in sight. The thing is truly massive. It would take me a lengthy time just to walk around the base of it. It's so huge. He sets his pack on the ground and begins to clear away the thick debris that's covering the trunk. Pulling away the ivy underneath, he reveals the creases of a rounded door. He pulls a piece of varnished wood from his pack that has been cut into detailed shapes at the end and puts the piece in a small hole near the crease. Inching it in, then turning it 90 degrees, the door pops open. Koa ducks down and steps into the tree. Unbelievable, I murmur to myself. The rest follow Koa in, but I take a few steps back to examine the tree. Giant, healthy leaves sprawl out above my head for what I wouldn't doubt to be at least a mile. The tree is very much still alive. Unbelievable, I say again before I follow the rest in. The tree has been hollowed. With small circles letting in some light so you can see well enough. In the center of the large room is a rustic table with 4 chairs tucked under it. The natural knots and bends of the wood make it look as though it were made to be here. Stairs cut directly into the tree spiral up, leading to individual rooms that have been cut into the enormous branches. What is this place? I ask as I test the first step with my foot. It's solid. It used to be a watch post for raiders. Now it's just me that uses it. I come here to hunt sometimes, Koa says. He goes to a wooden hutch that has been cut directly into the wall. He pulls out a ceramic pot with a lid on top of it and pulls out a handful of mixed dried fruits and nuts. From it. Using his hands as a scoop, he drops 3 piles onto the table, and the 4th he pours directly into his mouth. I pull out a chair from the table and pull my pile toward me. Meg does the same, inching her chair over so that it is right next to mine. Her eyes look heavy, and as soon as she sat, her head has started to sway. Meg has never done well with lack of sleep. I doubt she'll be able to last much longer. Where do we sleep? I ask. Koa nods up the staircase. I finish my food quickly and give Meg's arm a shake. Her eyes have already closed while her head rests on her hand. Come on, up we go, kid, I say. I take her hand and lead her up the stairs. Fen, looking just as bad as Meg, follows behind. Koa, unfortunately, stays at the table. We go around in 2 complete circles before the stairs lead into a large room that's been carved into a branch. 4 beds protruding from the wall are stacked on top of each other with a single ladder leading all the way to the top. A single circle has been cut out of the wall as a window. You can tell by the rounded growth that surrounds it that it used to be much bigger than the head-sized hole that it is now. That's a hard one. You can tell by the rounded growth that surrounds it that it used to be much bigger than the head-sized hole it is now. Each bed is covered by a thin, squishy mat and a cover that has been patched together with mismatched fabric. With the natural grooves and colors of the wood, bright dashes of color from the covers, and the blue rug that's been woven with the natural grooves and colors of the wood, bright dashes of color from the covers. This is so hard. With the natural grooves and colors of the wood, bright dashes of color from the covers, and the blue rug that's been woven in a circle. This is a tough sentence. With the natural grooves and colors of the wood, bright dashes of color from the covers, and the blue rug that's been woven in a with the natural grooves and colors of the wood, bright dashes of color from the covers, and the blue rug that's been woven in a circle spread across most of the floor. The room exudes comfort in a way the bard could never. Meg crawls into the bottom bed without hesitation. Are you going to bed too? She asks me. Yeah, I'll be right above you, I say. Okay, good. Oh, Lou, this blanket is so soft, she says, pulling the covers up to her chin. Good night, Lulu. I love you, she says as she closes her eyes. Good night, kid, I whisper back. I climb to the bunk above Meg. Fen follows. I crawl into the cozy bunk and Fen stops just beside me. You know, this could probably fit two. You know, if you're comfortable being in a strange place or whatever. You know, this thing could probably fit two. You know, if you're uncomfortable being in a strange place or whatever, he whispers. I think I'll be alright. I won't let myself laugh at his failed attempt at nonchalance and only smile at the sweetness of it instead. Thanks, though, I add. Anytime, he says as he climbs to his own bed. I'll be listening and ready to jump off if I hear anything. Try to get some sleep, he says from above me. If I had to guess, I'd say it's been an hour. I'm a little surprised when Fen's heavy breathing turns to light snoring. I guess there's only so long you can be too on guard to sleep. I'm glad, though. He needs it. Me, on the other hand, I'm nowhere near being able to sleep. My mind is fully awake, and I've been straining to listen for any sign of Koa since Fen settled in. It has shown to be an impossible task to keep him... Oh, my stomach crawl. I don't know if you could hear it. It has shown to be an impossible task to keep him from my mind. What is he doing? I haven't heard him make a sound. The thought of him awake by himself makes me feel even more restless. Is he sleeping? This tossing and turning is driving me nuts. Maybe if I just poked my head down the stairs, I'd be able to tell. I push the covers off, and as quietly as I can manage, I step down the ladder. When I'm on the last rung, I hear Fen's snoring stop, and I freeze. I don't even dare to breathe. I hear the rustling of him repositioning himself before the snores come back. Letting out the breath I was holding, I step out of the room. My heart is beating faster, and I feel as though I'm sneaking off to see Elizabeth. I step onto the staircase as silently as I can manage. I lay myself down on my belly and lean my face over the edge of the platform. I can't see anything. Turning my head to the side, I listen. Nothing. He must be asleep. The disappointment that drops into my stomach takes me off guard, making me feel ridiculous. I push myself up, ready to turn back to bed when a faint grinding sound from below makes me freeze. With that single sound, my pulse quickens. Getting to my feet, I tiptoe as gingerly as possible down the staircase. I make it all the way down to the main floor without him anywhere in sight. The grinding sound continues, stopping and going. The room is dark, and I have to put my hands out so I don't accidentally bump into the table. I'm almost certain I'd be afraid to be down here alone if it wasn't for the feeling inside me that tells me he's nearby. A faint orange glow catches my attention from beside the hutch. I make my way over, careful not to breathe too loudly. There's another staircase going down, partially hidden by the hutch, and much narrower than the one going up. Partially hidden by the hutch, and much narrower. That's a terrible word to use. Partially hidden by the hutch, and much narrower than the one going up. I missed it before. Slowly, I lay myself down on the dirt floor and angle my head down. I can see the side of his head blocking out the light from the candle behind it. He's shirtless, sitting on a thin bed with something out on his lap. The grinding sound stops. You don't have to stay up there in the dark. His voice, although quiet, gives me a start. How did you know I was there? I ask as I stand to my feet and walk down the steps. He doesn't answer. I can't sleep, I add, feeling embarrassed for spine. Are you uncomfortable being in a strange place? He asks, taking me off guard using Fen's words. No, I'm just antsy, I say, thinking of the offer. No, I'm just antsy, I say, thinking of the offer he must have heard Fanny give me. "And what is the meaning of antsy?" he asks, keeping his eyes on the knife he's sharpening. Fidgety? Uneasy? Wound up?" I say as I look around the tiny room. Under the bottom of the tree now, the walls are nothing but thick roots packed in dirt. The area is tiny and much more claustrophobic than the room above. There's a single bed he sits on and nothing else but a small table beside it. I'm suddenly achingly aware of how much privacy we have. And what has you so wound up? He takes his eyes from his work to look at me. Oh hell, there go the cheeks. "Strange place," I say dumbly. The hint of a smile crosses his lips before he stands up. I don't dare move a muscle as he takes 2 long steps to stand directly in front of me. Inches from me, the smell of him hits me, and I'm reminded of the time my legs went to jelly on the beach. He reaches his hands up above me and puts his supplies in a cubby that I didn't realize sits above my head. He leans in, and the inside of his arm and chest make contact with my skin. Taking a small sip of air, I hold my breath as an excited shiver runs through me. Was it an accident? With how graceful and impossibly aware of his movements he is, I'd have a hard time believing he's ever accidentally bumped into anything in his life. With his supplies in their place, he lowers his arms but doesn't back up. We look at each other, and the curious change in his eyes confirms what I suspected. It wasn't an accident. He was testing something. Judging by his intrigued expression, whatever the outcome of his little experiment was, he's perplexed by it. I cough as an excuse to step away before I spontaneously combust. "I need more information," I say desperately. He raises his eyebrows and waits for me to go on. "How long will we be traveling?" I ask, keeping my eyes down to watch my twisting hands. "It's hard to say. I'm not quite sure how much the 3 of you can handle yet." He answers in his I can say anything and still. "It's hard to say. I'm not quite sure how much the 3 of you can handle yet." He answers in his I can say anything and it'll be the most seductive thing you've ever heard voice. "And what happens to us when we get there?" I ask. "Well, I imagine that's largely dependent on what you want to happen," he answers. "Will it be safe?" I ask. "It depends on the way you believe the word safe to be defined." "It depends on the way you believe the word safe is to be defined," he says as he searches. "It depends on the way you believe the word safe to be defined," he says as he scratches his temple with his index finger. What kind of answer is that? If you're taking us off somewhere dangerous, He takes a step towards me and cuts me off. He takes a step toward me and cuts me off. "I won't let you leave." My stomach keeps growling. Can you guys hear it? Stop it! Stop it! We're creating an animal. Oh, I should eat some Cheetos. That could help. Clap on. Clap off. Clap on. Clap off. The clapper. Exactly. Okay. Oh, this is so steamy. No, it's not. Just wait. It's gonna go so hot. It's juicy. Okay, I'm ready. Oh. Okay, here we go. Don't crawl, stomach. He takes a step toward me and cuts me off. "I won't let you leave. I have waited for an opportunity such as you to arise for a very long time. You can fight it, but you will lose. It is not my intention to hurt you. I can promise I will do everything in my power to keep you and your companion safe." He looks so intensely into my eyes. I don't know how, being the most skeptical person I know, but I believe him. How would we be any safer in this strange world without him anyways? Oh my gosh. "When do we leave?" I ask. Early tomorrow, he says, crossing his arms over his robust chest. This is the end of our land. There are no other structures for us to use from here on, he warns. How was this even built? And without killing it, I ask, feeling grateful for an excuse to back away from his overwhelming stature. I go to the far end of the room to feel the side of the thick root that's embedded into the wall opposite him. It's a good friend of mine's design. He's very clever with such things. I'm so excited for this character. In the next book, this character in the next book is one of my favorite characters I've ever created. He's so crazy and funny and wild and free and brilliant. I love him. He likes to be naked. Okay. Anyways. I'm excited. The sequel's super fun for me. Okay. Anyways. It's a good friend of mine's design. He's very clever with such things, he says. He must be, I admire as I graze my hand over the rough bark of a root. Do you have a lot of friends missing you back home? I ask as I nervously take a seat on the bed without winking. I ask, do you have a lot of friends missing you back home? I ask as I nervously take a seat on the bed without thinking. I leave a lot, he says. You seem to be very far from home. Who have you left to miss you? He asks. I'm not much of a people person, I admit. I doubt your companions think that, he says. I love Meg like she's my sister. I'd do anything to keep her safe, I say honestly. And the other? He's very protective of you, he says. We're just friends, I spit out without knowing why. Good friends, best friends, I say, feeling idiotic. He sits down on the bed and leans against the wall. We're so close I can almost feel his warmth drifting toward me. The air changes and I can feel the strange current he gives me off. The air changes and I can feel the strange current he gives off getting stronger. I could reach over and he would be there, right there. He doesn't look at you like you're his best friend, he claims as if he were an He doesn't look at you. He doesn't look at you like you're his best friend, he claims as if it were an undeniable fact. Don't you have any good friends? I ask as I nervously push this. Don't you have any good friends? I ask as I nervously push the cuticles on my nails back, trying not to think of the fact that we're both sitting on a bed, arms reach away from each other. I know the way someone looks at a person when they want them, he says directly. And how do you look when you want someone? I ask. And how do you look when you want someone? I ask, pausing my hands. I bring my gaze to meet his. He waits a moment before answering. Well, that's a difficult question to answer. How would you describe the way I look? He asks. Fire sparks in my cheeks. Tired, I say shortly. I forgot I added this. I remember going through it and at the end I'm like, I need more between I need something earlier. I remember adding this entire tree for it scene isn't this funny? Oh, this is torture. Okay. What's that sound? Okay. Alright. He waits a moment before answering. Well, that's a difficult question to answer. How would you describe the way I look? He asks. Fire sparks in my cheeks. Tired, I say shortly. I stand up and do a horrible job at faking a yawn. I am too. I think I better head up, I add. I make my way up 2 steps before I stop and turn. Why are you following me? I ask. I've seen the way you stumble about. Those stairs are unforgiving in the dark, he says. He pauses a moment as if He pauses a moment, as if considering something. Settling whatever he was debating, he takes my hand into his own. He pauses and his eyes close just before he turns away from me. Something in the energy that surrounds him flickers in a physically palpable way. Pure invigoration conflicts with the sedating, calming sensation. As confusing as it may be, I don't want it to stop. A nearly inaudible sound escapes his lips as he turns away and silently leads me up to the room before disappearing. A nearly inaudible sound escapes his lips as he turns away and silently leads me up to the room before disappearing back into the dark. I feel almost dizzy as I crawl up the ladder into bed, feeling more awake than ever. I wonder when this unstoppable grin will ever relax. We continue our upstream hike first thing in the morning. Like he said. Judging by the sun's movement, we walk until evening time before Meg starts to have trouble. We have to stop, I yell up to Koa, who's taken the lead. He continues up the path. It's too soon, we keep walking. He flatly replies without so much as slow. He continues up the path. It's too soon, we keep walking. He flatly replies without so much as slowing down. Hey! I take one jogging step toward Koa before Fen grabs me by my forearm. Hey! I take one jogging step toward Koa before Fen grabs me by my... Hey! I take one jogging step toward Koa before Fen grabs me by the forearm to stop me. With his attention, I summon the most annoyed look I can imagine. Oh my god. With his attention, I summon the most annoyed look I can muster. You don't control me, I tell him with my eyes before yanking free. Hey, I'm talking to you. The polite thing is to stop and look at me. The sight of Meg's exhaustion adds to the harshness of my tone. He abruptly stops, turning his attention to me, and waits for me to continue. It takes me off guard and my cheeks go hot again. Blasted hell, this ridiculous thing. Ignoring my embarrassment, I continue. We need to rest. We're still recuperating. My voice rises angrily, even though I'm inches from his face. How useful are you to you if we die from exhaustion? How useful are we to you if we die from exhaustion? I'm not sure if that's really a thing, but I say it as emphatically as I can anyways. I think I see him bring his face just a teensy bit closer to mine, but then I think I might have imagined it. Did I also imagine the softness I thought I saw in him last night? As he coolly replies, I catch the damning scent. If we stop now, then we walk longer tomorrow, he says. I take a step back to take an untainted breath of air. Great, I say, avoiding his eyes. I don't know why, but breaking eye contact with him is somehow a physically hard thing to do. I said I wasn't going to do this. I don't know why, but breaking eye contact with him is somehow a physically difficult thing to do. Turning to the stream, I splash some... I'm getting tongue-tied. I think I have to stop. Oi! Oi! Oi, oi, oi! No, I really want to do the parts. Nah, we're gonna finish part 2. What chapter are we on? Oh my god! It's okay. I want to get to the first scary part. I want to say it like really spookily too. And then like the sexy scenes, I'm gonna do like, I want to sound like a porn star. Okay, it's okay. I'm kind of kidding. All right. Ugh. Okay. Here we go. Turning to the stream, I splash some cold water on my face to cool down. Meg is already sitting down, looking ready to tip over and fall asleep right there. Fen glares at me like a traitor. What's his deal? I got us some much-needed rest. He should be happy. Koa sets his bow and back down on the ground. Opening the top, he pulls out a large, familiar piece of fabric. Setting it on the ground, he continues to go through his pack. That's ours, I say, taking the piece of cloth that was once our sail. Koa ignores me and pulls out another bladed tool, similar to an axe. It's double-bladed but has a shorter handle than the ones I've seen in print. He secures it to his belt next to his knife. Picking his bow up, he pulls a single wooden arrow from his pack. Beautiful cerulean blue feathers ringed by metallic outlines are attached opposite the arrow. I watch him as he walks from the stream toward a thick patch of forest. Where are you going? I call out. Stay here, he orders. He's already completely out of sight, blocked by greenery before I can think of a response. Meg is curled up next to a large rock with her eyes closed. Fen sits next to her staring down at the water. I can see that he's planning something, so I go and sit beside him and begin tossing small pebbles into the stream, one by one, liking the sound they make. He's the first to speak. I can't believe it, he says quietly. I watch him as his eyes seem the most relaxed I've seen since we've been reunited. I'm scared I'm going to wake up to find this was all a hallucination, and we're still in a boat. I say. I'm scared I'm going to wake up to find this was all a hallucination, and we're still in the boat. I say. I guess I'm in a bit of shock myself, having to be on guard with Creature Man over there. It's hard for anything else to register, really. I don't trust him, Lou. There's something about him that's not right, he says, turning to me to gauge my reaction. I know what you mean, is all I can think of to say back. What if those people are any better than the leadership on the Bard? He says. What else can we do? I shrug, tossing 3 pebbles in at once. He doesn't have an answer for this, but I can see he's searching for one. Chapter 13. Oh, crushing it! I'm wondering if it's gonna go better if I'm more high or less high. Just trying a garage break. I'm gonna take one more garage break. For science. For scientific purposes. I'll be right back. And then we're gonna hit up chapter 13 called I Feel the Fluttering in My Stomach. All the chapter titles are the beginning of the... Yeah, I said it right. Bye. For science. It's exactly science. Okay. Yeah, we go, Capitan. Accept me on the Insta. Okay. I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna do it right now. Sorry. I'm on drugs. I accept you. I accept you. Yeet. I'm gonna follow you back. Look at your cute self. Ooh. Ooh. Gonna have some material to look over. Okay. sounding goofy. I really want you to read a Lovecraft short story on stream one day. I could, yeah. And like, I did, like on Halloween. I guess I didn't do it last year. I did the year before. I did a bunch of scary short stories. Those are fun. I was like dressed up as a witch. It's really fun. And I try to be spooky. Enjoy. Okay. Here we go. Just kidding. Chapter 13. I feel the fluttering in my fuck. Thank you for the follow. I don't know if I can pronounce that. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Likewise. Nice planet, just go. Nice. I stand and say accept it. Ooh, well, must be me. Must be me. Okay. I appreciate that follow. Thank you. That shouldn't get picked up on Audacity, but it's still okay. I might ignore future follows. I'm gonna just ignore chat until chapters, unless I really fuck up. Okay, which will probably happen. I've got the giggles a little bit. Af is fine? Okay. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. I'm Joetta. You can call me Joe or Joey, though. As you wish. Okay. Chapter 13. I feel the fluttering in my stomach before I hear Koa come out of the thicket of trees. His bow slung on his back. He holds a bloodied arrow in one hand and a ball of grey fur in the other. He plops it down on the ground and takes two uneven rocks, about the size of my palm, in front. He plops it down on the ground and takes two uneven rocks above the... Why do I keep saying above? He plops it down on the ground and takes two uneven rocks, about the size of my palm, from his sack. A dirty blue covered with... Who wrote this bullshit? A dirty blue, covered with metallic specks. They're unlike any of the rocks lying around. Grabbing some dead grass from the ground, he bundles it into a ball. Taking the two rocks, he strikes one with the other, and a splash of sparks falls onto the grass. The grass catches, and what I know to be fire, although I've never seen it before. He feeds it little twigs, one by one, until the blaze triples in size. When it looks pretty stable, he steps away and disappears back into the forest. The fire is hypnotizing to watch. The flames dance around as if they were just as alive as anything else. I look to Fen, who's engrossed by it as me. I look to Fen, who's as engrossed by it as me. Meg wakes up and takes a seat next to me. Her eyes wide and mouth makes a small O as she watches. What is... She reaches her hand to touch it, but I grab it before she can. It's called fire, and it's hot. Way too hot to touch, I say. Koa comes back with larger sticks that he props up so that he can surround the fire in a teepee. Slowly they catch, causing the whole thing to double in size. The heat increases, and we all, with the exception of Koa, take a step back. I carefully untie the leather from my feet and put them closer to the blaze. The heat feels amazing on my feet. The way it warms reminds me of the hot tub of the water in the storage pod. I immediately push the memory away and categorize it as something my wall should take care of from now on. Koa takes his knife out along with the dead bundle of fur. He pulls the skin on the back of its neck up and pierces it with his knife. Steadily pulling it around the animal's neck, he makes a complete circle. When he gets all the way around, he sets the knife down beside him. Fen misses the glance Koa gives him because, like Meg, he can't take his eyes off the animal. Koa grabs the fur, and with one tug he pulls the skin all the way down to its feet, exposing light pink tissue wrapped in blue veins. Ew! Meg turns away to face the stream just as I hear her gag. Fen lets out a very manly clearing of the throat before he joins her. I lean in closer. Koa cuts away the hanging skin, then lays the animal down on the ground. With his knife, he cuts its stomach open. Reaching in with his bare hand, he pulls out all its entrails. He then attaches what's left to a stick and props it up over the fire so that it can be easily turned. I turned to the pile of entrails and couldn't be more fascinated. "Are you done with these?" I ask as I point to the pile. He nods, trying to disguise his curiosity as he watches me. I find a stick and poke the pile. Trying to open it up with it doesn't work, so I use my hands and pull out organ by organ. I'm looking for similarities and differences from the thousands of fish I've seen. I piece together the different systems and do my best to guess the processes they go through. More similar than different, it's larger and warmer than fish. And is that 2 hearts? Oh, how I wish I had my book to sketch this out. I take a series of mental pictures and commit them to memory instead. Ripping the biggest organ open with my fingers, I figure it's the stomach by the grainy yellow mush inside of it. Once my curiosity is fully satisfied, I look up to see Koa still watching, bewildered if not slightly amused looking. "What?" I ask, taking a mental picture of this new look I decided is my favorite. "Nothing," he says, hiding the hint of a smile playing at his mouth as he looks down and shakes his head in a disbelieving manner. I rinse my hands next to Fen. Meg is on the other side of him, experimenting with the sound of different things make when tapped with twigs. Her face lights up from all the new possibilities. "You're gross," says Fen as he bumps me with his shoulder. "I know." I smile at the very normal Fen thing to say. A loud crackling noise interrupts our first relaxed moment together. We turn our heads to see Koa hacking at a dead tree the width of my thigh. He chops the tree into logs the length of my forearm before splitting them in half lengthwise. He takes the smallest piece and puts it back into the sack. The meat is nearly blackened now. He slides it onto a large flat rock next to the fire and cuts it from the carcass into individual pieces. He takes a small piece in his hand and sits far enough into the tree lines to make him difficult to see. Somewhat subconsciously, I watch him as I walk up to the rock with the rest of the meat. I grab a piece and have to instantly drop it before it burns my hand. How did he? I ignore the question for now. I have a feeling there's an endless supply where it concerns him. Walking to the pile of wood, I take one of the split pieces and turn the flat side up. Quickly, I grab 3 burnt hot pieces of meat and place it on the wood before I take a seat between Fen and Meg. We wait a minute for it to cool, and Meg grabs the first piece. Taking a big bite of it, she sets the rest back on the wood while she chews. "It's really good," she emphatically mumbles through quick puffs of air as she tries to cool down her mouth. It's her face while she does this that causes Fen and me to laugh. I'm hit with the awareness of that being the first time that happened since we got here. It feels good to have something once so common for us to happen. It reminds me of the hourglass. Funny how things like that can tip over without you even realizing it. I'm still smiling when Fen finally reaches for his piece. Carefully watching him chew into the first bite, a lame shrug is the reaction I get. He looks over to me, watching him. "It's all right," he says plainly. I roll my eyes at his indifference. We both know how excited he is to try something other than fish. As I grab the third piece, my stomach painfully grumbles once the scent hits my nose. I take a bite and, "Oh, blasted hell," I mumble through the whole piece I shoved into my mouth. Meg finishes hers with just as much enthusiasm, while Fen slowly picks at his. Feeling wonderfully satisfied, I lean back against... Oh my god, there's these... Hold on. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, I'm asleep now. Good night. Sweet dreams. I and myself are gonna lurk and do lunch. Glad we found this bunch. Can't wait to catch some chests soon too. Thank you, Macron. I appreciate that. Thanks for having us. Good luck with recording. Thank you so much. It's good to have you. I'm glad you found me. Finally, it took you long enough. Just kidding. I hope they already left and they didn't hear that and they don't unfollow. Okay. We just gotta get through part 2, then we're done. Meg finishes hers with just as much enthusiasm while Fen slowly picks at his. Feeling wonderfully satisfied, I lean back against a large rock and watch the fire, or at least in the direction of the fire. I'm focused just above it where I can barely make out Koa's silhouette sitting in the shadows of the trees. Meg's drawn-out yawn snaps me out of my gawking. I find a soft spot in the ground and gather some dry moss from the side of the stream, wadding the spongy mass into a pillow for Meg. Pleased for an excuse to get closer, I walk over to Koa's sack to retrieve her cover. Almost wishing he'd come over from my evasion into his stuff, I reach for it without hesitation. Before my hand reaches the fabric, a loud thump of a noise gives me a start. A small bubble of energy pops in my stomach and my hand brightens so slightly, it's as if I brought it under the direct moonlight. I turn to the noise to see ripples running from a large rock, then plopped into the stream. The energy dissipates and my hand fades back to normal. Anxiously, I look to Fen and Meg and am relieved to find neither of them look suspicious of the freakish occurrence that just took place inside me. Taking a deep breath, I turn back to the direction of the sack when Koa's change in position catches my eye. He's watching me. Something in the air around him has changed. I freeze as our eyes meet. The sounds around me fuzz out. My body floods with captivating flutters, as if something's dramatically changed in the way he perceives me. He looks into my eyes in an entirely new way. The energy he puts off shifts to a greater intensity. Our eyes lock together. I can't move. I don't want to move. It's as if our gazes are intrinsic. I don't want to move. It's as if our gazes are intrinsic. I can't say that fucking word. I don't want to move. It's as if our gazes are intrinsic. Okay, help me. Intransigently. I'm just gonna change it. If I can't say it, I'll never get around to noticing. Officiate. Tat slacker shaman. Shouldn't do that. Slackers. Word. Thanks for having us. They'll never get around to noticing. Uh-oh. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. You guys are hardcore. Okay. Hold on. Google, I need you to say this word for me. How to pronounce. I can write it, but I can't say it. Okay. But I need intransigently. Okay. Just say it.
Intransigently.
That's tough. Intransigently. Can you guys hear it? Can you guys hear it at all?
Intransigently.
Intransigently. I can't say it. Intransigently. I'm just gonna delete it.
Intransigently.
Oh my god, okay. Nobody. Okay, we got this. It's fine. We got it! Let's not ruin the moment, you guys. It's a spicy moment. This is the first time she realizes there's something very paranormally connected between her and Koa. Okay? It's exciting. Okay, here we go. The energy he puts off shifts to a greater intensity. Our eyes lock together. I can't move. I don't want to move. It's as if our gazes are intransigently fixed on each other's by some inexplicable force neither of us can overcome, and the rest of the world has faded to a dull hum. Did I say it right? Did I say it right at all? Like close? We're just gonna roll through it. I think you're adding an extra N in there, intransigently. Intransigently. No, there's two N's. Oh, fuck. Am I? Does she not pronounce both of them?
Intransigently. Intransigently.
Oh, God. We're just gonna move on, guys. Is this the word intransigently? Yeah. Yes, that's the word. Intransigently. Yeah, that's what I said, right? Psh, I totally said that. 95%. Oh, fuck. Intransigently. I'll try it one more time. Because I don't think I said it right. Intransigently. Okay. I'm going to be dreaming about this. The energy he puts off shifts to a greater intensity. Our eyes locked together. I can't move. I don't want to move. It's as if our gazes are intransigently fixed on each other's by some inexplicable force neither of us can overcome. The rest of the world has faded to a dull hum. I'm not sure how long we stay this way. The touch of Meg looping her arm through mine finally makes me blink. The mysterious hold I was in vanishes at the break of our eye contact. Forcing my eyes to look down, I let out the breath I didn't realize I was holding. My sense starts to go back to normal. My senses start to go back to normal and I feel out of breath. What the hell was that? I grab the cover and before I can think better of it, I glance back to him. His hand is covering his mouth in a tight fist. His white knuckles visible from here. Eyes looking down to the ground this time, filled with an emotion I've never seen on him. He looks almost as if he's in pain. I walked back to the spot I made up for Meg and me, grateful Fenn's distracted by the water and has missed whatever the hell just happened. Meg lays down on the spot and I tuck the sheet around her as she curls herself into a ball. I'm going to talk with Fenn a bit, right over there. I point to him sitting beside a blue-flowered bush. Then I fully expect you to share this thing without hogging it all night. I say, tugging on the sheet under her chin as I kiss her hair. She gives me a slight nod, too exhausted for anything else. It's hard not to look over to Koa as I walk to Fenn. Keeping my back to Koa, I sit cross-legged next to him. Fenn. He looks irritated, so I bump my knee into his thigh as he still picks at his meat. Oh, come on, you can't tell me that it's not delicious, I say. He shrugs and flings the last bit of it into his mouth. Well, it's no fish goop, he teases as he stares at something across the stream. His eyes are fixed on a single scraggly-looking bush full of fuzzy purple fruit as big as apples. Wow, those are cool-looking, I admire. Yeah, didn't you say you read of people checking to see if berries were safe or not by sampling a small piece and waiting for what was that you said? Yes. Gastrointestinal distress? That was a single statement from one book, not what I call super dependent information. Even if it was true, it was written so long ago. Who knows if it applies at... Oh, fuck a duck. Even if it was true, it was written a long time ago. Who knows if it applies at all now? Everything's so different, I say, rubbing the bright orange leaves of a vine that's grown alongside the stream. Look at all these, though. They could keep us fed for at least a week, he says, pushing himself up. He takes 3 long steps back and sprints toward the stream. He clears the water and slides to a halt in the dirt on the other side. He walks to the bush and takes a palm-sized fruit into his hand. We can ask Koa if he knows them, I say. He pulls on the fruit, but the branch just bends. Try twisting it, I suggest in a loud whisper. He twists it around a few times and it comes free. Toss it over, I can ask. Instantly scorning myself for being this excited for an excuse to go over there. I prepare myself to catch before I prepare myself to catch before I watch him take the purple fruit to his mouth. Don't! I call out, but he takes a full, juicy bite despite my plea. You blasted idiot! You have no blasted idea what the blasted hell is you just ate, I shout, forgetting to be quiet for Meg. I start scanning him for the start of any abnormalities. Oh, Lou, you have to try this. It's the sweetest thing you'll ever taste, he says as he begins to pull more. For all we know, it could be the last thing you ever taste, I spit out, angry at his carelessness. Calm your worry horse down. Oh, come on. It's just the one bite and I'll see how it sits, he says. I feel Koa's approach before I hear it. I glance to my right to see his eyes on Fen. Don't eat that, he says in his ridiculously alluring voice. Why don't eat that? What happens if he eats it? He ate it, I say. The worry building up makes me talk faster than normal. Koa mutters some sort of expletive I can't understand. Panic has climbed its way up my throat and made a physical lump there. What's going to happen to him? I ask as my mind rapidly goes through worst-case scenarios. An energy bubble pops in my stomach. Koa defensively sidesteps away from me the exact instant I became aware of it. His eyes watch me apprehensively as if I were about to attack. I look over to see if Fen saw the odd reaction. Luckily, he seems to be preoccupied with the bush. I look down to my hands. Still normal. I take a deep breath, pushing some of it down, all while Koa carefully watches me. The energy subsides and Koa relaxes. Looking into my eyes, he looks as if he's struggling on whether to say something. He doesn't, though. Instead, his face turns to his unusual stern indifference. It's Padoyakaya. Oh, shit. So for book 2, I had to create a language. We're creating an actual language with actual linguistic rules and patterning. Because the next book is primarily in Koa's village. And that's a word I missed. Padoakai. I printed it on this thing. Okay. So, like, when I first wrote this book, I just made up words. But then, yeah, it had to be turned into a language that had, that made sense. Consistent patterning, and that's a word that I didn't use when I made it. I'm done, okay. Sorry, I had to sit there. Anyways, I was here to sleep. I'm gonna try that again. I'm sorry. It sounds like the train's in gently. It's a weird word. Sorry. Sorry about that. Thank you for your help with that. Alright. You already know. Alright. And what's wrong with eating Padoyakai? Wait. It's Padoyakaya, he emotionally states. And what's wrong with eating Padoyakaya? I ask, wondering what level of crisis this is. It brings madness to the mind, he says. The energy flares, but Koa just watches me this time with the slightest change in his eyes. Any doubt I may have had before is completely gone. He can most certainly feel it. I have question after question come to mind, but they'll have to wait. I take a deep, steadying breath. What do you mean, madness of the mind? How do we fix it? I say each word slowly, not letting myself think too deeply on it. There is a white blossom plant. When prepared correctly, it will bind with the toxin and it will pass. I know of a patch that grows near here, is all he says. I wait for him to continue, but he doesn't. What are you waiting for then? I say, urgency soaking my voice. He will not be himself. It will not be safe for you to be alone with him. Koa says softly, avoiding my eyes. Splashing water noisily around, Fen rushes right through the stream toward me. Koa takes a step closer as he watches Fen wrap his arms around me in a hug. He squeezes me tightly and lifts me from the ground. I can see his eyes now. His pupils grew so large you can no longer see the brown of them at all. Whoa, Fen! Whoa, Fen, you're... He gives me a shake and squeezes me harder so that I can't finish my sentence. I'm struggling to breathe as Koa jabs two of his fingers into the hollow spot at the base of his Fen. I'm struggling to breathe as Koa jabs two of his fingers into the hollow spot at the base of Fen's neck. Fen lets me go and shrinks down to the ground until he's flat on his butt. Fen turns over onto all fours and starts to growl at Koa. I see what you mean, I say to Koa. I look over to Meg. I can just barely make her out next to the dim fire. Knowing I can't overpower Fen, I know what the best option is. Tell me what they look like and where to find them, I say. He hesitates, looking displeased with my idea. I'm not going to not help my friend. Now tell me or I'll just go wandering off looking for white flowers blind, I say shortly. Watching Fen, who is now on his stomach licking a rock, Koa walks to his sack and retrieves a small leather pouch. He pulls out a single dried flower. Smell this, he says, handing me a crispy leaf. I do as he says, and the pungent, peppery odor makes me sneeze. The fresh plant will still have this scent. Look for small white blossoms and moss, then smell it to be sure, he says before he directs me where to go. I need to follow the stream up and turn at the second fork. After 20 minutes of my slow pace, as he calls it, the fork will lead me down a steep, rocky decline that I need to Why are you gonna make these sentences like this? So bad. This is good. I'm really learning all my weaknesses, I think. Hope I'm learning more about them. I need to follow the stream up and turn at the second fork. After 20 minutes of my slow pace, as he calls it, the fork will lead me down a steep rocky decline that I need to veer left on. At the bottom, it should be the flowers. Repeating the directions over and over in my head, I'm glad he doesn't know how clumsy I am or how much the idea of going out in the dark woods alone terrifies me. I start hiking before I can do any more thinking on the matter. It's completely dark now, and as soon as I'm out of sight of the fire, I'm struck by all the unidentifiable... Blah, blah. It's completely dark now, and as soon as I'm out of sight of the fire, I'm struck by all the unidentifiable noises I hear. Forcing myself to focus on Fen, I do my best to choke back the fear that keeps trying to crawl up my spine. Where's the glowing hands when I could use them? I scoff. I walk past the first fork, and the foliage around me seems to thicken. Walking parallel with the stream, I luckily step right into the next fork, with the moonlight being perfectly blocked out in that space. I would have missed it if my foot... Sorry. With the moonlight being perfectly blocked out in that space, I would have missed it if it... With the moonlight being perfectly blocked out in that space, I would have missed it if my... Why? In that same spot. With the moonlight being perfectly blocked in that space, I would have missed it if I put my foot anywhere else. Turning to follow the thin line of water, I'm taken off guard by how dark it is without the moon's reflection in the stream. I'm frustrated with how slow I have to step from the lack of light. I try to tell myself it's only because I need to get to Fen as fast as I can, but I know it's fear that's giving me the urge to run. My eyes focus on a shadow to my left. Did that just move? Oh hell, I think it moved. It's a tree trunk. It didn't move. I force myself to keep going and not let myself focus on anything in particular. The ground gets rockier as it starts to decline. My pulses quicken and I'm trying not to breathe hard, which only makes it worse. Oh, blasted hell. I'm scared of the dark like a child. I've been walking for what seems like too long. I'm about to turn around when I just barely see a break in the trees ahead and decide to keep going. The decline gets steeper and steeper until I feel as though I'm doing more downward climbing than walking. Looping only once, I carefully make it to the bottom just as I hear something from my distance. Help! Help me, please! Is anybody out there? I pause as my heart feels as though it sinks into my stomach. Not waiting long enough to wonder if I started to hallucinate from fear, I call back out as loud as I can. Mom! I yell. Help me, please! She yells back. Adrenaline pumps through my body. Without thinking, I jolt after the noise as fast as my body allows. My heartbeat thundering in my ears is all I can hear as I push my way through the forest. My arms and legs get scratched. My arms and legs get scraped by My arms and legs get scraped by sharp branches. Thorns stick to my dress and poke me through the fabric. I don't stop. I'm coming! I shout in between gasps of air. Maybe she wasn't dead. She could have pretended. Maybe she wasn't dead. She could have pretended. Maybe she followed us. Maybe she found another boat or someone helped her. Ben would have helped her. What if it was all a ruse? Tears moisten my eyes as I break through the last bit of thick foliage. I do my best to stop as I reach a nearly vertical drop before me, swinging my arms to attempt to catch hold of a nearby limb. My momentum forces me down the decline before I can grip anything. I painfully tumble onto a large dirt clearing that goes as far as I can see in two directions. It's a trail, a wide one that has been purposely cleared. I look back and forth, straining to see in the dark. I don't see her. My chest burns as I try to quiet my breathing so I can listen. Where are you? I shout. Help! I'm here! Help me, please! I've broken my leg! She calls out. Running in the direction I hear the noise coming from, I make my way around a bend just before I see her. She's laying down on the ground, pinned by a 3-wheeled wooden cart. How could I have The irrational hopes I had been overcome by are obliterated by the sight of the woman's frayed brown hair sticking out in every direction. My mind does that funny stopping thing it did on my last night on the Bard. Please help me, girl. My leg be broken, she begs. The sound of my mom's voice puts my lungs to a halt. I close my eyes and want nothing but to keep hearing her voice, to live in this fleeting fantasy a moment longer. Tears stinging my eyes, I ignore the push on my wall and take a step toward her. Heavens be a good! Come here and lift this weight from me. Come now, girl, she says. If I closed my eyes, I'd swear it was her, making an attempt at an exotic accent, like in the stories she used to soothe me through bad storms with. An uncontrollable streaming from my eyes has me wiping my face with the back of my hand. I know she's gone, but it feels as though I got a small piece of her back, a gift to make her loss a little more manageable. Images of this fate-stricken woman joining our group and the possibility of having back this tiny sliver of her helps alleviate any internal crisis I hadn't been aware of. Images of this fate-stricken woman joining our group and the possibility of having back this tiny sliver of her helps alleviate an internal crisis I hadn't been aware of. My wall feels weak, but I won't let myself force this one away. I'm so sorry, here, I say as I come back to reality. I step toward her, close enough to see her dirt-smudged face and tattered clothing. She looks up to me and her pleading expression turns apprehensive. Her widened eyes look over the shoulder my sticker-clad hair is swept over. I ignore the change in her expression and place both of my hands under the cart and position myself to lift just when a faint whistling in the air makes me pause. A blurred arrow shoots across my vision with a gust of wind that ruffles my hair just before the woman's head flings toward the ground. Entering through the top of her forehead, at her hairline, the arrow travels diagonally through her. My bare legs are splattered with a revolting hot spray, and the arrow lodges itself into the dirt, pinning her head at an unnatural angle from her body. A deep red stream runs down the corner of her grimacing mouth. With the sound of her voice, my mom's voice, still playing in my head, the air in my lungs turns solid, and my wall shatters. That was chapter 14! Now we're gonna do chapter 15. Oh god, this is hard. This is such a long part. We're like halfway through part 2. Oh my god. Okay. Her wall is shattered. Her little emotional wall that has been keeping away the grief of losing her mother, which is very traumatic. In chapter 9, I think. Okay, I'll be right back. I need water and coffee. I hope you got to sleep, Af. I'll be right back. Okay. Her wall has shattered. Dun dun dun. This book is about processing grief, if you guys hadn't known. The next book is about the whole series is about emotions, but this one's grief. The next one's anger. And then the other one's forgiveness. It's so cheesy, but it'll work. Just stick with me. Okay. Oh, we got this. Chapter 15. Tightly gripping the fur. I'm trying to figure out how I can sit without it. Oh. We skipped a chapter. Oh no. I'm still here lurking. Hi, Kudo. How are you? Ah, okay, because it wasn't the end of the chapter. I lost it. Where were we? What just happened? No. I fucked it up. These got shuffled. Me too. I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys lurking. This version that I'm working on got messed up. The grip in the fur. 14. I'm so utterly stupefied. Okay. There. No, it is right. I'm just fucking stoned. I'm like, I'm missing a whole chapter, but I already went through chapter 4. Okay, her wall's broken, blah, blah, blah. She thought it was her mother, so she completely let herself, be emotionally vulnerable to that. And then she just watched an arrow come through the sky and pin her to the ground. It's very graphic. Very difficult to see. Alright. 2 women. They both died with head injuries. It's crazy. I'm gonna go smoke more pot. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, we turned this into the garage. Chapter 14. Sorry, I'm so dramatic. I keep moving things. I'm so glad I didn't use this for editing. It's so easy to move shit in the wrong place. Wow. Okay, 13. Yeah, we finished 13. 13. Her wall breaks. Yes, okay. With the sound of her voice, my mom's voice, still playing in my head, the air in my lungs turns solid and my wall shatters. Okay, here we go. Chapter 14. I'm so utterly stupefied. I barely register the movement above me when Koa jumps from the drop and lands on his feet beside the front wheel of the cart. He grabs the arrow. Putting one foot on her head, he pulls it free with a sickening crunch sound. Her head plops to the ground, starting a new puddle of blood a foot away. Somewhere deep under the layers of shock, I'm aware I should run as hard as I can, but I don't. I'm too angry to be afraid. I'm angry for being dumb enough to trust a complete stranger, for the way I so readily gave all rationality over for the hopelessly impossible. I'm angry at the bard and leadership. I'm angry at my mom for showing up that night, for protecting me. My shock is run out by fury. Instead of using this new surge of adrenaline to run, I lunge toward Koa with as much power as I have, slamming as hard as I can into his bare chest. My fist goes straight for his face. He sidesteps as if I were coming at him in slow motion. With nothing but air to catch my swing, I fall to the ground behind him. Heart pounding, I jump back up, preparing myself to attack again. He doesn't move this time. You killed her! Why did you kill her? Screaming ferociously, I pound away at his chest as hard as I can. He takes a few hits before grabbing my forearms. I whip and thrash as hard as I can, but I'm no match for his strength. When I don't calm down, he gives me a hard shake. Listen, he demands. I stop struggling and try to catch my breath before I strike again. She was going to kill you. His tone is gentler and he lets me go. Wiping the tears from my eyes, I watch as he walks over to the woman. Pushing the cart over as if it weighed nothing, he reveals her 2 legs lying perfectly unscathed beneath it. Shit, He lifts her arm where a small knife bound to her wrist waits for use. But she... My voice cracks before I can finish the sentence. She was a bandit. They travel alone, waiting for someone naive like you to show up. He sounds angry, but he's quiet as he speaks. Or maybe it's my head starting to fuzz out. I take a shaky step toward the cart. I unbuckle its latch and lift the lid so that the cover flips over and falls open. My hand goes to my mouth to cover the gag. Inside is a wrinkled human leg cut off just below the knee, sitting in what looks to be a thick layer of large salt crystals stained brown. Its translucent brown skin is so shriveled that if it weren't for the 2 putrid toenails still barely intact, I would know what it was. I wouldn't know what it was. Fun fact, I went to my dad to how to explain this. Dad, what does a foot that's been cut off for a long time, a month look like? And he's the one who explained this to me. Vietnam. Whew. Okay. I've been looking for a long time. Oh, I appreciate you guys lurking. That's so sweet. Okay, sorry. So I have so many fun searches on my history. Okay, sorry. And then he started giving me books on how to preserve meat. Like, I'm like, Dad, if you were gonna preserve a cannibal, like, if you were gonna preserve, like, a human leg, how would you do it? Like, what would it look like? Like, good times. Okay, I love consulting my dad for books. Okay. Inside is a wrinkled human leg cut off just below the knee, sitting in what looks to be a thick layer of large salt crystals stained brown. Its translucent brown skin is so shriveled that if it weren't for the 2 putrid toenails still barely intact, I wouldn't know what it was. I stepped back. Her voice was just like... I have to clear my throat again. It sounded... I pull in a hard, deep breath, letting it go in a burst of choked-out sobs. Mom, I mule. Unguarded and raw, it all comes out. Unguarded and raw, it all comes to me. I remember the knocking. Fuck a duck. I remember the knowing look she gave me when I was trying to get away with something. The smell of the oil she used on her nets that never seemed to leave her. The feel of her arms around me as she held me countless times while I cried. I remember her elixir of a song she hummed to me whenever I needed it, and the magical power it had to make everything better. I let myself remember it all, and the crushing realization finally hits me. It's all gone. The intensity of pain that's washing over me is unlike anything I've experienced, beyond anything I could ever have prepared for. I've never needed her comfort more than I do now. But she's gone. It really hits me. The finality of it. The permanence. It's as if I've been hit in the chest with a sledgehammer, but the pressure doesn't leave like a simple physical blow would. My lungs exhale in a painful rush and I crumble to the ground. My head starts to spin. I gasp and gasp but can't get enough air. Lying face first on the ground, the wailing starts. I scream so loud my throat feels like it's about to tear open. Burying my face into the dirt, I sob so hard pressure in my eyes build up, making me wonder if they can burst from such a thing. I don't stop though. I can't stop. My fists hit the hard ground over and over again as I cry. My wet face is causing dirt and leaf debris to stick to my face, but my ability to care about such things is long gone. All I can think of, all I can see, is her. It's unbearable. Curling myself up, I try desperately to ease the stabbing in my chest. I don't know how long I stay like this. It could be minutes or hours. I know enough not to trust my perception of time right now. My mind is in an unfamiliar state. Fatigue eventually catches up with me and the hysteria mellows. I stretch my stiff legs out and lay flat on my stomach. My wall and the ability to reconstruct a new one is nowhere to be found. I no longer feel frantic though. It's almost the opposite actually. It may be some subconscious self-preservation, but I feel sort of dazed. I don't feel sure about anything except knowing that something's wrong with my chest. It feels as if a cancer rapidly took its home there, dominating my organs. It's painfully twisted itself inside me and made me itself. Oh my God. It feels as if a cancer rapidly took its home there, dominating my organs. It's painfully twisted itself inside me and made itself a part of me. A wave of dread hits as I realize I can't make it go away. Long, deep breaths do nothing but make me feel lightheaded. Crossing my arms in front of me, I rest my cheek on my forearm as I wonder how long this cancer will take to kill me. I lay there with only enough energy to keep breathing. I would normally be startled by the sudden touch on my shoulder, but not right now. Koa starts rubbing a gentle pattern on my back with the tips of his fingers, instead desperate to feel anything besides my rotting insides. I just focus on how it feels. Desperate to feel anything besides my fuck a dog. Desperate to feel anything beside my fuck a duck. Desperate to feel anything besides my rotting insides. I just focus on how it feels. My father was an explorer, he whispers. He traveled far, discovering different lands and people. He loved it very much. He pauses as he revisits the memory. He would take me sometimes, once I was old enough. Changing the pattern on my back, he continues. One day we came upon an unbelievable sight. It was people living inside a glass dome bigger than any village I've either fuckada. One day we came upon an unbelievable sight. It was people living inside a glass fuck duck. We're just gonna I said I wasn't gonna do this. I'm doing it. One day we came upon an unbelievable sight. People living inside a glass dome bigger than any village either of us had ever seen. We camped nearby to watch them. They were unlike anything we knew. My father was fascinated. The way your eyes light with curiosity reminds me of him. I turned my head to face him. His hand stills as our eyes meet. A second passes before he looks away toward the woods. Lowering my head back onto my crossed arms, I angle my neck so I can watch him speak. He would study them through their invisible walls. I was young and bored. I quickly became a nuisance to his studies. He made the long trek to bring me home so he could return to the people to learn more. He pauses a moment and his face darkens. He never came back. I returned to the spot, but he was nowhere to be found. I watched and waited for signs of him. People would approach the glass village. Some would be let in, and some would be struck down where they stood. People that looked like you were let in. I need to know what happened to him. That's why I need you, he says. He looks back down to me. What happened to yours? I'm the one to look away this time. She kept me safe, I say emotionlessly, fixing my eyes on the tip of a faraway tree. He doesn't say anything. The silence makes me too aware of the ache in my chest, so I start talking. And talking, and talking. Once I start, I can't seem to stop. I roll on my back as he watches me, carefully listening to every word. I tell him of the bard, the sectors, and the rules. He's very surprised by this and asks lots of questions. I tell him about my sneaking out and building Elizabeth, which causes him to smile, and even now is unbelievably attractive. At some point, he lays down beside me. The length of his arm resting against mine is warming. I explain to him the pairing ceremony and price. I almost want to smile at how angered he looks by this. He tells me about his village and his mother is Zora, who is still there. He tells me of his father teaching him to read and speak different languages while the village taught him to hunt and trap and protect. Of how all the girls and boys are taught to do these things as soon as they can walk. Of how all the girls and boys are taught to do these things as soon... Fuck! Of how all the girls... Of how all the girls and boys are taught to do these things as soon as they can walk, and anyone can choose how they want to live. He talks about a game they play in the meadow, where the strong and fast win, and I tell him about Weagle. I explain it poorly, but he seems amused when I tell him what happened at the tournament. We keep talking side by side in the longest conversation I've ever had. The most effortless conversation I've ever had. I'm not aware that I fall asleep until two arms push under me and pick me up like a baby. He pulls me to his chest and walks me back to camp. I would normally protest being carried like this, but I'm grateful, feeling as though my entire store of energy was washed away with my wall. I pressed my cheek to his warm chest and let his perfect scent wash over me. I take in deep pulls of it as if it's a drug and I'm a junkie in desperate need of my fix. Light is starting to peek from faraway trees, and I'm not sure how, but he managed. Light is starting to peek from faraway trees, and I'm not sure how he manages to carry me all the way, even up the nearly vertical climb without the slightest change in his breathing. He sets me down, and I immediately walk to Fen. He's snoring in a heap near the stream with a red lump on his forehead. Koa must have knocked him out before he came for me. Without Koa's warmth, a shiver runs through me, making my teeth chatter. Koa adds a log to the red embers from the fire before sitting next to his sack. Ignoring the urge I feel to sit beside him, I snuggle myself next to Meg instead, taking as much of the covers as I can without disturbing her. I'm exhausted, but at the same time restless. Sleep being unlikely, I focus on breathing through the ache. The sky turns blue and Meg wakes and gives me a gentle nudge on my shoulder. My eyes are open, but being turned away from her, she thinks I'm asleep. I don't answer. She nudges again, but I stay still. She eventually gives up and walks away. It isn't long before Fen comes to me, giving me a gentle kick in the leg. He doesn't leave when I ignore him, though. Lou, it's time to go. He sits in front of me, looking at me wide-eyed. Looking at my wide-open eyes, his voice lowers. What's wrong? He asks. I don't answer at first. I'm not sure I have the energy, but he keeps just staring at me. I'm fine, how are you? I say. He runs his hands through his hair slowly. Sometimes he does when something he does when he's embarrassed. Yeah. So that was fun, right? I realize I never got the flowers, but don't care enough to ask how he got them. I keep staring out. My eyes are stuck on a single leaf. Something took a bite out of it. I focus on the browning edges. Fen waits, but I don't say anything. I wish he'd go away. What's wrong? He sounds almost offended now by my silence, but I just don't care. I don't have any caring left inside of me to give. Reluctantly, I push myself up. Ready, I say, failing at enthusiasm. Every step I take feels as though it's being pulled down by an invisible weight, but I force myself to keep moving my feet. It's all I can do. The next few days are a blur. My mind has seemed to completely switch the way it perceives everything. Sights of new plants, hearing new sounds, and even Koa bringing back strange new creatures to eat brings no joy to me like it did. In fact, it's the opposite. Each new sight is a stab in my infected heart, a harsh reminder that I'm broken. The more exquisite something is, the more dysfunctional I feel. When I'm about ready to shield my eyes from any more wonderment, we come upon a field of flowers that resemble vividly colored daisies, bigger than any flower I've ever seen. The only one tall enough to see above them is Koa. Fen, walking in front of me with his mouth gaping, reaches his hand to touch a royal blue petal. I wouldn't do that, Koa warns, before Fen gets a chance to touch it. Koa picks up a rock and tosses it into the center of the bright yellow one in front of him. The second the rock makes contact with the flower center, the petal snaps shut and shoots down with impossible speed. The rock and flower disappear entirely into the ground in an instant, leaving nothing but a small dark hole in the grass. They're stronger than they look, Koa says, ducking his way through. I would normally want to spend the rest of the day experimenting and observing these. Meg looks back to me with wide, excited eyes, expecting my reaction to match hers. Her expression falls as she looks over my despondent face. The harsh awareness of my insurmountable lack of interest and her visible disappointment sends a fresh thundering ache through my chest. I'm broken, and I don't know how to fix it. I struggle with the urge to drop to the ground and curl into a ball. I feel utterly broken. I can't sleep at night despite always feeling tired. The long days of hiking are excruciating to get through. Seeing Meg worry over me and Fenn's lost patience for it only makes me feel worse. I've started counting out the words I say to her, trying to increase the number each day before I sink back into myself. Everything, even the simplest tasks, takes an enormous amount of energy, and I'm just too depleted to keep up. Sometimes I revisit that room in leadership and see her lifeless, frozen eyes, and the pain and shock hits me just as freshly as it did that night, sending me into bouts of uncontrollable sobbing. Meg still rushes to my side for these. Fen only watches from afar now. I wish they would just leave me be like Koa, who keeps busy hunting and carving random pieces of wood. He hasn't spoken to me in days, actually. Beyond bringing me pieces of food, a commanding eat is all I've gotten. He seems to understand how overwhelmed with everything I am, but I find myself missing the ease of our conversation and the calming warmth that is a closeness brings. I want something to be easy again, like it was with him. Seeing him glance at me every so often does something odd to me. It's not in the same pitiful way the others do. I've contemplated going to Seeing him glance at me every so often does something odd to me. It's not in the same pitiful way the others do. I've contemplated going to him many times, just to make myself feel better, but the hurt it would cause Meg and Fen stops me every time. Miserable days go by in a hazy fog like this. As we walk our way toward a range of jagged red mountains, dark clouds roll in, bringing a chilly breeze. As we walk our way toward a range of jagged red mountains, dark clouds roll in, bringing a chilling breeze with it. We reach the bottom of a cliff right before Hold on. I need to move my body. Oh God, we're almost there. We can do it. We can do it, guys. Hi, Smash Time. How are ya? I appreciate you guys lurking. Oh, okay. Let's do this. We reach the bottom of a cliff right before the rain starts. There's a raised indent sitting about 5 feet from the ground that wraps around the irregularly curved rock as far as I can see. It's deep enough to shelter us from the rain, and high enough to keep us out of the water that's collecting below. By the time the sun is completely down, the rain turns to a heavy shower. Exhausted from the long day's hike, we sit behind the curtain of rain in silence as we watch. Fen and Meg eventually make beds with the sail on the hard rock. It seems like only minutes later I hear Fen's soft snores start. I'm grateful they have each other right now. The thought starting out as a good one characteristically turns rotten at the thought of my mental... I'm grateful they have each other now. The thought starting out as a good one characteristically turns rotten as the thought of my mental... Fuck a duck. I'm grateful they have each other right now. The thought starting out as a good one characteristically turns rotten at the thought of my mental absence. Koa settles farther up the groove, out of sight. I'm alone. Staring out into the rain, my mind runs through it all, the same painful slide of imagery that tortures me every day. I can't stop it. All of a sudden, I'm outrageously overwhelmed by how sick and tired I am of my own self-pity. This is a usual occurrence at the end of my torture slide, but this time, The feelings of guilt and self-loathing don't come as hard as they usually do. This is a usual occurrence at the end of my torture slide, but this time, the feelings of guilt and self-loathing don't come as hard as they usually do. Something dull flickers deep inside me. Past the ache, there's something different there. I guess you could call it hope. Yeah, I'm going to call it hope. No longer just helplessness, but a small twinge of hope is trying to make an appearance through my Oh my god, I hate this. No longer just helplessness. A small twinge of hope is trying to make an appearance through my decrepit insides. For the first time since Koa's arrow went through the woman's head. I want to feel better. I guess before it just seemed too unachievable. Or maybe I just couldn't care enough to want it. But I do now. I want desperately to stop disappointing my friends. I want to live again. The change is unmistakable. Maybe I can simply will myself to feel better. Not like I was, for I'm fairly sure that that's an impossibility. But just better doesn't seem like so far a reach. Feeling more functional than I have all week, I push myself off the ledge into an ankle-deep puddle of water. The rain is bitter cold with the wind. Ignoring the shiver that runs through my body, I raise my arms out to let more drops patter my skin. I walk out further and concentrate on the feeling of my feet squishing through the mud. It feels good. I haven't felt this emotion in what seems like so long now. It takes me a moment to identify it, but it's there. Wanting more of it, I lie down, face up, right in the muddy puddle. Ignoring my body's protests, I focus on the sharpness of the cold. The sting competes with the ache for my attention. The difference from the pure aching fog I couldn't escape is exhilarating. I close my eyes to try to feel every bit of sharp discomfort that's sinking into me. I'm not sure how long I lay out there, concentrating on all the drops tapping up and down my body. At some point I notice a genuine smile has come to my face. I must look like a raving lunatic, I think, but I don't care. As I wonder to myself how long I can withstand the cold, the uncontrollable chattering of my teeth drowns out my thoughts. Are you trying to kill yourself? I angle my head back to see Koa's tall figure looming over me. I can just barely make out the stony disapproval on his face. What? No, I like it, I stammer. That's what you will do if you don't get dry, he says, annoyed, stretching his hand out. I take it, realizing my hand is shaking much worse than I thought. As I push myself upright, my wobbly knees give out. His two warm hands grab under my arms and take my weight before I fall. How long was I out here? He picks me up just as he did the other night, cradling me to his chest. He brings me to an enclave where his pack is and lays me down beside it. My teeth are chattering even worse now, and I clamp my jaw down to try to stop it, but it doesn't help. Take this off, he orders, tugging on the fabric of my now completely soaked, muddy dress. No way, I stutter. You'll only get worse with it on, he points out. My insides feel like they're grinding from the friction of my shaking. I'm in no state to argue with the man. Turn around, He gives me an impatient look before he does what I ask. I turn around too, our backs facing each other. My shaky hands feebly pull up on the bottom hem, but it gets stuck around my shoulders. My trembling makes the simple task nearly impossible. With my arms wrapped together above my head by the tight fabric, a warm hand in the middle of my back gives me a start. Giving him a hard slap on the face crosses my mind, but my arms would need to be free for that. Giving him a hard fuck. Giving him a hard fuck. Giving him a hard slap. Fuck. Giving him a hard slap across the face crosses my mind. What did I... What did I do? Okay. Giving him a hard slap on the face crosses my mind, but my arms would need to be free for that. His hand grazing up my back leaves a hot trail in its wake. He effortlessly lifts the struck. He effortlessly lifts the stuck dress over my head. He effortlessly lifts the stuck dress over my head, covering my front. I turn just my head to see him hanging it over a protruding piece of rock out of the rain. I step forward as he walks toward me, stopping just at his bag. He rumbles through it. The wind hits my naked limbs. I can't talk anymore. The wind hits my naked skin, sending my shaking to a whole new level. He produces a large black animal fur and hands it to me. I graciously take it, covering myself the best I can with my malfunctioning hands. It's just big enough to wrap around me once. That was chapter 14! Oh my god. Okay, now we're going to go to chapter 15! It's called Tightly Gripping the Fur. Fun stuff. I feel like I cut out a bunch. I cut out a bunch of that when I think I cut out 3 pages of where, and I don't know if I should have, because now reading it feels rushed, about her deciding to make the shift of wanting to feel better. Because it felt too slow. But now it feels like I just skipped important things. Well, I don't care. Let's go. Okay, chapter 15. I want to run! Okay, I think I might jog or something after this. Chapter 15. Tightly gripping the fur. I'm trying to figure out how I can sit without exposing myself when the feel of both of his hands on each of my sides derails my ability to form plans. Okay, I feel like I need to redo that because I was out of breath. Pause. Okay. Chapter 15. Tightly gripping the fur. I'm trying to figure out how I can sit without exposing myself when the feel of both of his hands on each of my sides derails my ability to form plans. The raging butterflies in my gut add to the shaking, making me feel like I'm going to faint. Hey! I complain with a chatter as he pulls me down by my hips and places me to sit in between his legs. What are you scared of? He asks. Not you, I manage with a single huff of air. I think I might hear a low resemblance of a laugh, but my curiosity is put to a halt as he slowly starts pulling open the fur, exposing my naked back. His finger skims the top of my shoulder and I hold my breath. Threatening to stop my heart right there, he wraps his arms around me, urging my bare back to his unbelievably warm, naked chest. I hear the slightest catch in his breathing as our skin makes contact. A traitorous groan of a sound escapes my lips as my body starts absorbing his heat and the sensation from his touch reaches my core. It feels too good to care, though. With my newfound comfort, fatigue catches up with me in a rush. He doesn't move when I adjust myself and lay my head on his shoulder. Relaxing my body, I instantly feel sedated. I let out a deep breath, and suddenly I'm trying to remember a time I felt this content. This level of relief. It's hard to do. As I drift off, I absentmindedly wonder if it's his heat saving me from the cold, his intoxicating smell I'm breathing, or some state of psychosis that makes me this. Why? As I drift off, I absentmindedly wonder if it's his heat saving me from the cold, his intoxicating smell I'm breathing, or some state of psychosis that makes this moment feel so perplexingly perfect. I wonder pointlessly, as I already know, just like I have known. It's him. I can't ignore it anymore. Thinking about it, I find myself even more aware of the contact of our skin and the strange feeling it sends throughout my body. Can he feel it too? If he does feel it, does he feel it with everyone? Too afraid of the answer, I decide not to ask. For now. I turn my head to see the base of his throat. Taking in his glorious smell, I wet my lips and wonder what a kiss would be like with him. The fluttering in my stomach deepens. I turn my head back to... Okay. I turn my head back to hide my warming cheeks. We got this, it's fine. Buckers. Okay. I turned my head back to hide my warming cheeks. What are you thinking? He whispers with his deep voice, sending a fresh batch of goosebumps down my arms. Warm animal guts, I spit out from embarrassment. I bite my lip in my stupid answer. Although silent, I can tell he's laughing by the movement of his chest. I bite my lip harder, fighting my own laughter for fear of what our bodies bouncing against each other would do to me. The intimate warmth I feel has nothing to do with temperature, though. I look at it as a warning. But somewhere deep within me, I'm aware of the fact that I've been trying to ignore it. It's too late for me. I'm already in too deep to get out now. For I know now, without a doubt, that I have somehow fallen stupidly, impossibly, irreversibly in love with him, which makes this enigma of a man a threat. Which makes this enigma of a man a threat. Koa hasn't moved by the time we wake up. I've turned on my side with my face resting on his chest. One of his arms is wrapped around my lower back with his other resting on my neck. His fingers are tangled in my hair. When did that happen? I remain as still as I can, slowly rising with each of his steady breaths. The sound of a twig breaking nearby breaks me from the perfect moment. I turn my head to find Fen standing feet away from us, eyes going from Koa back to me, to my dirty hanging dress. I was cold? I stupidly spit out. I search my mind for something else, something to reassure the horrific betrayal on his face, but no words come. I sit myself up as he turns and walks away in disgust. Careful not to expose myself, I stand. I take my dress and manage to pull it on with the fur still wrapped around me. Sorry, the burp. I stand, I take my dress and manage to pull it on with the fur still wrapped around me. Sitting back down, I put my face into my hands. That one look is all it took to wash away all this better nonsense. Koa sits himself up, wordlessly watching me. He reaches into his sack. The familiar flash of green tells me what it is before he pulls it out. He carefully hands me each of our 3 OBs. Maybe this'll help, he says. I raise my eyebrows, waiting for an explanation, but he only takes a small woven basket from his sack and walks away without a single word. Placing the cross over my dress, I notice something comforting in the familiar weight of it. A knot in my stomach forms. It's the same one I get when I know I messed up. I find Meg and Fen sitting together in the shade under a large drooping tree. Meg puts down the empty shells she's shaking when she sees me. Her eyes light up as they land on her obi. She excitedly puts it on and begins checking its contents. Fen doesn't take it as I hand it to him, so I let it down beside him. Once on the ground, he hastily grabs it. "Where's my knife?" he asks. His voice is low with anger. Shrugging, I turn my body so the knife in my own holster isn't so blatantly flashing in his face. I'm not surprised by Koa withholding it after how they've been together, but Fen's fuming nonetheless. Koa comes back with a basket full of small magenta berries and sets it down in front of me. Happy for the distraction, I take a few, then pass it to Meg. The texture and size of The texture and size of them remind me of the fish eyeballs, but they taste sweet and citrusy. Fen settles down next to a faraway free. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh gosh. I need a back massage. Can somebody give me a back massage while I do this? Like, pay someone, like, can you come to my house and massage me while I do this? Okay. The texture and size of them remind me of the fish eyeballs, but they taste sweet and citrusy. Fen settles down next to a faraway tree, ignoring the attempts I make for him to join us. I finally bring the basket to him and he takes it without looking at me. Fen finally looks at me and I instantly regret trying to get his attention. No, what? I said I wasn't gonna edit this, but wow. Hey, thank you. Wow. How do people... How? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Melbourne Witch, welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a good time. I'm mostly ignoring chat between chapters. Right now we're creating an Audible for a book I wrote a long time ago, and it's tough. It's tough. But thank you for the follow. Great. I'm glad you feel welcomed. Now I'm gonna ignore you between chapters. I'm sorry. Fair warning. Okay. And then there will be lots of clapping and some swearing. Maybe some burps. Just so you know. Okay. Okay, I think I fixed that. Fen settles down next to a faraway tree, ignoring the attempts I make for him to join us. I finally bring the basket to him and he takes it without looking at me. When he finally does look at me, I instantly regret trying to get his attention. Brute beast man who withholds your stuff, kidnaps you, and threatens you and your friends' lives. That's what it takes to get into those panties, eh? His eyes bore into mine, radiating resentment. It wasn't like that. Nothing happened, Fen. I protest, my heartbeat picking up. So you just tripped out of your clothes into his lap and fell asleep. Is that what happened? Now that's clumsy even for you, he snaps. You're being an ass, Fen, I retort. Am I? You've barely spoken to me in over a week. What would you call that? And even if I'm in... Am I? You've barely spoken to me in over a week. What would you call that? And even if I'm indeed the ass here, I'll take that any day over being a comatose slut. Hell, if I knew it was that easy, I would have gone all brute murdery and begged you years ago. Would have saved me years of wasted time. He's yelling now. I'm fighting the sting that's coming to my eyes. It's like he's punched me in the gut and he knows it. Fen's face and ears go red. He turns away from me for a second before he whips back around, angrily opening his mouth for more. That's enough, Koa warns. Fen's not having it. He stands taller and steps up to Koa. What's enough? He asks, angling his head up to challenge Koa's threat. Your tantrum, says Koa, unmoving. Fen's face goes a subtle shade redder. His breathing gets heavier and he tightens his fist. He's about to blow. This doesn't concern you, so you better back. It very much does. I'm not going anywhere. You will leave her be, with or without my help, Koa says, his deeper tone only adding to the threat. I can feel his anger surfacing. You don't even know her, yells Fen with so much pain it stings my eyes. I know plenty of her, Koa says. I know plenty of her, Koa answers. Fuck. I know plenty of her, Koa answers. That's it. That's all it took. Fen brings his fist back. It makes it halfway to its target on Koa's face before Koa grabs him by the throat and effortlessly... It makes it halfway to its target on Koa's face before Koa grabs him by the throat and effortlessly shoves him to the ground. Do not try that again, threatens Koa. Fen rights himself and turns his attention to me. I'm done with you, he says in such a way it reminds me of the terrifying time I was tossed into the ocean during my fishery test, left alone surrounded by icy water and uncertainty. I see the slightest twinge of regret in his eyes before he puts on an apathetic face and walks away. Koa's eyes watch me intensely as if he's waiting for my newfound mental stability to start cracking. It's time to go, he says gently. I'm relieved to have something to focus on beside the fresh wave of aching. I'm relieved to have something to focus on beside the fresh wave of achiness I feel dominating my insides. Fen walks far behind us. Meg falls into step with me right behind Koa. Looking down to her, I notice she doesn't have the glow she normally has. She's not curiously looking around her, and she hasn't spoken in... I'm not sure how long. Is this new? Or has this been like this? A guilty stab hits my ache. Doing my best to ignore it, I fight the urge to turn back into myself. I take a deep breath, pushing what I can of the ickiness down and grab her hand. She looks at me, surprised. Another stab. I force a small smile, and she gives me one back, equally forced. So, do you know what you call a fish without an eye? A more genuine smile starts at the corners of her mouth. What? She asks with her small, curious voice. A fish, I say. She gives me a puzzled expression, but she keeps smiling. I don't get it, she says. A fish! FSH, I say. She bursts into a laugh, a real laugh, one I haven't heard since the bard, and it's amazing. I force myself to laugh with her, but somehow it unexpectedly turns sincere. Maybe that's the key. I have to force myself to laugh. I imagine my laugh creating hormones within me, each one a member of an army marching to battle against the sickness inside my chest. I'm convinced enough I make a note to try to laugh more. That's a bad joke. They sound the same, she smiles. That's a bad joke. They sound the same, she smiles. Yeah, it is pretty bad, isn't it? I smile back. Yeah, she agrees. She starts a rhythmic swing with her arms like she used to. We keep trekking upstream, stopping only once for water. And strips of dried meat once we've passed the last rock. Patches of brown grass as tall as me become increasingly thick. The ground is softer here, making our steps silent. No longer able to hear him, I look back to see Fen a good 50 yards behind us. His eyes quickly dart down to the ground when our gazes meet. I turn around, regretting it. On one side of us is nothing but a huge field of golden brown grass. The other side is a stream next to a new forest. It's different than any we've come across so far. It has much more dead-looking growth, but is still somehow darker than the others. It makes me feel nervous, although I can't exactly pinpoint why. The sun is nearly down when Koa stops ahead of us. I step up to his side, ignoring the current I feel whenever I'm near him, and watch as he pokes a long stick into a thick, light gray mud. The mud disappears both into the tall grass and the eerie forest as far as can be seen. Koa's hand leaves the thick stick protruding from the mud, and as if alive, it pulls the stick down. Koa's hand leaves the stick protruding from the mud, and, as if alive, It pulls the stick down into a... Koa's hand leaves... Fucking... The giggles is so hard. Okay. Koa's hand leaves the stick protruding from the mud, and as if alive, it pulls the stick down until it's completely submerged. This was not here last time, Koa says, looking into the dead forest. Will that suck us in like that too? Meg asks Koa with wide eyes. I'm willing to bet so, little one. His gentle response makes me smile. I try to hide it as soon as Fen catches up to us. Let's just cross into the grass and walk around it, Fen surprisingly chimes in, annoyed by the stall. Koa looks to me when he answers. The grass is not a safe place to venture, especially with so many, he says, contemplating something. So, we go around the mud on the forest side then? I ask. No. So, we go around the mud on the forest side then? I ask. Koa nods, looking slightly uneasy for the first time. Fen stomps off into the trees before another word can be said. I start after him, but Koa grabs my forearm, gently pulling me back. I don't know this wood. Stay close to me, he says. I nod and tightly grab hold of Meg's hand. Koa's tense stance causes the eerie feeling I had earlier to turn into a full alert. We follow Fen, who has slowed down once he's entered the tree line. But doesn't turn back. Koa follows closely behind the two of us this time. The energy I feel from him makes me feel safer. The wet ground causes our feet to stick with every step. Dead trees poke up everywhere, bent in odd, mangled swoops. They sway in the wind, casting spooky, moving shadows all around us. My eyes dart nervously around all the movement. The sun's gone down now, making it difficult to see. Dark vines grow around the bases of trees across the forest. Floor, ready to trip us. Careful to watch my step, I re-grip my clammy hold on Meg's hand. We walk beside the gray mud, which expands much farther than I would have guessed, forcing us to go deeper and deeper. We keep walking as nighttime falls. I'm really, really scared, Lou, Meg whispers. Don't worry, Meg. It's just dark. People are naturally predisposed to be afraid of it. It's just evolution. It doesn't mean there's anything to fear. I fight to keep my voice even. I notice, for the first time, that the forest is quiet. Unearthly so. The normal buzzing, chirping, and rustling of life is missing. There's nothing but the whistling wind. The pace of my heart quickens as I wonder why. Guessing by the gap between Fen and us closing, he feels just as nervous. Meg's foot gets snagged on something and she trips forward and catches her fall by grabbing hold of a nearby tree. Said I wasn't gonna do it! Here I am doing it! Oh my god. Okay. Meg's foot gets snagged on something. She trips forward and catches her fall by grabbing hold of a nearby tree. Just as she makes contact, the limbs of the tree simultaneously move, bending in new angles. The branches of the tree touch other branches, causing the surrounding trees to do the same until we're surrounded by movement, a domino effect around us. I grab Meg, who seems frozen to the tree. What the blasted hell was that? I ask Koa. A warning, he answers. For what? I ask. Keep moving, he answers. As we get deeper and deeper, the shadows of the trees begin to change. Thin vines dangle straight down instead of winding abstractly around everything. Something's off. Despite being able to feel his closeness, I keep looking back to Koa, the sight of him holding his bow out all ready to shoot. Eyes scanning, forms a lump in my throat that makes it difficult to swallow. I'm officially terrified now. I give Meg a reaffirming squeeze, trying not to feel like I'm in one of Fenn's haunted stories. She stopped looking around and has her eyes fixed only on the ground in front of her. Her small grip on me is tightened. The forest is thickening. I have to duck down now to avoid brushing against any branches. Suddenly, the sound of a thick branch snapping sounds to our left, the opposite side of where our stream should be. My heart leaps and I freeze. Turning myself to the sound, I protectively place myself in between it and Meg. I look to Koa, who has also stopped, aiming his bow in the direction of the sound. Keep walking. Koa's whisper is barely audible. My heart is racing now. My sweaty grip on Meg is harder to hold with how hard... My sweaty grip on Meg's hand... My sweaty grip on Meg is harder to hold with how hard she's shaking. Fenn is right next to us now, scanning the same area. He puts a hand on my back, nudging me to go. As I turn my head in the direction we were going, something taps me in the corner of the mouth. It bounces and swings back and taps me again in a pendulum motion. It's a small shape, hard but smooth. It's a small shape, hard but smooth. Nothing like the pointed twigs we're surrounded by. The line it hangs on is barely viewable, undiscernible. My hand goes up to find it, and catch it as the swing slows. Rolling it between my thumb and forefinger, I know what it is instantly. My hand jets back to me like I was just shocked. I stumble back and trip on a vine behind me. I take Meg down with me as I fall to the wet ground. Frantically wiping my hand on my dress, Meg and Fenn watch me expectantly for an answer. It's a tooth. My voice shakes despite my resolve to remain calm for Meg. I leave out the word human. Fenn's hand goes for it. He grabs hold of it, yanking it from the tree. Thin strands unravel and dangle loosely from his hand. It's hair. Fenn's voice sounds weak. Meg lets out a horrified squeal as Koa's hand wraps around my upper arm, pulling us both up. Back the way we came. Koa breathes into my ear, putting his bow back into position. I stand there, willing my legs to move, but they only shake. Now! His command jumpstarts me. Pulling Meg along with me, she doesn't budge. My tugging on her arm only makes her lose her balance. Her eyes, wide and full of fear, are unmoving. Fenn sees and throws her up on his shoulders before he grabs my hand and pulls. Adrenaline crashes through my veins and my legs wake up. I fight the intense urge to run, knowing I need to remain as silent as possible, and it would probably only result in tripping. My heart is beating so hard I worry whatever's out there can hear it. Hearing the snap of Koa's arrow sound behind me, I tug free from Fenn's grip and run toward him. He drops his pack smoothly, reloading it faster than I've ever seen anyone move. Run, he shouts, as another arrow shoots out from him. I try to see what he's shooting at, but it's all... Fuck! I try to see what he's shooting at, but it all looks black. I hear the faint, faraway sound of something falling. Something big. Fenn yanks me hard, but I don't budge. Come on! I yell to Koa, but he stays in place. Fenn lets go of me and runs with Meg back the way we came. Koa nudges me forward with his arm as he walks slowly behind me, scanning, ready to shoot. Despite my slow movement, I can't pull in enough air. Koa's arm leaves my back. I turn the direction he's looking. I make out a large shadow, slowly getting bigger and bigger. It's running toward us. Get back, he orders in an odd, strained voice. Koa drops his arrow and bends into himself. As he stretches himself back out, a boom of energy ripples the air around him, so visceral it knocks me off my feet. The normal threatening air he puts off has turned into a blood-curdling promise, sending petrified goosebumps down my body. He charges toward the attacker with inhuman speed. I can see now the shadow is human. More approach, but they're no match for Koa's speed. He grabs the closest by the throat and throws it 15 feet into the air. A large crack sounds as it slams into a tree, taking the robust branch down with it. Another round of tree rippling energy races past me. 2, 3 more collide into him. I lose who's who in the shuffle. With a large blast, I see the shapes of 2 people fly away just as far as the first, unmoving once they hit the ground. I'm vaguely able to make out Koa grabbing hold and ripping off the head of the last. The echoing sound it makes threatens the contents of my stomach. I know I should run or hide, but I can't move. I can't stop watching. A spear flies toward Koa. He catches it midair, flipping it around so fast it's a blur when he sends it right back. My brain's too busy trying to decipher what my eyes are seeing that I don't notice my own assailant before I'm slammed to the ground. The first yelp at impact is the only sound I can make. No air will leave or enter my body, and I can't speak. I lay there writhing in pain as the massive weight lies on top of me. Simultaneous with my cry, Koa's monstrous air chills to an almost normal state. The mysterious power that burst out of him is now gone. My neck is angled up and I can see him running toward me. He's nearly here just as a spear shoots right through his torso. My lungs regain their functionality just in time to let out the scream of my life. He falters for only a second before he rips it out. 2 people are charging up behind him now. I try to scream out to him, but nothing comes out. He's tackled to the ground. Writhing as hard as I can at the horrific sight, I free myself. Running to Koa's sack, I grab his arrow and try to reach him, but I'm stopped again. My attacker grabs my shoulder. Trying to push me back down, I duck out of it, whip around, and shove the arrow into his belly. It's no use, though. I'm tackled to the ground by someone from behind. I look over to see Koa struggling under 4 bodies. He throws one off and is working on the next when 2 arms rise behind his back and slam something into Koa's head. The impact twists my heart so painfully the wind is knocked from me again. I watch the body slowly lift from Koa's unmoving body, just as I hear an ear-splitting scream. Meg's scream. Struggling with everything I have, I don't manage to get anywhere before a sharp smack to my temple sends a loud ringing through my head, drowning out her cry for help. The weight lifts from my back and 2 hands loop under my arms and begin to pull me through the mud. Everything looks fuzzy and brighter now. I watch in a daze as they do the same to Koa. The trail of blood running behind him is the last thing I see. Okay, that was chapter 15. We're doing it. Okay. How many more? We have like 4 more chapters in this part. 4 more. Okay. How's it going, guys? Appreciate anyone who's there. It's you, Smash. I feel welcome to second later. Hello, haha. Wow, I joined it at a weird time. She's been doing it for hours, for many hours. I would have joined at a weird time anyway. Yeah, it's always a weird time here. What of? What is what of? What? What of? What of? What of? Yes. Oh, yes, no. Oh, we say what of. Who is we? People in my area. It's just a mistake. Oops, we're getting grammar Nazis out here. Don't do that, guys. You have to throw away all your grammar knowledge for this team, okay? For this one. I have higher expectations on the next one. I just realized some of this isn't in the book. Have you read the book? I just realized some of this isn't in the book. You might have read a different version. There's 2 editions published. Yeah, not 3, 2. Hi, Whiskey, how are you? What part is missing? We all have different ways to speak. I just realized some of this isn't in the book. Which one? I want to know. I'm curious what part. So I want to know what version you read. There is added stuff though. This is gonna be the most content then. Well, except I did take out a couple boring pages, I think. Whiskey, it's good to see you. How's it going? You got this. Fixed notification for stream. Love this bit. Thanks, Whiskey. I appreciate that. I had a clap command because people like gasking. I should add a clap command. I clapped. Yeah, so the reason I'm clapping is I'm marking where I need to cut and edit. So it makes a nice clear little spike, as you can see there. Here. Kaida Lupin! It is, yeah, this is one of my books. This is one, like, my first. Like, is I wrote this many years ago. And I'm finishing the sequel. And yeah, it's just been a long time. So we're just gonna do the Audible before we finish the sequel. I'm gonna run to the bathroom before we start chapter 16. I wake up in a large cage. Because it was going too good. I can't go too good too long, ever. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, guys, chapter 16. Cole was stabbed through the chest, a spear right through the fuck. Cole is dead. Damn it. Related to the first, why are you clipping it so much? Okay. There. Right? Feels bad, man. Good though! Because I fuck up a lot, that's why I clap so much. Okay. Here we go. And we're using Audacity if you guys are interested. Okay. Which I gotta pull back up. Chapter 16. I wake up in a large cage made of hundreds of thick tree limbs, bent and shaped into what looks like a rib cage. The whole thing is big enough to hold 10 people. Raising my painful head to see Meg, I realize now that it... Raising my painful head to see Meg, I realized now that it was her shaking my shoulder that woke me. Sitting up, I see Fen sitting beside her. His eye is swollen, but otherwise he looks okay. Lying crumpled in the corner is Koa. His still face is pale. Strips of fabric wrap around his head and torso where the spear penetrated him. I look to Meg, whose dress has gotten considerably shorter. The barred gray fabric wrapped around Koa is now a bright red color. Crawling over to him, I put my hand on his forehead. He still feels warm. I turn to Meg for information. Without needing to ask, she tells me what I want to know. He's lost a lot of blood. He's lost a lot of blood. His heart rate has been slow but steady. She looks down. My mouth dries, and my heart sinks into my stomach. I still know what that looks... Fuck a duck. I wasn't gonna do this. Wasn't gonna do it, but I'm doing it. Okay. She looks down. My mouth dries and my heart sinks into my stomach. I know what that look means. She crawls over to me, clenching onto my arm, waiting for my answer of how to get out of here. Okay. I take a deep breath, twisting my hands together tightly so she can't see them shake. What are they going to do to us? She asks. The fear saturating her voice focuses my mind like I was just doused with cold water. Lying on the hard dirt floor, my eyes take in the surroundings. There's nobody in sight. The mechanical area in my mind kicks in and my eyes dart around the structure, looking for weak spots. The sticks are held together by some black substance appearing to be melted in place. Trying to pick it away with my finger, I dig into it as hard as I can and end up bending my nail backward. Blood fills the crack and starts dripping down my finger. I grab at a bar, first pushing, then pulling. Nothing. Walking to one end, I gain as much speed as I can and charge for the opposite end. When I slam all my weight into the other end, I do nothing but bounce onto the ground. The structure remains unchanged. Checking the spot where the cage meets the ground, my hands go to a single log running at the bottom of it that is halfway buried. Both of you come here and start digging, I say. It's entirely possible the cage stops there and there's nothing but dirt under it. I hope. I don't know what else to try. We all start digging in the back corner. My bloody finger stings as I scrape through the hard packed dirt, but I ignore it. This is good. The sound of footsteps turns my attention from the minuscule progress we're making. A group of people approach us. Soft morning light is starting to glow through the cracks of our cage. I can see them better now. Dark hair and skin match Koa's, but the similarities stop there. Their faces are covered with fire ash, giving them an unsettling, ghostly appearance. Their lips and eyes have been painted black. The thick coat of cracking mud coating their hair is the only thing covering their bodies. Carrying the long pointed sticks they had earlier, they're making only clicking sounds with their tongue to communicate. I press my face up to a thin gap to get a better look. Dodging back just in time to save my eye from the tip of a spear shoved into a gap. What the fuck? Who are all this? This is torture. Torture! Dodging back just in time to save my eye from the tip of a spear shoved into the gap. More of them gather around. After some clicking, one of them goes to the middle of the front of the cage. I can hear the sound of wood sliding against wood. Is that a bolt lock? The entire wall of the long side swings up and sits on the top of the cage, leaving a wide open doorway. Half a second later, each of us have sharp points digging into our chests. More clicking, and a thin man with vertical scars lining his face walks in. The spear holding Meg lifts. The man wraps his hand into her hair and pulls her down to the ground. No! Let her go! Take me! Take me! I swipe the spear away, cutting a line into my chest that drags to my underarm. I leap toward the man, holding Meg only to be stopped before I can reach her. I'm slammed to the ground. The weight of 2 knees pushing me into the hard earth keeps me from getting up again. Just stop, Lou. I look up to see Fen with tears streaming down his cheeks, his face etched into hopeless defeat. The spear coming down on the back of my neck, just piercing the skin, stops my thrashing. Meg screams as she Meg screams as she desperately tries to crawl with the man to protect. Meg screams as she desperately tries to crawl with the man to prevent her hair from being ripped out. More clicking. The spear lifts from my neck. I jump up, but the lock is already sliding in place by the time I reach the wall. Ramming myself against the door over and over again, I scream as loud as I can, continuing to hit the door with all I've got. "Get off her!" I scream. Nothing budges. I go back to the little dip we've made and digging furiously. Dig furiously. I'm barely able to get a hand halfway under when a new noise demands my attention. They've started a fire. Meg's laying on her stomach with her hands held behind her back, her eyes locked with mine. She's quiet now, her face a sickly white, even the color of her lips is all wrong. They flip her over onto a board, tying her arms and legs down. A hunched woman takes ash from the fireplace and wipes Meg's face with it. A drum from out of sight starts playing a rhythmic beat, silencing everyone. The woman who put the ash on her face stands by her head, blocking my view of Meg's face. The woman reaches over Meg, her arm jerking out the same instant Meg lets out a heart-stopping scream. The monster above her holds a thick bunch of honey blonde hair with bits of bloody skin still attached to the end. I slam into the door again as hard as I can, screaming as loud as I can. Nobody even turns to look. I'm not sure how it's possible, but Meg looks even paler. The tear-soaked expression she had before has been replaced by a confused, detached look. She's shivering now. Separating the chunk of hair into separate thin strands, the woman drapes it over a wooden stand. She then takes a thin piece of cylindrical wood from a brown-stained wooden box. The width and length of a piece about the size of my finger. She pushes Meg's lips aside, placing it right over her two upper front teeth. I look in horror to the monster's other hand to see it holding a large wooden mallet. Something nearly forgotten, deep within me, awakens. Erupting in a fiery internal storm, energy soars through my veins. I don't try to suppress it this time. Instead, I will it to take over, to grow stronger, to make me stronger. The glow of my hands lights up the entire cage. Koa's presence rises behind me, but I don't lose my focus on the boiling energy inside of me that wants out. The woman with the mallet swings her arm up while still holding the tooth piece in place. Ready to drop down, the mallet freezes mid-air when Ready to drop down, the mallet freezes mid-air when blazing flashes of lightning burst all around us. She drops the mallet, looking up to the clear sky in fearful confusion. The deafening cracks of thunder cause everyone to cover their ears. Remembering the bed from the bard, I put my brightly glowing hands onto the cage wall. My hands push into it as if it were fish scoop. The solid wood melts to the ground. I push down, making enough room for me to step easily through. When I'm free, I hold my lit hands outward as weapons. The crowd parts as I slowly approach Meg. Keeping my hands up, I prepare for an attack. No one moves. "Now's a good time for you two to grab her," I call out. I keep my eyes on the people as Koa walks to her and picks her up as if she were an infant. No. I couldn't change it so much. Oh my god, I can't stand it. I keep my eyes on the people as Koa walks to her and picks. Wow. I keep my eyes on the people as Koa picks her up. I walk to the monstrous woman who now stands dumbstruck. She doesn't back away or try to defend herself as I grab a fistful of mud-packed hair and yank it down, forcing her to look at me. The urge to slam my hand into her face is so overpowering, my hands begin to shake. The trembling fear she responds with stops me. Instead, I look to Fen, who's frozen in shock with wide eyes trained on me. Needing to avoid this look, I turn back to Meg. Other than her eyes being open, she's completely shut down. The sight of her safely in Koa's arm calms me, though. My hands dim and the energy diminishes. No, 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 I mumble to myself, trying to shake the light back. They return to their normal state despite my effort. My eyes dart around the people that surround us. A man slowly approaches me. Older than the rest, he puts his hand out as if it were to show me he's unarmed. He keeps walking toward me, so I take a nervous step back, and he falls to his knees before me. Bending at the torso forward, he bows to me and clicks the tongue. Fuck this! I hate this whole part. Bending at the torso forward, he bows. Bending at the torso forward, he bows to me and clicks his tongue in a decisive pattern. One by one, every single one of them does the same. I look to Koa puzzled. He stares back at me with furrowed brows. He looks oh, I can't do it from here. Oh my god. Basha Teatuk. I created a language for this book too. I'm so excited. Okay. That's part of it though. Teatuk. Okay. Here we go. Where was I? I look to Koa, puzzled. He stares back at me with furrowed brows. Teatuk, he whispers. A small, malnourished woman crawls to my feet, placing a bowl of miscellaneous fruit next to me. She kisses the ground before my feet and backs away. I see the fuzzy purple fruit that made Fen hallucinate. With all eyes on me, I take a red berry. It's one Koa has given to me. Popping it into my mouth, I swallow it whole. Then I take the fuzzy toxic fruit, showing everyone, and chuck it into the trees as far as I can. A few seconds later, I see more of them flying through the air in the same direction. I glance to Fen with the start of a smile. He looks at me in a way I've never seen before, his eyes wide, mouth gaping. It's beyond looking as if he's seen a stranger. He's seen a freak of nature. Nothing but betrayal and dishonesty. And is that fear? For the first time ever, he's looking at me like a mistborn. Let's go, Koa orders. Pushing my fist against the ache in my chest, I follow. Okay, that's chapter 16. Now we're going to do chapter 17. Crushing it! Only 3 more chapters to go. And this part is done. Okay. I don't like how I did that. I would do this so differently now. But it is what it is. But I'm not gonna waste more time on it. We have more projects to do. I'm super excited about the sequel though. I think the second book's gonna be. I'm excited. In my head, it's amazing, but if I can do that, I don't know. We'll see. Okay, chapter 17. We make it down. Whoops. Hold on. Okay. Chapter 17. We make it down. Chapter 17. We make it down to the spot where we were attacked. We continue down the route we originally planned, alongside the mud. Meg's still shaking, so Koa continues to carry her. I watch him carefully. He walks as gracefully as ever. Fighting the urge to lift his blood-soaked bandages, I decide to save it for a private moment. I'm not sure how abnormal... Oh shit, what? Fighting the urge to lift his blood-soaked bandages, I decide to save it for a private moment. I'm not sure more abnormal would be too good for Meg and Fen right now. Fen's taking the lead and I'm grateful. I can't face him. Not after that look. I walk behind everyone else. Even with the sun up now, the sight of all the teeth hanging from the trees still sends a shiver through me. After a few hours of walking, we make it out of the dead forest. We meet back up with our stream, following it until we reach a patch of trees alongside the tall grass. Koa gently sets Meg down on the ground. Her color's coming back and she seems to be more alert. We stay the night here, Koa says, setting his pack down before gathering supplies to start a fire. I go to Meg and wipe the cold sweat from her forehead with my hand. Hey, you, I whisper, pushing strands of hair from her face. Hey. Her voice is small, even for her. How you feeling, kid? I ask, feeling stupid as soon as I do. Really tired, she says as she turns into the position she usually sleeps in. Burp. Really tired, she says as she turns into the position she usually sleeps. Sleep. You're safe now, I whisper and hum Mom's tune as I gently stroke her hair, just like she would do to us. She closes her eyes. Her breathing slows to a steady, restful sleep moments later. Carefully, I lift up a clump of bloodied hair to inspect the spot of missing skin. Here, Koa says, handing me a small jar of yellow salve. It will help it heal. I dip my finger into the jar and gently dab it on the area. She lets out a grunt and turns away but doesn't wake. I lay the covers over her and sit beside Fen and Koa. The fire has gotten going, just in time for the sun to depart for the night. The warmth of it feels more than amazing. Fen avoids my eyes. I can't come up with anything to say to him, so I ask Koa a question instead. What does Teatuk mean? I ask. Red Death? He keeps chewing on the dried meat. Red Death? He keeps chewing on the dried meat he's working on as if it's... Red Death. He keeps chewing on the dried meat he's working on as if it's no word. Red Death. He keeps chewing on the dried meat he's working on as if it's of no importance at all. Ha! I snort. After all the tormenting I endured on the bard, I can't help but laugh. Maybe I am an evil mutant misborn after all. Fen moves before I can nudge him for the humor. He gets up and walks away, keeping his face turned away from me. This is horrible. He gets up and walks away, keeping his face turned from me. I rest my gaze on my fidgeting hands while my hands start to while my mind starts to over-dissect the situation. Koa hands me a piece of dried meat, breaking me from my own thoughts. I have no appetite, so I tuck the food into a small pocket of my obi, feeling the ache in my chest twist, threatening to take me over again. I stand myself up and walk in the opposite direction as Fen. Koa watches me as I walk towards some shrubby growth. Looking back after a few minutes, I feel Looking back after a few minutes, I see Fen has already walked back and taken a seat next to Meg in the fire. I keep walking anyway, needing a distraction from the dull pang of emotion that's trying to fester back up. Getting to the line of bushes, I see through a gap of rounded blue leaves that there's a small pond beyond. The bush line is higher than I thought, so I find a small opening and crawl on my belly to get through it. The seclusion I feel when I get through is exactly what I needed. I sit down on a massive white rock. It's not the stunning view, but my amazed reaction to the view that's the most precious part of the moment. It's something I wasn't sure I would get back. The moon reflects off the rippling water, showcasing the dancing, transparent butterflies speckled with soft pastel colors. Lily pads with swirling funnels going deep into the crystal clear waters. Oh my god. I did not write this thinking I would have to fucking read it. Lily pads with swirling funnels going deep into the crystal clear water glow a soft blue color, reminding me of my hands. I watch as a butterfly lands on a pad to rest. Its legs can't grip the surface and it slides down, spinning in a circle until it disappears into the pad's center. Standing very still, I slow my breathing as another butterfly circles my hand. Shaking its antenna back and forth, it lands on the tip of my knee. I can see the glow of the pads behind it through its wings. I can see the glow of the pads behind it through its wings. A familiar sensation hits me. Turning my head scares the butterfly away as Koa appears through the foliage. You found me, I say, watching all the butterflies except one fly off out of sight. He sits down beside me on the rock, making me once again hyper aware of our closeness. He turns to me, and with a glob of salve on the tip of his finger, he gently medicates the cut that runs across my chest. I hold my breath as his finger tucks across. I hold my breath as his finger tucks under the fabric to reach the end of it. A warm fluttering shoots through me the exact moment I feel the air around him change. When he finishes, he quietly turns and stares off into the water. I turn to him to see that he's wearing a loose beige shirt that I've never seen. It reminds me of a forgotten curiosity. Feeling braver than normal, I reach to his shirt. He looks at me but does nothing to stop me. Lifting the foreign fabric, I expose a perfectly uninjured chest. My fingers slowly run over the perfect flesh that was severely wounded just hours ago. There's nothing, not even a red spot to mark the injury. He watches me carefully, almost nervously, as he waits for the reaction I refuse to give. Letting the fabric fall, I turn my attention back to the butterflies. It's called bioluminescence, I say. He looks at me puzzled. The glow of the lily pads. I've read about it. I never thought I would ever get to see it, though. The glow of the lily pads. I've read about it. I never thought I would get to see it, though, I say. I can tell he's still watching me, though. Through... I can tell he's still watching me through my peripheral vision. I watch the butterfly flap down, about to land on the same plant. And they're carnivorous to boot. I've never heard of such a thing. It's about to eat that butterfly, look, I pointed out. It's about to be eaten, but not by the plant. I'm startled by the thrill of his touch as he takes my pointing hand and directs it to the right. A frog sitting on a small rock. It has a teardrop shape on its forehead. The frog opens it to produce a vividly colored flower. As soon as it's finished opening, the butterfly changes its course and starts flapping toward the frog. The flower scent is the frog's weapon. It's irresistible to the butterfly, he tells me, hand lingering on mine just a moment longer before letting it go. I can relate to that, I mutter under my breath. His knowing smile tells me he heard me and knows exactly what I'm talking about. I'm grateful the darkness helps hide my pink cheeks. I keep my eyes closed I keep my eyes on the butterfly. Sure enough, the butterfly gets too close to the frog, and the frog's sticky tongue shoots out and takes the insect into its mouth without hesitation. "What are you?" I ask, forcing my face and voice to remain emotionless as I look at him. His face darkens. "What are you?" he counters. I have no answer for that, so I stand myself up instead, feeling overwhelmed by the mystery of his presence alike. "I'm going to check on Meg," I say, crawling through the same spot. I can feel him less and less with each step. Closing my eyes, I focus on the feeling. If we stick together long enough, I'll be able to tell exactly how far he is from me with my eyes closed. Sorry. I ponder the betting games I can make from this. Despite feeling fully awake, I crawl beside Meg to try to catch some sleep. Fenn's familiar snores help lull me to a dreamless slumber. Koa's hand wakes me. "It's time to go," he says, and I think hearing his voice first thing might... "It's time to go," he says, and I think hearing his voice first thing might just be the best way to wake. A smile creeps across my face, only to be put away when Fenn gives me the look again. That same fearful, "what kind of monster have I been around my whole life?" kind of look. He turns away from me and starts to walk upstream without a word. That damned corrosive ache of mine comes back. I miss my best friend, and now more than ever I need his shoulder to lean on. I want to talk to him, yell at him, throw a rock at the back of his head, something, but I settle on just following for now. Meg walks beside Fenn up ahead a few dozen feet, and Koa eventually ends up falling into the same pace by my side. Give him time. He doesn't understand. That frightens people. I wasn't gonna do this. Give him time. He does not understand. That frightens people, Koa says impassively as he keeps his eyes ahead. Does it frighten you? I ask, raising my eyebrows in a challenge. He laughs in response, and it's the most bewitching sound I've ever heard. No, I do not frighten easily, he says, but it's hard to believe when I've even begun to frighten myself. As if reading my mind, he stops. Turning his attention to me, he lowers his head and lines his eyes with mine. I don't, he says in such a way I have no choice but to believe him. See, he says playfully. To prove it, he takes a step toward me and fearlessly grabs my hip firmly with his hand, but the amusement leaves his eyes once he has me. His expression darkens as we lock eyes. Waves of heat radiate through my cold body. He pauses, then indecisively removes his hand. He looks away and hesitates only a moment before he brings his palm gently to my cheek. And there it is. The current. His eyes and mine connect differently now, in a much deeper way somehow, as if we both... Fuck a duck, I don't want to reread that. His eyes and I'm gonna get the giggles. His eyes and mine connect differently now, in a much deeper way somehow, as if we were both bearing all of who we are to each other. Finally, he whispers so quietly I'm not sure if he meant for me to hear it. He takes a deep breath, removing his hand, and he takes a deep breath, removing his hand as he continues to walk. As I follow, I pretend to be preoccupied with something on the opposite side of him to hide the fire in my cheeks. As if knowing exactly what I'm doing, he takes me by the chin, turning my head toward him. A wicked grin spreads across his face. As if knowing exactly what I'm doing, he takes me by the chin, turning my head toward him. A wicked grin spreads across his face. I have never seen a face so red, he teases. I'm gassy, I spit out, not liking the smugness on his face from knowing it's the reason I'm blushing like a buffoon. I pick up the pace with my walking to escape the sight of his amusement. We're forced to go up a tall incline and unable to see what's beyond. When we eventually do, we make it up. When we eventually do make it up, The sight has me turning to Koa to gauge his response. Ahead is nothing but the tall grass he wanted to avoid. Ahead is nothing but the tall, brown grass he had wanted to avoid, spanning in every direction before us. The way the wind's pushing it into the way the wind. Fuck this sentence. How did I write this? In all fairness, I had like a lot of classes in between this. God. The way the wind pushes it into huge sporadic swirls would be somewhat hypnotizing if I knew I wasn't likely about to have to venture into it. The thinnest section, by my estimate, will take at least 30 minutes to hike. Koa curses that same foreign expletive I heard from him before. What's the plan? I ask, watching him debate something in his head. We go through it, he states, looking discontented. Why does that worry me so much? I ask. Predators. They shouldn't be a problem for me. Fuck a duck. Damn it, I'm just gonna rewrite this whole goddamn book. Okay. We're gonna do it, guys. Totes fine. Whoops. Okay. Predators. They wouldn't be a problem for me, but I've been having a bit of a distraction. I wrote this? Okay, I'm not making any changes anymore. Whatever is on here is just being read. I'm just reading it. That's it. Predators. They wouldn't be a problem for me, but I've been having a bit of a distraction issue of late, he says pointedly in my direction, sending a wave of guilt with it. He takes my knife from my obi and hands it to me. He readies his bow for himself. Predators? I worry to myself. I picture lions and tigers made invisible by the dense grass, waiting only inches from you, ready to pounce. I grip the hilt of my knife tighter. The grass is thick and tall, an ideal place to hide. Meg looks up to me wide-eyed. The fear back on her face breaks my heart. We all pack tightly together and follow Koa. Fed and I both scan the trees on opposite sides while sandwiching Meg in between us. We don't need words to devise the plan. Always on the same page. It's something we've been able to do since we were kids. My eyes strain, trying to determine the movement of the wind and possible movement from something else. At least it's not dark. Koa stops just ahead of us, looking directly in front of him. His bow is fixed on a particular spot. A deep wailing of a moan sounds shockingly close, as if it's vibrating the ground we're walking on. I step in front of Meg, ready to... It's hard to say. I step in front of Meg, ready to stab whatever might come out. Koa takes a step forward, pushing the grass down with his foot. He exposes a massive black creature laying on the ground, bigger than the four of us put together. It reminds me of a picture I came across in the encyclopedias. Bigger than the four of us put together. It reminds me of a picture I came across in the encyclopedias from preservation. Ursus americanus, the North American black bear, but on some serious steroids. Although the coloring is the same, its fur coat is shorter, exposing huge rippling muscles that look too big for its skin. Its muscular legs, along with its snout, are longer than a black bear's, making me guess that on a good day, it's fast. Really fast. There are cuts all over it, and a piece of one of its ears missing. I take a step closer, and the animal groans, feebly trying to get up. Moving Moving one of its paws, it exposes a deep wound on its stomach. A section of its intestine is lying in a pool of blood beside it. I'm not medical, but even I know the bear's done. At the bear's movement, something behind him moves and makes a high-pitched yakking noise of its own. The bear's cub. Its rounded fluffiness looks exactly like the pictures of black bear cubs I've seen at the Bard. The cub crawls to its mother's head and paws at her nose, unaware that she won't be getting up again. I push my fist into the center of my chest at the unblocked emotional assault. Reluctantly, I watch as Koa takes out his knife and walks up from behind it. Grabbing Meg, I turn her into me so she can't see. She willingly buries her face into my stomach as soon as she realizes what Koa is planning to do. He places one hand on the black fur of the animal's head. The bear doesn't try to move this time, but only mewls helplessly at him. Koa mutters something unintelligible to the animal while he strokes the fur at its neck. With one quick motion, he sticks his knife in a precise spot at the back of his neck. The chest rises with one last rattling breath before all the animal's movements cease. Its chest rises with one last rattling breath before all the animal's movements cease. The cub keeps pawing and yakking hopelessly at its mother's face. Meg begins to sob, which makes me have to fight tears of my own. What about the cub? I ask Koa. It might be able to make it. They grow much faster than other animals. We need to leave, though, before whatever did this gets hungry enough to come back, he says. Ven wraps his arm around Meg, guiding her in the direction we were going. Koa waits for me. I take one last look at the cub, crouching down in front of it. I hand out the dried meat I put in my pocket earlier. The cub stands on its two back legs, sniffing the air. It makes eye contact with me. Here, I say, giving it a little shake. The small cub falls to all fours. Its little legs make its body waddle as it walks to me. It sniffs the meat before gently taking it from my hand. Koa extends his hand. I take it and he helps me up. With my awakened ache, I mostly forget to be afraid on the way back until a soft rustling starts behind me. I look back multiple times, but there's nothing. We make it out of the grass and continue until we meet back up to our stream. After we all get drinks, we settle onto some soft grass stems. Oh my god. Okay. After we all get drinks, we settle onto some soft grass in the sun. I lay myself out on my belly, resting my head on my crossed arms as I watch Koa take out the carving project. I lay myself out on my belly, resting my head on my crossed arms as I watch Koa take out the carving project he's been working on. A familiar sound pulls me out of my daydream. A yakking. I prop myself up to see the cub running toward me with its funny wobble. What the? The cub puts its two paws on me and gives me a yelp. Damn it, Gingy. The cub puts its two paws on me and gives me a loud yak. Shoo, I say, pushing its paws off as I stand up. I guess he found a new mother, Koa laughs. Shoo! I did not adopt you, shoo! The cub circles my feet and plops itself down right on top of them. Meg rushes over and puts her face down into its fur with a hug. Stop that! It could have parasites! She ignores me and keeps snuggling her face to it, stroking its ears with her small hand. Oh, he's so cute! And smell him! He's as clean as can be! Can we keep him? She looks up at me with such profuse, genuine excitement. Not a single drop of torment remains on her face. We can't, Meg. You saw its mom. It's going to get huge. It's too dangerous to keep him, if it is a him. I lift up one of the cub's hind legs and push its fluffy back. Did I really need to write that? I lift up one of the cub's hind legs and push its fluffy black fur to the side. Yep, it's a him, I confirm. He won't hurt us, Lou. Look, he loves you. He thinks you're his mommy, she begs. I pull my feet from under him and back away, only to have the cub follow me and settle on the top of them again. Please, Lou, I'll feel so much safer with him, please. She looks at me with big, sad, pleading eyes. She's tried this game at the Bard, but it's much easier for me to ignore when her hair wasn't just ripped out of her. She's tried this game at the Bard. Fuck a duck. She tried this game at the Bard, but it's much easier for me to ignore when her hair wasn't just ripped out and her teeth were almost... Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Ah, wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Where was I? Fuck. Okay. She's tried this game at the Bard, but it's much easier to... Wow, fucking, it's terrible. She's tried this game at the Bard, but it's much easier to ignore when her hair wasn't just ripped out and teeth nearly punched out from her head. Is it even safe? I asked Koa. A cub would never hurt its mother or its herd. He shrugs, a small smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Oh, blasted hell, I groan. Meg shrieks and wraps her arms around the bear at what she looks... Fuck! This is hell. Oh, blasted hell. Oh, blasted hell, I groan. Meg shrieks and wraps her arms around the bear at what she took as a yes from me. The cub lifts up his nose, kissing it to Meg's. She lifts up with a giggle. Okay, maybe having it won't be so bad if it does this to Meg. Okay. Okay, maybe having it won't be so bad. What the? Okay, maybe having it won't be so bad if it does this to Meg. Let's call it Gingy, Meg decides. Gingy? It's a boy, Fen chimes in. How about Brock or Blaylock? He suggests. This makes me laugh. Fen shrugs, and I swear I see a hint of a smile before he turns his go-to grimace back on. Oh, please, can we call it Gingy? I've had the name picked out for my first pet for years, she begs. You've had a name picked out for a pet? What were you planning to take on, a crab? She ignores my snarky question and continues to fawn over the cub. How could I possibly deny her this? I'm not sure. I've seen her so happy. Gingy it is. I roll my eyes and Meg squeals, giving the cub another tight squeeze. The area we settled in is mostly short grass and dirt, with big willowy trees with strings of soft yellow flowers. The area we settled... Hold on. I can't. I need... I think I'm going too fast again. Hi. Alright, we're almost done. We have like a chapter and a half. Garage break. Biter garage break. Okay. Okay, here we go. The area we settled in is mostly short grass and dirt, with big willowy trees with strings of soft yellow flowers cascading around them. The overall sight of them makes me feel as though I've entered some sort of dream, spawned from one of the paintings in leadership. We stay there for the rest of the day, catching up on some much-needed downtime. At least much needed for Fen, Meg, and I. Koa never seems to need to rest. Supporting my hypothesis, he heads straight for the nearest woods while the three of us lay down in exhaustion. He brings back 2 more of the small gray fluff balls. I take them right from him without hesitation, skinning and gutting them while Koa works on starting a fire. Catching each other watching makes it hard to work. Fed and Meg are playing with the cub by the stream, tossing a stick back and forth, laughing while he rolls himself gleefully around in the dirt after catching it. Watching them, I realize how I can't stand this part. Watching them, I realize how content I feel. The ache in my chest, while still there, is no longer overwhelming everything else. How impossible the easy emotion seemed just days ago. It's funny how things like that can change so drastically and without warning. What's on your mind right now? Koa asked me. A what? What do you mean? I ask. What are you thinking of? You are smiling, he says, waiting for my answer. Oh, I didn't realize. Nothing. I'm just happy, I guess. I admit. I like you happy, he states, pushing a log over the strong flame he started. I turned my face down to hide the blush that's become entirely too common these days. Putting one knuckle under my chin, he lifts my face up. I like this too. The tone of his voice could melt. Oh my god. The tone of his voice could melt the hardest of metals. Oh, this stupid grin. Stop grinning, Lou. Stop grinning! I can't, so I start coughing instead. His knowing grin makes me feel as if hiding anything from him is a hopeless impossibility. He gratefully turns his attention to cooking the meat, smile intact. Okay, chapter 18. Finally, this is the last chapter of this. No, there's not. There's more. There's two more. I think that was the most boring chapter, though. Maybe in this part. Maybe not. Oh wait. Never mind. I'm so stoned. Okay. That's the second time I made that mistake. Okay, a shower now should smell. No, I keep thinking it's messed up. It's not. Okay. Okay. Right? Chapter 18. I think that's where we're supposed to be. Okay, we're almost there. Chapter 18. We all eat, sitting around the fire together for the first time. The cub happily chews on the carcasses that were left. We eat our fill. I still can't believe how delicious food is when it's never lived in the ocean. Night falls. Meg and Fen fall asleep first next to the fire. Koa walks up to the stream, and it takes less than a minute for me to decide to follow. How much longer will it be? I ask, hoping the answer isn't a short one. He stands up, looking around. He settles on whatever he was searching for, grabs my hand, and pulls me along with him. Here, I'll show you. He grins back to me. He leads me further away from camp to a gigantic tree. The cub waddles close behind me. Some sort of pine, I think. Its massive trunk is bigger than I could wrap my arm around. Its massive trunk is bigger than I could wrap my arms around. Its massive trunk is bigger than I could wrap my arms around. He lifts up a needle-clad branch, showing a hidden enclave the branch's umbrella around. Limbs thicker than my waist circle around the tree, getting thinner the higher they go. Looking up, I feel suddenly dizzy by its daunting height. I really don't like heights. Let's go, he nods up. Up? Up there? My voice goes high with disbelief. Yes, he laughs. I'm not sure how safe that is. See, I'm pretty clumsy, and his body lining up behind mine stops my words. Stop my words short. Wow. His body lining up behind mine stops my words short. I won't let you fall, he assures me. He takes my hand and places it on the rough bark. Okay. I put my foot on a lower branch, pulling myself up to stand. The cub puts his 2 front paws on the limb I'm standing on, whining when he can't get any further. Koa tosses him a piece of dried meat that he happily lies down to chew. I go up another branch and he steps up just behind me. Why is this blasted dress so short? I complain in my head. Careful how I position my legs, I keep climbing and he keeps close just under me. I make it up about halfway up the tree. Wow. I make it about halfway up the tree. Okay, this looks good. What did we climb this damn thing for? I say, wrapping my arms tightly around the limb in front of me. Not yet, he says. Reluctantly, I keep climbing, willing my legs not to shake. I make it a few dozen feet more before the bottom of my shoes slip on a limb. Koa pushes his body to mine, pinning me to the tree. Maybe this is far enough for you, he teases. He takes another step up so that he's standing on the same branch I am. The feel of his chest to my back reminds me of the night we slept together. With his body fitted against mine, he leans forward, placing his chin on my shoulder and pushes the needles down in front of us. I'm taken aback by how far out we can see. There, he whispers, his warm breath tickling my ear in a way that makes my knees feel even weaker. I force myself to pay attention to what he's pointing to. Squinting my eyes, I follow the direction of his finger. It's like a faraway bubble, dotted with thousands of tiny lights. Judging by the tiny specks of trees around it, the thing is massive, truly ginormous. Wow, I say, trying my hardest to focus. This kills me. Wow, I say, trying my hardest to focus on as many details as I can, but I don't get much information. It's too far away. How long do you think it'll take to get there? I ask. 5, maybe 6 days? He answers. Carefully, I turn my body around, looking for a branch to step down on. We're facing each other now. I keep my eyes down to avoid anything that'll cause me more dizziness. Now how do we get down? I ask. His lack of answer causes me to look up. Big mistake. A needy, dizzying rush hits me as I see where he's looking. His intense gaze is locked onto my lips. My heart starts to beat faster. As if hearing the change, he looks up to my eyes. He leans in just a fraction of a centimeter. With my back leaning against the thick tree trunk, his hand goes under my hair, gently gripping the back of my neck. Goosebumps shoot down my legs as if they're racing each other. He presses his hard body to mine. They fit together in such blissful perfection. It feels as though this is exactly how my body is meant to be. I hold my breath as he slowly closes a small gap between our lips. His smell, our contact, the anticipation is all too much. My knees buckle and I fall an inch before he catches me. If it weren't for him being wrapped around me, I'd fallen to my death right there. Wouldn't that be something? Not thirst, falling off a cliff, execution, or crazy teeth-pulling people, but death by almost kiss. Oh, what a way to go. He grips both of my hips, effortlessly picking me up. He sets me down so I'm sitting on a branch right in front of him. He slowly leans forward, carefully watching my reaction as he does. I part my legs, letting him lean against the branch I'm sitting on. I'm taller than him here. I put my hands on his shoulders for balance, and he tilts his head up, watching me. My hand goes to the side of his neck. A flicker of emotion crosses his eyes as he leans closer. This is it. My body flutters in nervous anticipation as I prepare myself for what I've thought of over and over again. Wetting my lips, I lean down. Our mouths are just about to meet right when the cub lets out a high-pitched, emotionally pained yak. I have to reread that. Oh. Okay. Wrapping my legs around him. Wetting my lips, I lean down. Our mouths are just about to meet right when the cub lets out a high-pitched, emotionally pained yak below us. I laugh at the timing. Wrapping my legs around him, I give his torso a squeeze, lightening his frustrated demeanor. He lowers his face, touching his forehead to my collarbone in defeat. All right, how about we get you down? He suggests. Sounds like a plan. I agree. He turns around, facing his back to me. Climb on, he instructs for me. I can't. I'm ready. I can't. Hold on, I just need like a second. Look at all those claps. That's it. I can't wait for one scene. That just reminds me of like a scene from a thing, a different thing that I need to change immediately. Okay. Climb on. He instructs for me to climb onto his back. No way, I protest. Just do it, he laughs. I reluctantly do as he says, warning him with my best "you better not drop me" look. I wrap my arms and legs around him as tightly as I can. He climbs down the tree so fast my hair is ruffled upward from the wind resistance. I don't think we could have gone much faster if we actually fell, but he lands just as gracefully as ever. When we make it to the bottom, the cub yanks at me, scolding me for abandoning it. The fire is low but still plenty warm. I lay beside Meg and watch as Koa props himself up against a tree like normal. He glances at me. I close my eyes, hoping he didn't see me gawking. I think I hear the faintest chuckle come from him, but I don't open my eyes to check. I curl up on my side with my arms in front of my... so bad. I curl up on my side with my arms in front of me. I tuck my hands under my head for a pillow. The cub waddles up. Starting at my belly, it pushes its way through my closed arms with its head until it makes its way through. It snuggles up against my chest and tucks its face under my chin. I give him a gentle squeeze and fall asleep, hoping Koa doesn't see me grinning like an idiot as I replay everything that happened in the tree. Okay, hold on. I'm ready for chess. We're gonna get through it. I said a part a day I'm gonna do. I could be done with this. Oh god, I've been putting this out for so long. We're gonna be done. It's gonna be gone. Done. Next, yeah. Okay. Okay, here we go. Oh, it's more than 5 hours, yeah. Well, time flies when you're having fun. Okay. I have like this lipstick makes like it's dry and like I have to like pick it off and it's weird. I kinda wanna go put more on. Okay, just kidding. Meg trying to coax the cub out of my arms without waking me is what wakes me up. He's wiggling his butt around with excitement, but doesn't leave my arms. I have to admit it. He's an excellent snuggler. Fen is still sleeping next to the restocked fire, standing up with a big stretch. Last night's tree climbing festivities come flashing back. Was that a dream? I look up to Koa sitting by the stream, working on his carving. So what is that you're making? I asked, just for the sake of hearing his voice. Standing up, he walks over to me and my eyes are struck. Standing up, he walks over to me and my eyes are stuck on his lips. The same fluttering as last night creeps its way inside me. No dream could do that. He steps just in front of me. I hold my breath as his hand goes to the same spot on my hip. It's for the little one, he says, giving me a playful squeeze that makes me grateful I'm not standing 30 feet from the ground. It's almost done. Come, I will show you. The excited smile on his face is contagious and makes him look years younger. Grinning ear to ear, I follow him to our tree. Raising my eyebrows, I try to guess what he's about to do. I got nothing. He takes his knife out and punctures the thick bark with it. It takes a minute before viscous, translucent sap starts slowly dripping from the opening. Placing the blade of his knife just under the semi-liquid, he collects as much as the flat side of the knife. Placing the blade of his knife just under the semi-liquid, he collects. Placing the blade of his knife just under the semi-liquid, he collects as much as the flat side of his knife. I'm still editing. Oh, we're not gonna stop. Damn it, it's gonna have 4 editions. This goddamn book has 4. It's gonna have 4 editions, and like Goodreads, they will not let you like. Not like you can't like hide that this is the 4th edition. It's terrible. I can't like submit this as the first. It is always gonna be like nope. Ugh. Okay. Anyways, shit. Placing the blade of his knife just under the semi-liquid, he collects as much as the flat surface will hold. He balances the knife so none of it drips off. His other hand takes my hand and leads me back to the fire. Fen rolls onto his back when we get there. I pull my hand from Koa's before he can see. Koa looks to me, then to Fen, looking annoyed. He takes the knife and holds it to the fire. He starts to bubble. It starts to bubble almost instantly. The edges of the sap turn from clear to blue to black. He holds it over the fire until it all looks like black tar. Hold this, he says, handing me the hilt of the knife. Carefully, I hold it steady just as he did. He produces the wood he was working on. He's hollowed out 2 curved pieces shaped like turtle shell. Both as big as his palm. He places one of the pieces curved side down on a large flat rock. Taking the knife, he taps the burnt sap along the edge, careful not to get any in the carved out middle. When there's a thick, even ring all the way around, he puts the blade of his knife directly into the fire. I can't sing it. I was guessing. When there's a thick, even ring all the way around, he puts the blade of his knife directly into the fire. Carefully taking the other piece, he lines it up directly over the other, edges opened up with each. Carefully taking the other piece, he lines it up directly over the other one, edges evened up with each other to create a uniform shape. He presses it down, singing a barely audible song as a timer. He presses it down, singing a barely audible song as a timer. My eyebrows shoot up as a smile creeps its way across my face. Why is it always creeping? He looks down to hide the movement of his lips. We're going to have to revisit that at some point, you know. He looks down to hide the movement of his lips. We're going to have to revisit that at some point, you know. We're going to have to revisit that at some point, you know, that don't you? My smile turns his smile. We're going to have to revisit that at some point, you know that, don't you? My smile turns his smile into a laugh. How can this be the same stoic, knife-pointing, rope-tugging person? I wonder. I forcefully focus my eyes on the carving when I realize they're fixated on his lips. Again. Finished, he says, handing it to me for inspection. It has 2 rows of small holes. Finished, he says, handing it to me for Finished, he says, handing it to me for inspection. It has 2 rows of small holes running down its back, 4 on each row. He turns it, exposing a larger hole at one end cut into a protruding square right where the 2 pieces of wood meet. I flip it over to see it has 2 more holes on the bottom, directly in the middle. So, what is it? I ask. He takes the piece from me, his thumb grazing mine. My teeth pinch my lip at the... He takes the piece from me, his thumb grazing mine. My teeth pinch my lip at the current it sends up my arm. Placing each of his fingers over the 8 holes on top of his... Holy shit! I feel like I'm reading it like how to change the manual car. Oh my god. Placing each of his fingers over the 8 holes on top and his thumbs on the 2 on the bottom, he brings the square at the end to his lips. With a gentle blow, a bird-like tone sounds from the wooden turtle. Meg hears and sits beside me to listen. He regrips his fingers, then brings in his lips again. He regrips his fingers, then brings it to his lips again. This time he moves his fingers in a rhythmic pattern. The breathtaking melody that fills the air is enough to make any bird jealous. My eyes shoot up in disbelief. I've never heard anything like this before. We didn't have instruments on the bard. People banged around with silverware and other miscellaneous scraps of material, sure, but it could never compare to this. The gallant social room and leadership, with their singing and big box-stringed instruments, comes to mind. I swallow back my loathing and focus on the sound, not wanting to miss a single note. When he finishes the short song, Meg and I clap enthusiastically. Ben has come over at the mysterious noise. Hold on. It's definitely getting worse as I go. There's like a point where it's like my mouth just starts coming up. Do you write for a living? I do. Believe it or not, don't judge it. Don't judge it off of this though. This is the first thing I wrote, like, ever. Well, like, big thing. But I don't really, like, I don't make a lot off of this kind of writing. I do mostly ghostwriting, web content. Mostly blog articles I'll ghostwrite. And I try to stick to short articles, like 300 to 500 word pieces. But the most random stuff, mostly nutrition and health. Unfortunately, it's kind of boring. I try to do as much science as I can. Science and kids stuff, how-to stuff, like arts and crafts, DIY stuff, are the jobs I shoot for. But once you're like in a niche writing, like, those are the jobs that you attract more of that kind. And I just kind of fell into like the health and nutrition niche. So your portfolio gets filled with a certain topic. You kind of get stuck in it. Ghostwrite is when you write in someone else's name. Well, kind of. So they have people. Yeah, I write it and they take credit for what I write. So people who manage any sort of web, they need web content, any sort of blog, and they need blog articles, whatever. They don't have time, or they don't want to, or they don't have the skill to write content for it. They have people go find writers for them to ghostwrite topic, and you'll get, and it's almost like an agent. You'll find that's like, oh, I've got this and this and this kind of job for you, that just finds tons of people. So if you need stuff ghostwritten, they'll do that for you. And like, I'll get a job, mostly like, okay, I need a job on, this is the title, why vegan's better than vegetarian or whatever. You need like 3 to 6 reputable sources in there. They want this specific link, blah 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 blah, 300 to 500 words, and then that's it. And then they post it, and they post it under their name. That's what ghostwriting is. But you get paid more when you do that. It's just your article, you're never gonna be like credited as that. Yeah. Ghostwrite. Anyways, I went on a tangent. But yeah, also don't believe any fucking thing you read, because it could be someone really unqualified writing it, and just because it's like, and it like you think you're reading something from like a cardiologist. No. Okay. Anyways, I that's how I make money. That this doesn't make money. A little bit here and there, but not really. But this is my favorite thing to write, books. And our next book, I'm trying to close this one down so that we can move on to our next book, which I've already mapped mostly, but we're gonna have to do a lot more research and stuff for that. So that one's gonna be my next one. We're gonna do that on stream. It'll be fun. Okay, I'm gonna finish this fucker thing. Oh god. I was told that some of Dan Brown's book are ghostwritten by a template because they are all almost the same. By a template, he just uses a template. I don't know if that's considered ghostwriting, if he's using a template. Like, what kind of template? What do you mean by template? Like when he's designing the story? That's where I know ghostwriting from. Maybe there's other ways. That's what I know. That you can't put your name, you don't get credit to it for ghostwriting jobs. And some of them you have to sign an NDA for, a non-disclosure agreement, and they will sue your ass if you tell them. True story. Can't get drunk and talk about articles. Okay. Here we go. Did I pause it? Oh, good God. Thanks. I was worried I didn't pause it. I need more water. I'll be right back. Then we're gonna finish this thing. Okay. It's the same character types, plot, progression. Oh, that's just. Well, I think that's a style, and they're just lazy creatively if they're just doing the same thing over and over again. But I mean, there's similarities. There's gonna be similarities in my next book to this, like, because I have a certain writing style and preference of my characters, and like I always gravitate towards a young female protagonist that is really intelligent, and the same tropes, and people are They like chess. They have a certain repertoire. So it's hard to define like what is, where does that, what did you call it? Template. And it's just who they are as a writer. Different writers. It's like someone with the template for how the book should be written, and then different writers filled. I understand. So you're thinking it's like a set of guidelines that are just given to a ghostwriter. Yeah, I've definitely done that. I've had like proposals. Like I won't ghostwrite big projects. I can't, cause like book-sized projects, if it gets over like 10,000 words, I can't carry myself to like, because that's like a baby at that point. Like you invest a lot if you're doing a project that big. I don't care what the topic is. Like this is 110,000 words. I would never do something this big that would take this much time and planning and effort and my creativity and then give it to someone else. I only ghostwrite like 1,500 words was the max, but even now, like I only do 300 to 500 word jobs. I can't, but I'll still get like offers, and they'll do like that. They'll seem like guidelines. They'll be like, okay, I need a Western romance, which I get asked a lot. I don't know why. I've never written Western or historical romance. Like I needed this many words, and then they'll have like certain like guidelines, like a structure. So, I don't know. But how do you know if that's just the author or a set of guidelines given to a ghostwriter? I don't know. I would never ghostwrite something so big though. Oof, that would be terrible. Like I couldn't pull myself through it. I gravitate towards a young King's Indian protagonist. Yeah, you're a sprinter more than a long distance runner. Yes, it is. So I only do those short jobs. That's why I like to play bullet too. Maybe. Chess and writing are similar. Okay. Oh my god. I hate this part. It's so boring. Ben has even come over at the mysterious noise. He doesn't clap though. Koa hands the music maker to Meg. Looking unsure, she turns to me for approval. I made it for you, Koa tells her. Me? Are you sure? She questions. Yes, Koa confirms. Really, really sure? Because I break things sometimes. Not on purpose, but sometimes things just break after I touch them, she adds shyly. Yes, I am really, really sure. If it breaks, I will make you another, if you like it. The smile Koa gives her is so sweet, so unlike the hard stoicism I've come to expect. I wonder if he'll stop surprising me. Taking both Koa and me by complete surprise. Why do I keep saying me? Like, the editor did that. An actual editor did that. Fucking Amy. What did you do? I'm just gonna read it how she had it. Taking both Koa and me by a complete surprise, she leaps toward him and wraps both of her smell. Okay, wait. I just need a minute. This is so difficult. What? Is it paused? Okay. We can play bullet later, maybe, if we both survive. Nice. That sounds fun. Do you play Crazy House? Okay. I've almost done 2 chapters. A chapter and a half. Well, that sounds fun. Taking both Koa and me by complete surprise, she leaps toward him and wraps both of her small arms around his neck in a hug. Thank you. I love it, she beams. Between this and the cub, I don't think I've ever seen her so excited. Not even on the bard when our safety was in question so frequently. I don't know how to play it, though, she says, examining the holes. Hold on. I got excited and I got out of breath. When you're reading out loud, you can't get excited at all. Or else I'll lose breath if I get anxious or excited. That was a problem when I started doing reading, Wednesday reading nights, is I would get anxious reading out loud. That has prepared me for this. I don't. But I would slowly start losing breath, and then I'm and you can really hear, oh, I'm not helping it. Okay, let me calm down. Goose fraba. Only standard. I play bullet standard. Okay. I can teach you, Koa tells her. A kind smile crosses his face as he looks down to her. Can we stay here one more night? My legs are still so tired, and I need to practice. She looks first to Koa, then to me. Koa looks up to me, silently asking. Doesn't bother me, I shrug. I'm hit with a rush of anxiety over what happens when we get to the giant bubble. I fully realize now, for fear of this very question, I am in no hurry whatsoever to get to the bubble. We stay another night, then, he proclaims, looking equally pleased with the idea. Meg squeals with excitement as she takes the place next to the cub to show him her gift. That was kind of perfect. She's pretty fanatical about music, I tell him as we watch her blow into the piece. I figured the way she experiments with sound. She reminds me much of my young sister, he says. I figured the way she experiments with sound. She reminds me much of my young sister, he says, standing up. He walks over to her for her first lesson. The elation from Meg's happiness deflates as I spot Fen by my fire. The elation from Meg's happiness deflates as I spot Fen by the fire, slowly feeding it small twigs. He looks utterly miserable. I'm reminded of my ache. It's never really gone, only momentarily covered by distractions now and then. I sit beside the fire, careful not to sit too close. Please don't be scared of me. Sorry, my mouth is getting dry and gummy. 960's fun. I don't mind standard if it's really fast. Please don't be scared of me. My voice breaks at the end, the thought too terrible to keep it even. I'm not scared of you, he flatly replies, keeping his eyes on the fire. It's just kinda weird, he laughs. The sound is so good to hear, I feel some of my anxiety melt away with it. But then I look at his face, and my relief retracts. It's just, we've always been so synced up. Or have you forgotten? He says. And now he looks up to me, and I wish he wasn't. It's just, we've always been so synced up. Or have you forgotten? He says. And now he looks up to me. I wish he hasn't. What the fuck? Why do I keep saying that? Let's start giggling again. I'm not even in the raunchy. Okay. I can't wait to look at. Okay. It's just, we've always been so synced up. Or have you forgotten? He says. And now he looks up to me, and I wish he hasn't. Why do I keep It's just, we've always been so synced up. Or have you forgotten? He says. And now he looks up to me, and I wish he wasn't. I haven't forgotten. You're my best friend, Fen, I whisper, feeling pressed down by his glare. Yeah, he snorts. Your best friend. He chucks another twig into the already hearty fire. He chucks another twig into the already hearty fire. If I'm your best friend, who is he? He nods his head toward Meg and Koa beside the stream. Are you kidding me? Is that what this is about? Not what happened? Not what I did with my hands, but him? He doesn't answer, but I can tell I'm right. This whole time, I've been worried sick that you'd be frightened. Blah. This whole time, I've been worried sick that you'd be frightened of me forever. That you'd think I was a freak. That you'd think I was a freak misborn and we'd be done. I rub my temples at a headache that's suddenly come on. What do you want me to say, Fen? I lower my voice in frustration. I see the way you two look at each other. It's how I've been looking at you for the past decade. I just want you to tell me what it is. What is it about him that drives you so wild? Is it how huge he is? Does he make you feel safe? Is it how he can feed you? Or do you just like assholes that tie you up? What is it that gets your rocks off so hard here? Because I just don't get it. And I really think I deserve to know. My headache flares at his angry words. He waits a moment, and when I don't say anything, he continues, letting out an exasperated sigh. He lowers his voice, not bothering to disguise the pain in it this time. This is somehow worse than being yelled at by him. I love you, Lou. I've loved you since we were kids. He looks... Fuck. I can't sit here anymore! He looks deeply into my eyes, boring into them in a way only Fen can. Seeing me. All of me. My quirks, my flaws, my entire past that shaped me into who I am today. The unquestionable sincerity of his words pokes at my ache. I love you too, Fen. I'm careful not to break eye contact. Because I do love him. And now more than ever, he has to realize that. Oh, that's complete crap and you know it, he yells. I don't need the internal surge of energy to tell that Koa is standing just behind me. Fen's repulsed eyes have fixed on him. Oh, perfect! No, I'm glad you're here because I was wondering something. What are your plans after we get to this place you're dragging us to? Do they include her? Fen asks Koa. To my dismay, Koa doesn't respond. I can feel his anger rising with Fen's word, but he stands... I can feel his anger rising with Fen's words, but he just stands there motionlessly. Ooh, fuck. Okay. To my dismay, Koa doesn't respond. I can feel his anger rising with Fen's words, but he just stands there, motionlessly, wordlessly. That's what I thought. If you have any decency at all, you'll back off her now. You might not see what you do to her, but I sure as hell do. And I can promise you one thing. It's gonna be me that picks her up this time. He turns away from us, kicking dirt up in frustration as he stalks off toward the stream. The poking at my ache turns... Oh my god. The poking at my ache turns to angry clawing. He gets halfway there and spins around. And no, Lou. I don't give a crap about your creepy shit. And no, Lou, I don't give a crap about your creepy-ass powers. I always knew there was something, he adds before turning back around. What powers? I look down to see Meg looking up at me confused, and I remember the state of shock she was in. With Koa at the stream, I give her a quick summary of how we got away from the tooth people, and then... With Koa at the stream, I give her a quick summary of how we got away from the fuck. I know. If there's a bad place, this is what they do in the bad place. With Koa at the stream, I give her a quick summary of how we got away from the tooth people, and then of what happened back at the bard, leaving out Mom's involvement. She listens with wide eyes to every syllable, knowing full well I would never lie to her about something like this. Really? She asks. And what about... She points to Koa and rubs the spot on her stomach where he was stabbed, knowing with her medical training that he was as good as dead. I shrug, letting her know she knows as much as I do concerning that. She sits perfectly still for a moment while she mulls over the information over before she lets out her excited, high-pitched squeal. Fuck. This is the coolest thing that has ever happened to me. I'm best friends with the witch, she beams. Don't call me that, I frown. Okay, I'm best friends with the sorceress, she says, wiggling her fingers into the air as if she's telling a spooky story. I roll my eyes. She then proceeds to bombard me with questions. Koa settles a few dozen feet away, watching us intently while he sharpens his knife. When she finds out I can't make the mysterious power just happen, she takes it upon herself to try to make it happen herself. She tries... I'm so redundant. How did I not catch half of the shit that... Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna have it the way it is, even though I'm not editing anymore. Just powering through it. When she finds out I can't make the mysterious power just happen, she takes it upon herself to try to make it happen herself. She tries holding my finger out, pointing it in different directions while she makes up silly chants. She even tries tickling me, which causes both Koa and me to laugh. Well, I guess they're asleep now. I'm going to practice my music. Tell me right away if anything wakes up. She doesn't go until I give her an answer. Yeah, I will. Go practice. I laugh. Wow, and this whole time I thought she was too scared about it to bring it up. My little Meg. It feels as if a weight I was unaware. Why do I keep saying I can't? This is horrible! It feels as if a weight I was unaware of has been lifted from my back. This moment, listening to Meg's happily broken notes, sitting beside Koa, would be perfect if it wasn't for one thing. Ben. I don't know what to do. I can't watch him hurt like this anymore, especially when I'm the cause. Meg has taken the cub to the stream to play in the water while she plays the music for him. It takes a few nudges from me when he finally leaves my side. I can't help but think of all those years. Fen has been in my... I can't help but think of all those years Fen has been by my side, sticking up for me, comforting me, making the dreary... I can't sing it! I can't help but think of all those years Fen has been by my side, sticking up for me, comforting me. I can't. There's no way I have a consistent tone or speed. No fucking way. It's anywhere. Anywhere. Oh god. We can do hyper if you want. Alter tends to be too much for me. I like just good old 1-0. Good old fashioned 1-0. Okay, we're just powering through. Powering it through. Meg has taken the cub to the stream to play in the water while she plays music for him. It takes a few nudges from me, but he finally leaves my side. I can't help but think of all those years Ben has been by my side, sticking up for me, comforting me, making the dreary barred life so much more manageable to bear. And look what I've done to him in return. I swallow hard. This has to stop, I say before I lose my resolve. Koa turns his attention from Meg to me. It's hurting my friend. Deeply so. I can't do that anymore. Unless necessary, we need to stay away from each other. Oh my god, I don't know how old I was when I wrote this. Okay. I'm just like imagining myself like I was at the library, probably like oh my god. This is the bad place. Like, make a writer like read out loud. And I'm doing it willingly. I'm such a masochist. Okay. I'm gonna get through it. If someone tries to find who was the ghost writer of an article, is he a ghostbuster? Yeah, do it. I wonder if you could. I bet somebody could if they went back to all of my, because I've done outlines for like articles that I ghostwritten, like bee honey or manuka honey, bee pollen. Those 2 articles I did on stream. Don't tell anybody. Okay. Just as fast as we can. Here we go. It's hurting my friend. Deeply so. I can't do that anymore. Unless necessary, we need to stay away from each other. I don't look at him, but out of the corner of my eye I see him nod. He waits for a minute before pushing himself up and walking into the woods with his bow. I watch him disappear behind the greenery. What did I just do? We avoid each other for the rest of the day. He only shows up once to bring a fresh kill. Trusting my skills enough to take care of the rest, he disappears back into the woods after dropping it off. What did I do? Without the familiar sense of him, an unsettling hollowness has crept its way inside of me. After eating, I crawl beside Meg to sleep. The cub warms its way under our covers. The cub warms its way under our shared covers in between us. It's cold tonight. It's cold tonight, so he's very welcome. Long after Meg's fallen asleep, I hear Fen curl up on the other side of Meg. It's too cold to sleep on your own tonight, no matter how angry you might be. Pretending I'm asleep so he doesn't leave again, I try to think of peaceful, calming things. No matter what imagery I manage to concoct in my head, it all eventually circles back to Koa. This will get easier, I think. It has to. Eventually I fall into a restless sleep, dreaming of his presence off and on throughout the night. Chapter 19! This is the last chapter in this part! Yay! And I think that was the worst part. That chapter was so horrible. Okay. I get excited for the end. Like, a few chapters I really like the ideas of. I'm getting excited about. We're gonna revisit them in book 2. A couple settings. Okay. Yeah, because we have the ice cave, like, I can't remember what it's called. My brain's shutting down. Okay, let's just finish. One more chapter. Joanna tries to finish the chapter. One more. We're almost done with the whole part. I'm excited. Chapter 19. Koa shows up just after we wake. We pack our belongings and continue our hike minutes later. Koa leads and Meg and I walk together a good distance behind him, with Fen just behind us. The cub walks close to my side. I have to redirect him to walk out farther from me. He likes to walk so close he trips me up every so often. With the extra rest behind our belts, we walk longer than we ever have. Having been watching Koa so intently, I feel as though I have every contour of his muscular back memorized. In fact, I know I do. We haven't spoken or even made eye contact. This is what I wanted, I have to remind myself. Stopping when the sun begins to set, the stream leads us into a thick shrub. Stopping when the sun begins to set, the stream leads us into a thick, shrubby foliage. Why? Stopping when the sun begins to set, the stream leads us into a thick, shrubby foliage instead of the soft glass. This is a tough one. Stopping when the sun begins to set, the stream leads us into a thick, shrubby foliage instead of the soft, grassy plain we usually camp at. We clear a spot for a fire and for us to sleep. The cub collapses in exhaustion in the first. The cub collapses in exhaustion at the first. The cub collapses in exhaustion in the first flattened spot. Although the dense forest around us makes me feel a bit safer, the tight space feels claustrophobic. I'm going to look for some berries before it gets too dark. I jet out then. I'm going to look for some berries before it gets too dark. I jet out of there before anyone has then. Oh my god! I think I just have to go slower. I'm going to look for some berries before it gets too dark. I jet out of there before anyone has time to say anything. I jet out of there before anyone has time to say anything. I try to walk in a straight line by fixing a faraway point before I move. Then when I get to the point, I fix on another as straightforward as I can manage. When I can no longer hear Meg blowing air into her instrument, I stop to look around. Taking a deep, relaxing breath, I finally feel the relief I needed from the tension back at camp. I wander around a bit, scanning for something edible, coming upon a lumpy, bright white mass growing at the base of a tree I've never seen. I guess it to be some sort of fungus. It catches my eye not because of the unearthly brightness of its white, but that it appears to be moving, as if something tiny is stuck inside. With my curious nature intact, I take a small twig and push it in the delicate white skin. The stick ruptures one of the series of individual rounded sacs. Thick green slime gushes out onto the forest floor, burning through everything it touches, leaving nothing but rancid black smoke. This is cool because she's actually going to use this as like a war weapon later in book 3. This fungus. Okay. Thick green spoilers. Sorry. Thick green slime gushes out onto the forest floor, burning through everything it touches, leaving nothing but rancid black smoke. Fuck, that's hard. It's difficult. This is a difficult sentence. Oof, I look like a pot pie potato. I don't know. Okay. Thick green slime gushes out onto the forest floor, burning through everything it touches, leaving nothing but rancid black smoke wafting up in its wake. Now that's a defense mechanism, I admire, standing myself up out of the smoke. Once it's cleared, I see the mushroom looks completely unharmed, the ruptured sac melted away, leaving nothing but another dip where it had been. The ruptured sac melted away, leaving nothing but another dip where it had been. The ruptured sac melted away, leaving nothing but another dip where it had been. The ruptured sac melted away, leaving nothing but another dip where it had been. Stepping back, I land my eyes on a vine wrapping its way around a dead tree beside it, dotted with bitter red berries I've had before. Pulling the bottom of my dress up, I make a pocket to collect them. A twig breaking behind me makes me jump. Dropping the few berries I've gathered, my hand goes to the knife in my obi when the electric current registers. I turn to see Koa standing behind me, bow in hand. "How did you sneak up on me?" I ask, wondering why I couldn't hear or feel him sooner. "You are not so hard to sneak up on when you're so preoccupied with everything," he says, his normal stern features in place. "There's just so much. I want to see it all," I say, spinning around so my eyes can take another deep drink of all that surrounds me. My eyes land on purple flowers shaped like trumpets sprouting up from wiry stems covered in thorns. They're turned in on itself in a way that could easily trap a small rodent. Birds above us sing lovely songs covered in brilliant patterns of color that I couldn't even name. I notice his presence fade away at my preoccupation again. "So, what brings you out?" I ask, feeling slightly embarrassed by my childish wonder. Somebody has to make sure you won't walk into... Somebody has to make sure you won't go walking into a bandit's knife. And have come to hunt. I didn't think you would object to some meat, remembering your fondness for these. He plops a sour berry into his mouth and is unaffected by its bitterness. Well, I am parched. I think maybe I should be heading back, to take care of that, I say awkwardly. Come, he insists, ignoring my despicable attempt to escape him. He takes my hand and leads me deeper into the woods to a group of white trumpet-shaped flowers that dangle from a tree. He brings me directly under a flower bigger than my head. He sets down his bow. Open your mouth, he tells me at the oh, that's what he said. Okay, wait. We're almost done. Open your mouth, he tells me. Open your mouth, he tells me as he takes my jaw with his hand and tilts my head back. With the other hand, he tips the flower and a clear, thin stream falls from it, filling my mouth with a tangy, sweet liquid. I swallow. That's really good, I say as I wipe the bit that's rolled down my chin. Is there any more? I ask, and he tips another for me with a smile. Better? He asks. I nod, and he picks his bow back up, pausing for a moment as a visible idea crosses his mind. Do you want me to teach you? He asks. Yes, I want you to teach me how to use that thing, I think. And I can feel my willpower to... Wait. Yes, I want you to teach me how to use that thing. Fuck no. Yes, I want you to teach me how to use that thing, I think, and I can feel my willpower to stay away from him melting. I answer before it's completely gone. I really don't think it's such. He cuts me off short as he steps directly behind me. Frozen, I'm too interested to see what he's doing to object. He takes one of my hands and places it on the other. He takes one of my hands and places it on the bows. He takes one of my hands and places it on the bowstring. Putting an arrow in its place, my hand disappears under his as he assists my grip. You must stand straight, as tall as you can, he directs. With his free hand, he pushes on my stomach, forcing my back to line up against his chest. Okay, I definitely don't want to interrupt this, I think, as that wonderful fluttering returns. After all, this is a crucial skill that could save our lives someday, I rationalize. Apparently, I'm still not straight enough because his hand goes to the top of my chest and he gently pushes that back. Apparently, I'm still not straight enough because his hand goes to the top of my chest and he gently pushes that back as well. With his palm covering nearly the entire spot of exposed skin on my chest, he lingers longer than necessary. He grazes my shoulder as he slowly removes his hand, sending a hot trail in its wake that I'm sure will be red in no time. He grazes my shoulder as he slowly removes his hand, sending a hot trail in its wake that I'm sure will be red in no time. He places both of his hands over mine now. He grips around mine, directing me to pull the string straight back. Your arms should be in a straight line with the arrow. His voice is different now, and slow and husky. He clears his throat the way you would when trying to refocus your mind. With his hand, he gently takes my elbow and brings it directly behind the arrow. Like this? I ask, with genuine excitement to shoot. With his body still pressed to mine, do you see that tree right there? He gently nods in the direction. Right behind the forest floor, you pulverized with the mushroom? He whispers. I laugh. I can't read anymore! It's become a personal challenge, obstacle to overcome now, a goal. It's become personal. With his body still pressed to me. Wait, okay. Do you see that tree right there? He gently nods in the direction. Right behind the forest floor you pulverized with the mushroom? He whispers. I laugh, causing my body to bounce against his slightly. A soft groan sounds as he lets out his breath. I will not turn around and kiss him, I will not turn around and kiss him. I will not turn around and kiss him. I keep the mantra going in my head, trying to push away the image of his lips from my mind. Alright then, am I ready to let go? He takes a second to answer. As if I caught him inside his own head, he hurries his answer like someone would if they were As if I caught him in his own head, he hurries his answer like someone would if they were distracted when asked a question. Yes, go ahead. He lets go of me in the bow and steps back as he watches. I let go of the string before my arms become too weak to hold it. The arrow wobbles up into the air, tearing its way through a cascade of foliage before it flops to the ground, nowhere near the designated target. My cheeks go hot. My cheeks go hot as he smiles at the awful shot. That was terrible, he laughs. Well, I doubt you did much better on your first try. I scoff. Maybe not, but I was 3, he says, still smiling. Is that a population control thing? I joke, widening his beautiful smile. A scratching noise turns his attention behind me. What? I start, but his hand goes to my mouth, gently covering it. With the other hand, he swivels me around, gently directs me by my hip so I'm facing the noise. A large brown animal, nearly twice the size of the usual gray ones he gets, sits perched up in the tree. His hands cover mine, putting me in a position to shoot. Without letting go this time, he aims the bow in one swift movement. I follow his cues perfectly as we simultaneously let go of the bow, sending the arrow right into the animal's head. It's pushed off the branch it was clawing at onto the ground. How did we do that? You didn't even take time to aim, I ask, not bothering to mask how impressed I am. Lots of population control practice as a child, he winks. Just when I think I'm figuring out this guy, this is so bad! Just when I think I'm figuring out this guy, he surprises me yet again and winks. And it's the cutest thing I've ever seen a grown man do. He takes my hand. Exclamation mark clap, guys. He takes my hand, helping me over a huge fallen tree to get our dinner. Right through the center of the animal's temple. It's a perfect shot. The animal didn't suffer, and none of the meat was affected. Grabbing the kill by the tail, he starts back toward camp. Why don't you go ahead? I dropped some berries I want to grab. He pauses, looking annoyed by my bad lie. I don't want you out here alone, he says. You don't want me out here alone? I say, unable to force a smile on my mouth down. You go. Whenever she smiles, I have to smile. I don't know why. Oh my god. Please just get done! Keep calm and breathe. Thank you. We're almost there. Okay, then that last part is gonna fly. Okay. Did I finish the part? Okay, yeah. You go. I'll get your berries. I think this over a second. I will wait for a respectable amount of time after you, he adds. Feeling embarrassed by how childish it all seems now, I turn away reluctantly before considering staying longer turns into actually staying longer. It takes me only about 10 steps from Koa before the eeriness of the darkening forest hits me. Do I really feel that safe with him? I wonder about Fenn's statement. Maybe I'm just too distracted by him to be scared by anything. If it weren't for Meg's off-key music, I probably would have gotten lost. Fenn's dug somewhat of a circle. Fenn's dug somewhat of a circular hole in the middle of the area we cleared. He's stacked small twigs and dry plant debris with it. He's trying to set a fire, rubbing Koa's rocks together. Hey, I announce so I don't spook him. Hey, listen to this, Meg says before she enthusiastically plays a short song she made up. I sit myself down and can't help but smile and attentively clap as she finishes. It's nowhere near the sweet song Koa produced, but she's definitely getting better. The cub waddles up to me, putting its 2 front paws on my lap. He nuzzles his head into my belly. I give him a rub around his ears, which I think satisfies him, judging by how he curls up around my feet to go back to sleep. You're learning fast, I praise Meg. I'm nowhere near as good as Koa, though, she says. Give it time. It just takes practice. I pause slightly on the word practice. Fighting the telling, you go, I'll get the berries. Just kidding. Fighting the telling. What? Oh, whoops. Hold on. Fighter. Fighting the telling smile that wants to creep back onto my face. Why are I was so obsessed with creeping smiles. What the fuck? What was my deal? Oh, I had such a small arsenal of words, I think. Okay, I'm not gonna fuck with it. Let's just read it. Anyways, I didn't bring back any berries. Sorry, I tell them. That's okay. Koa went that way to hunt. He never comes up empty-handed. She points in the opposite direction we were. I make a mental note to thank him for going out of his way for me. Fenn manages to get a small fire going. He's comically careful around it as if he's performing brain surgery. The pride in his eyes is great to see, though. Nobody breathe. I'm looking at you, Miss Windpipes, he says, causing Meg to giggle. That may be my favorite sound in the whole world. I think just as Koa steps into the tight clearing. He sits directly opposite me, next to Fenn. I'm all of a sudden aware of how small the area is. As if the entire atmosphere has suddenly dramatically changed. How can one person have such an effect? I wonder. Koa makes quick work with cleaning and cooking the meal. I don't bother asking to dissect the entrails despite my interest in this new creature. There unfortunately just isn't enough light. That night we all stuff ourselves full. There's plenty left over that the cub happily takes care of. It's colder than it's been, so we leave the fire blazing as we settle in for some much needed sleep. I sleep next to Meg with the cub tucked in between us. With not enough room between Meg and the fire, Fenn sleeps on the other side of the clearing. Without much room, Koa lays himself on his back with his hands tucked under his head to the side of Fenn. Our heads are only a few feet away, and I can see him clearly from the glow of the fire. I lay quietly as I listen to Meg's breathing even out and the cub's soft snores. I'm staring at Koa when his eyes meet mine. I don't look away like I used to. I imagine what it would feel like to lay beside him right now, warmed by his body against mine with his arms wrapped around me. The thought becomes too much and I'm the first to turn away. Burying my face into the cub's fur, I close my eyes. With the image of his orange-glowing face floating around my head, I drift off to sleep. We walk through the woods, sticking to the stream for the next couple days. Sneaking off into the woods has shamefully become a regular occurrence. We walk through the woods, sticking to the stream for the next couple days. Sneaking off into the woods has shamefully become a regular occurrence and the highlight of my day. Koa helps me practice my shooting while we tell each other more of our lives back home. The ease of talking to him is still there. It comes more and more freely with each conversation we share. I find myself making mental lists of things I want to ask or tell him all day long. Waiting for these brief visits has become increasingly difficult. Fenn has started to speak to me again, but it's nothing like what it used to be. I feel like I'm grieving our friendship now, trying to start conversations, asking him needless questions, even telling him bad jokes that He'd been telling them bad jokes that he would always make fun of me for. Nothing brings our old easygoing chemistry back. Not even the daydream prodding question of what do you think we'll find at this place brings more than a shrug from him. Meg, on the other hand, seems to be flourishing. I've never seen her so in love with something as she is that cub. She dotes on him, trying fruitlessly to teach him tricks and commands whenever she gets a chance. He seems fond of her too. He started to mimic the kisses she gives him by touching his nose to hers when she calls him. She lights up when he does this. It's mid-afternoon when Koa stops hiking. There. He points away from their stream. He points away from where the stream leads to a steep rocky incline. We should be able to see it once over that, he says. What about the water? Gingy needs frequent sips or he gets a little fatigued, she says. He will do fine, Koa smiles. He will do fine, Koa says, smiling at Meg's genuine concern. I look to Fen, who actually shows trace amounts of excitement. He's the first one up. Meg follows behind him and he directly... Hold on. There's gonna be background noise. Keep coming, Rita! We're almost there, it's so close! We're so close! We're so close! Oh my god, we're so close! Okay. I look to Fen, who actually shows trace amounts of excitement. He's the first one up. Meg follows behind him and me directly behind her as a spotter. Koa waits a moment and walks directly behind me. The incline is nearly vertical and rocky with thick tangles of weeds wrapping around everything. The only path being a water runoff that isn't steady. Hold on a second. The only path being a water runoff that isn't steady. Grab fistfuls of the weeds, Meg, I call up as a rock slips under her, almost causing her to tumble back. The only ones not having any trouble is the cub and Koa. It's a longer hike than I thought and steeper. We get 3/4 of the way there when I make the mistake of looking down. I see Koa just behind me, followed by a very... Hold on. We get 3/4 of the way there when I make the mistake of looking down. I see Koa just behind me, followed by a very long, rocky drop. I turn back around, clutching onto my own handful of weeds for dear life. My legs begin to shake, making the loose gravel under my feet jostle around. I can do this. Look at Meg, who's less than half your age and almost to the top without a problem. Tell myself. I can do this. My wobbly knees don't think so, though. My heart starts to pick up in pace, and my heart starts to pick up in pace, and my breathing gets harder, but not from effort. I try to lift a leg, but they stop listening to me. Oh God, why do I have to be such a scaredy cat? I'm about to try to start stepping down when I feel Koa's hand on my backside. I won't let you fall, I hear. I hesitate a moment before forcing my legs to snap awake. Lifting one wobbly knee after another, I grab onto a new hand hold as I go. Why? I just want to cut this whole thing. Lifting one wobbly knee after another, I grab onto a new hand's... Fuck! Okay. Lifting one wobbly knee after another, I grab onto... Fuck it, I can't... My brain's... Okay. Lifting one wobbly knee after another, I grab onto new hands. Lifting one wobbly knee after another, I grab onto new handholds as I go. I'm gripping them so hard my knuckles turn white. Beads of sweat form on my forehead. Koa manages to make the climb effortlessly one-handed. My voice is changing. Koa manages to make the climb effortlessly one-handed. I'm so close, too. Koa manages to make the climb effortlessly, one-handed. These things no longer surprise me when it comes to him. I look up to see Fen and Meg have disappeared over the top. One shaky limb after the other, my arms eventually make it to flat ground. Koa's hand leaves me just as the weight of my torso makes it to the rest of the way. Koa's hands leave me just as the weight of my torso makes it the rest of the way. I plop myself onto the ground, pushing myself from the edge, forced onto my back by my heaving chest. Well, that was fun. I wait, but none of the expected teasing comes. Angling my head up, I look to see where everyone went. As I look, I push myself up without blinking. Fen and Meg stand staring and as speechless as me. I must have a goofy as hell expression on my face because Koa watches only me. Blasted hell, I mumble at the sight. Before us, maybe 2 miles ahead, is a seamless glass wall, spanning as wide as I can see. The top and sides of it disappearing remind me of looking out into the ocean. It's a colossal glass bubble, way bigger than it looked from the tree we were. Way bigger than it looked from the tree, or I would have ever imagined it to be. Judging from this angle, it could fit at least 10 bards, maybe 20 inside it. Just past the glass wall is foliage so thick you can't see anything behind the greenery except at the very top. You can just see the blue sky on the other side of the glass dome there. Closing my gaping mouth, I turn to Koa, who's still watching me. "What now?" I ask. He takes a while to answer. For the first time ever, he looks worried. "Now we approach," he says slowly. "Should we conceal our weapons so we don't seem so threatening?" I ask. "You may, but my bow will remain ready," he answers. One by one, we slide down the rocky decline. I find myself once again cursing this impractical dress. I end up on my butt more often than not, catching plenty of rocks as I go. Once we're all on the ground, we proceed toward the bubble, walking side by side. Koa's swift movement is what I notice first, startling me. I jerk Meg and myself back a step, his arrow fixed on a thin white cylinder that grew from the ground. He steps in front of Meg and me and ready to shoot as the mechanical object grows. Soundlessly, a red light beams out of the top of it, scanning in a circle. It goes over Fen first. Raising his arms, he shrugs in puzzlement. Koa lowers his bow, and I lean my head out around him, just in time for the scan to hit my head. Once making a full rotation, a smaller white tube pops out from the top of the cylinder with a loud burst. White vapor shoots out of it, raining down a sour-smelling mist on us all. Before I can do so much as take fuck a duck. It's so hard to read out loud this long. Before I can, especially when it's like this bad. Before I can so much as take a step back, my head feels cloudy and I'm suddenly overwhelmed by how tired I am. So very tired. I look over to see Meg getting down to her knees. She curls up in her normal sleeping position and closes her eyes. She's got the right idea, I think, as a big yawn hits me. I get down to my knees to crawl beside her just as Fen does the same. My eyes start to peacefully close. Oh yeah, this is comfy. I vaguely feel Koa's hand clamp down firmly on my shoulder. One of my eyes manages to open just a sliver before they close again. Then I feel his warm body curl around mine. He wraps his arm around me just like I've daydreamed he would. This is so nice. All of us cuddled in for a nap. His perfect body feels like a heated pillow meant for my body, and my body alone. The touch of his arms wrapped around me is the last thought I have. Boom! And that is the end of part 2. That brings us to part 3, which is called Waking Up. Chapter 20. A sharp, noxious smell. Oh my god. Oh my god, I did it! We got through part 2 of Miss Bourne. Thank you, everybody. If anyone's there, I don't expect anyone to be. Holy crap, we've got part 2. Part 2. We're gonna have so much editing. Wow. It's gonna be crazy. Lots of editing. Anyone's watching this, thank you so much for hanging around. All the people that came and said hi and lurked. That was awesome. It's always good to see. I'm gonna go do a bunch of like sit-ups. No, I'm not. I'm probably just gonna do jumping jacks and like just like run in place for a few minutes and then grab a bite to eat and play some chess. I want to play Crazy House. So that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, thank you guys. And tomorrow, 10 a.m. Chicago time, we're gonna finish this motherfucker. We're gonna read the rest of it. Part 3, Waking Up, chapters 20 to 29. Okay, thanks and have a good night, guys.